You're listening to One More Glance, Book 4 in the Mistletoe Matchmakers of Clearwater County, by Bonnie R. PAULSON. With Christmas riding in on Santa's sleigh, and Kali's home up for sale, there's a chance Mistletoe will lose one of its darlings. Unless one of its princes can ride to the rescue. Kali Stanfords has a family legacy wrapped up in taking care of the horses of Mistletoe, Montana. She loves the animals, the simplicity of the life, and the land. In essence, she's home. Unfortunately, there's a very real possibility she's in danger of losing all three when Flynne Wilson decides to put his hat in for the land up for sale. No matter what happens, Kali can't lose the land to him. Anyone but him. Kali has to raise money for a down payment, and she already has a tight budget. Add to that the fact that Flynne is rolling in billions, and nothing looks good for her plans of keeping her home. Except Kali seems to have a secret Santa who keeps sponsoring the fundraising activities she's doing. As the deadline gets nearer, Kali starts to fall for the benevolent stranger, and she's willing to walk away from everything to be with him. Flynne and Kali have been at odds since they were little. Something about each one irritates the other like a fierce flame. As if they're on an addicting bronco ride, they can't walk away from the conflict, though. And that isn't healthy. He's determined to do the right thing, but Flynne knows Kali will never let him help her. Kali can never know he's the money behind her success. If she does, she's just prideful enough to leave everything behind. Flynne wouldn't care, except the one thing he wants just happens to be the one woman who wants nothing to do with him. What if Kali's secret Santa is the one guy she can't stand to be around? What if Flynne ends up being the one man she can't be without? Chapter 1. Kali. No matter what Kali did, she couldn't lose the land. She just couldn't. Sitting at the small kitchen counter in her loft apartment at the boarding ranch, Kali leaned on her elbow and furrowed her brow. What would she do if she did lose it? No. She couldn't think like that. Losing the property wasn't an option. What she should be doing instead of worrying about what if was planning out a war strategy, because that's what it was coming down to. War. Kali sighed and narrowed her eyes. What could she do? Well, first and foremost, she needed to get her money situation figured out. Again. No matter how many times she went over the numbers, she never got the same answer twice. She hated budgeting. Hated that she never had enough money for anything. Hated that she hated. She wasn't that type of person. She loved people. But more than that, she loved animals. Horses, to be exact. Every horse that stayed at the stables had become her friend. She mourned when they left. If the land was sold out from under her, she wouldn't recover the kind of loss when she'd have to leave the horses behind. Everything Kali did leaned toward her taking over the land, buying it outright. Well, as outright as a loan would be. Her heart pounded at the thought of that not happening. What would... No. Just no. Still resting her face on her hand, Kali turned her head to the side and glared at the 1-gallon pickle jar she'd emptied and used for her piggy bank. Her spreadsheet made the numbers seem much lower than they were, even though reality wasn't what she needed it to be. Coins had sunk through the green dollar bills to collect at the bottom, making up the majority of the jar's contents. No matter what she did, Kali couldn't seem to make the bills outnumber the coins. Manipulating the budget with her salary was fine on paper, but she couldn't make herself count the money in the jar again. She didn't even want to count it. The contents were nowhere near the 20% she needed for a down payment. Not to mention the fact that she somehow had to prove she could cover the cost of the loan. Judging by the amount of land that came with Stanford's stables, the loan was going to be exorbitant. Kali exhaled long and slow. Her shoulders rounded forward and she slumped fully onto the counter. Why did it have to be so hard? Her dream wasn't hard. She wasn't asking for anything that would hurt anyone. If anything, it would help others. She wanted to be in the position to hire some more workers and get the stables working full-time. They'd offer riding classes and tours through the abandoned town of Whistle Stop. She could have stories around a campfire, and all that went along with playing on a dude ranch. With all of the matchmakers in town and vacations coming through Mistletoe throughout the year, there had to be a market for the kind of business Kali wanted to create. There had to be something she could do to carve out her own place there in her hometown. Okay, it was too early to start getting down in the dumps. She had plenty of time to save up money. Come on, we can do this. Sitting straight on the stool, she pushed her thick hair behind her shoulders and lifted her chin. Okay, she'd just had a huge fundraiser where she'd sold baked goods that her friend Carrie had made for her. She opened the manila envelope and dumped the money Samantha, her best friend, had collected. A wad of cash slid onto the counter, followed by the tinkling of coins as they fell onto each other. The amount of change was starting to annoy her. For some reason, she looked at the coins and saw more weight added to her dreams instead of the possibility to grow on her earnings. Something was seriously wrong with her attitude. She shook her head, pressing her fingers to her forehead. She picked up the rubber-banded bills and fanned them, pausing as she counted 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way to 15 $100 bills mixed in with 5s, 20s, and 1s. Kali's chest tightened. Was this some kind of joke? There was no way she'd sold that many baked goods at the sale. Not possible. Kali loved Carrie's baking as much as the rest, but she wasn't that disillusioned to believe that she could ask someone to pay $100 for a cupcake. It just wasn't reality. She picked up her phone and pressed Sam's number. After only 2 rings, Sam answered. Hey, Kali, great job on your fundraiser. You got just over $100. That's amazing. Keep going. I just know you'll get to your goal. But Samantha's tone lacked conviction. She had to know that $100 here and there wasn't going to be enough to get anyone a down payment on anything, even a dream. Kali licked her lips and blinked. Just over 100. Where had all the rest of the cash come from? Thanks, Sam. Actually, I was going to ask you, did you see the hundreds that were in the envelope? The only person who had the envelope or had access was Sam. Not to mention the fact that the hundreds had been wrapped with a rubber band with the rest of the money. No? Wait, what? Wow, how did you get that much money? Samantha sounded sincerely confused. Not that Kali blamed her. In fact, Kali would imagine Samantha was as confused as Kali was. But Kali questioned her best friend again anyway. Did you put some extra cash in there? I don't need charity, Sam. Kali was starting to get frustrated. She didn't want charity. She couldn't take it. And the alternative was too out of this world unlikely. Either she got her dream on her own, or she didn't deserve it. That would be a hard pill to swallow, but one she'd take with her shoulders back. Stanfords weren't quitters and they weren't charity cases. That was all there was to it. I know how you feel about taking money from me. I wouldn't do that. How much are we talking? Samantha didn't argue. She didn't doubt Kali's words. That made Kali feel a whole lot less like she was making things up. Staring at the pile of money, Kali shook her head. Over $1,500. I'm not sure exactly. Can you text me the total amount that you remember? I need to run some numbers. Kali picked up the envelope and tapped the open end on the counter. A small white piece of paper fell onto the counter with a small red Santa face drawn on one side. Hold on. There's something in here. Kali held her breath as she reached carefully for the small card. She hadn't seen the card initially, or she would have known immediately what was going on. Oh, my word! Is it from him? Is it from your secret Santa? Samantha half squealed, her voice loud over the line. All confusion was stripped away from her end. The only problem was, Kali's confusion felt like it was only getting bigger. She swallowed. How did they do this? If you had the money the whole time? I don't understand. Are you absolutely sure you didn't leave it unattended? She touched the paper with a fingertip, certain she was making up the heat she felt as she touched it. Well, I left envelope in the truck when I ran into the store. I didn't think it was a big deal to do that since it was my truck and it was Mistletoe's grocery store, you know? It's not like we have a problem with thieves here. Samantha scoffed, cementing Kali's own incredulity. I mean, Come on. If someone put money into your car because you left it open, people would leave their cars open all over town. She laughed. You're right. I just don't know how they knew it was what you kept the money in. Why wouldn't they think I had it? All of this is so confusing. Kali stared at the card. She pulled back her hand. She didn't want to pick it up. She had too many conflicting emotions about her benefactor or benefactress. Who was giving her money? Because no matter how good Carrie's no-bake cookies were, they weren't over $1,500 good. Yeah, it is confusing. I wish I could help you more, Kali. I'm just not sure what's going on. At least the money wasn't stolen. Samantha always added a positive spin to the things Kali was going through. That's what they did for each other, buoyed up their emotional disparity. Thanks, you're probably right. I better get going. Talk to you later? Kali continued staring at the card as she and Sam hung up. After a moment, she shook her head. It's not like the card was going to come out and bite her. Would there be more clues as to who it was than normal? She really just wanted to know what was going on. She hated surprises. Animals didn't surprise you. Animals were upfront about who they were and what they wanted. There were no questions. If an animal wanted something, it wasn't ambiguous. When they gave you affection, there were no strings. So far, Secret Santa hadn't made any demands, but who knew if that would change or not? Who could have possibly given her all that money and why? The last time her Secret Santa had given her a donation, it had only been a couple $100s. She'd shoved it into a shoebox alongside the rest of the monetary gifts he or she had given her. Kali couldn't include the gifts in her savings. It didn't seem right to take money she wasn't earning, no matter how desperate she was to keep the stables and land. With a slight tremor in her normally unshakable hands, Kali reached for the card like it was going to jump up and sting her flesh. Picking up the card, she turned it over and inspected it. The small square couldn't have measured more than 2 inches by 2 inches. A circle with a Santa hat on the front was the same as all the other cards she'd gotten. How many now? 7? 8? Something like that. She turned the card over and froze. She'd finally gotten a note from whoever was trying to help her out. It read, "You can do this. Secret Santa." Kali wrinkled her nose at the swoosh with a pair of lines through it at the bottom of the handwritten note. It felt like a signature, but she couldn't tell. There were no distinct letters, and it didn't come close to resembling any cursive she'd ever seen, but there was something confident in the way it finished the small message. $1,500. Whoever it was, they wanted her to get the land. Whoever it was knew about the land's impending sale. How was that possible? Only Samantha knew it was going to go up for sale. Samantha and Flynne Wilson. Setting the card on the counter, Kali clenched her fingers into fists. Flynne Wilson. There was something frustratingly annoying about that man and his good looks. Kali would never tell him he was good-looking. She wasn't crazy. That kind of a compliment would go straight to his already gigantic, prideful, gorgeous cowboy hat-wearing head. Thankfully, her animosity was returned in kind by the renowned matchmaker. He had more money than he could possibly spend in a lifetime, and he was close friends to the man Kali worked for and who she wanted to buy the land from. All of the items listed were great reasons why her Secret Santa was not Flynne. He might know about the sale of the land, but he was the last person who would want to help Kali. It just wasn't possible. They didn't get along on any level. If the only 2 people who knew about the sale weren't giving Kali money, then who was? And how did they know she needed it? Was it possible Will Gibbons knew she wanted to buy it? The owner of the land had never actually met Kali in person. What would he gain by giving her money to buy a piece of land from him? That didn't make sense either. She needed to stop stressing out about it. Even with the money from the Secret Santa contributions, Kali had a way to go before she was able to go after the land. At least she had until November before she needed the down payment. If she had that time, she could make it work. That wasn't going to be hard. She could do it. Kali glanced at her savings jar and gritted her teeth. At the rate she was going, she better get some more jars to hold more coins. Chapter 2. Samantha. Twisting her lips to the side, Samantha stared at the phone as she lowered it to the desk in front of her. She was in the office a little later than usual, and Austin had come in to pick her up and take her for dinner. "What's wrong?" Austin leaned forward in the seat on the other side of her desk where he read while Sam finished up some paperwork. His constant support of her never failed to amaze her. Furrowing her brow, Samantha shook her head and then steepled her fingers in front of her. Kali's Secret Santa is upping their game. If it wasn't for those donations, well, let's just say she's not doing too well otherwise. Samantha rounded her shoulders and then pulled them back like she was stretching. I wish I knew how I could help her that didn't look like charity to her. Kali can be proud sometimes. She held up her hands and shook her head harder. Not that that is a bad thing, but can't we all be a little proud? I don't want help from other people. I know how she feels. Austin closed the book he'd been reading and crossed his booted foot over his knee. How much does she need? Would it be better if you approached it as a loan? Samantha's slow grin at Austin was inevitable. Everything about him made her happy, and she still couldn't believe she'd been too blind to see him as anything other than her best friend for so long. Thankfully, that had changed for the better. Actually, it's not a bad idea, but between the down payment loan and the bank loan, Kali will already be stretched pretty thin. That's not taking into account the huge chunk of money she'll need for upkeep, repairs, licensing, and other things just to keep the business running like it is. All of that. And we're not even talking about the investment money she'd need for growth. No, Kali wasn't in a position to turn down any Secret Santas. In fact, maybe she should put an ad in the paper to get a few more. How much did the Secret Santa donate this time? Austin stood, moving to look out the window. May winded down as Mistletoe moved into June and the warmer summer months. Samantha had been enjoying too many of the beautiful days with Austin, which resulted in her having to put in a longer than normal workday for the first time in a while. She half shrugged. Over $1,500. Whoever did it must have added it to the envelope when I was in the store. There's no way I wouldn't have noticed someone putting that amount of money in if they'd done it in front of me. She didn't say anything about how that bugged her. Someone had been in her car while she wasn't aware. It felt like a violation, even though they hadn't taken anything. It was the fact that they could. Austin turned at the amount Samantha mentioned and blinked. Wow, they really are upping their game. What was the highest until now? I think a couple hundred tops? I can't remember. Kali's Secret Santa had been aiding in Kali's cause since she started her fundraising efforts in January. At every event, Kali had worked hard and never asked anyone for anything more than what she wanted to earn, even while working full-time at the stables. That's impressive. And this time they dropped over $1,000? Good for them. Austin nodded. No one could say Kali isn't dedicated or working hard. Well, whoever it is, I hope they can drop a few $100,000 in the next month or so. Anything less is going to leave Kali with a lot of questions and not a lot of available capital for her to work with. Samantha picked up her pencil. She wasn't sure who was giving Kali the money, but she wouldn't deny her best friend her dreams. If someone was able to get Kali the money she needed and help her do what she wanted to do, Samantha wouldn't argue with the methods of doing it. She'd even willingly be the carrier of the cash, if that's what it took. But how did she tell the Secret Santa that when she didn't even know his or her name? She wanted to help. She just didn't want Kali to know.
Chapter 3. Flynne. Swing her right, Colt. Flynne firmly prodded the new mare to the left, waiting for Colt to maneuver the roping dummy into the correct position. They'd started taking training clients for roping and barrel racing since they had the land and the space to do it. Flynne and Colt had more time on their hands since matchmaking had become more of a family affair they shared with the Dean family. He didn't mind lessening his workload at the matchmaking offices, not when it meant he could be outside doing more of the things he loved, like working with horses. The mare pulled forward hard, and then jerked to the right too soon. Flynne pulled her to a stop and jerked his chin up while holding tight to her reins. She seems like she's cramping or something. Do you know what she's been eating? Flynne reached forward, petting the mare's neck as she stamped her foot in a slight stutter. She's been outside a fair bit. Maybe she's been reaching across the fence and eating the sprouting alfalfa. Colt strode up, taking her reins as Flynne slid from the saddle. Okay, let's put her in a stall after her brush down and cut out the fresh green stuff. I'll call the vet, but she might be cramping because of too many carbs. We need to get her the dry stuff for now. I don't want her having access to anything in the fields for the immediate future. Can you set that up with Zed? I'll run in and give Davidson a call. The longtime Mistletoe veterinarian had become like family over time, as the Wilsons had called him out for multiple visits every month since he started. There wasn't much Davidson couldn't fix. Got it. Colt moved the horse with him as they left the running area. Flynne readjusted his hat and removed the gloves he'd been wearing, slapping them against his upper thigh as he walked. The sun seemed happier and brighter every day, and Flynne couldn't help hoping the summer was mild, but warm. After the long winters filled with Christmas year-round, he wouldn't mind a break in the festivities just long enough to feel like he was in a normal part of the world, or even a normal part of Montana. When a person grew up in a Christmas-centered town, they learned to either love the holiday with all their heart and soul, or they grew to resent it, and all of Santa's green and red joviality. Flynne hadn't decided which one he was yet. Some days he swung toward loving it, and others he wanted to douse all the mistletoe plants with weed killer. Striding across the front drive to the house from the barn, Flynne inhaled deeply. The only reason he was getting into the holiday spirit that year centered on the one task he'd set before himself, helping Kali Stanfords take ownership of the land, stables, and whistle-stop. Removing his hat, Flynne sighed as he opened the front door to the family home. Cooler air greeted him, cooling the perspiration beating up along his forehead and the back of his neck. Working outside had its benefits and its drawbacks. He held his secrets tight to his chest. No one knew he'd been walking by the laundry room when Kali and Samantha had been inside talking. The family Christmas party had been interrupted for Samantha's surprise wedding, while Flynne had thrown down the challenge to Kali and accepted her refusal to give up the land as a challenge for him to get it for himself. He couldn't help feeling guilty as he overheard the way Kali spoke to Samantha about her dreams. She'd claimed she just wanted to stay home. Flynne hadn't known she actually considered the land her home. The more he thought about it, the more he realized he had no idea where she actually lived. For the past 5 months, he'd been working on figuring out where she spent her time when she wasn't at the stables. Was it possible she actually lived somewhere on the land, and he'd just missed it? All of those thoughts distracted Flynne as he made his way toward the Wilson house. Opening the front door, he glanced around, half expecting to hear his mom's voice coming from one of the rooms. "Mom? You in here?" Flynne shut the front door behind him and paused as he listened for a reply. Nothing came. Stomping his boots in the foyer to remove any excess dirt or stray pieces, Flynne moved further into the quiet home. He picked up the phone at the edge of the counter and used the speed dial to call the veterinarian number. He glanced around at his childhood home as he waited for the phone to ring and be answered. Where had Kali grown up? How little he knew about her surprised him. What if he was missing something important? What if she actually already had someone important in her life? Before Flynne could follow that train of thought to its disturbing conclusion, the other line picked up. "This is Dr. Lanford." A deep voice that sounded much younger than that of Dr. Davidson answered the call. Flynne blinked, dropping his gaze from looking at the kitchen as he focused on the granite designs of the counter. "Dr. Lanford? I'm sorry, I was trying to get a hold of Dr. Davidson." Flynne was thoroughly confused. "This is Flynne Wilson out at the... I'm sorry. I'm not sure who you are." He pinched the bridge of his nose. He wasn't going to give some stranger his address when he wasn't even sure who the man was. "Ah, Flynne Wilson. Nice to hear from you. Dr. Davidson has been slowly transitioning his practice to me. He's still in town, but from the sounds of it, he's not planning on staying once the snow flies. You know how his wife is about being cold." Dr. Lanford laughed as if he and Flynn were already old friends. Flynn did know, but he'd been born and raised there in Mistletoe. Who was this Lanford guy that he knew that about Mrs. Davidson? And why hadn't Flynn heard the Davidson family was moving on? That was kind of a big deal for a ranch with as many animals as they had. They'd invested in Dr. Davidson and his practice with the assumption that he was going to be there for a long time. "What can I do for you, Flynn?" At least Dr. Lanford's voice was friendly and didn't bring up any suspicion. With the situation too urgent to table until Flynn could get more information, he narrowed his eyes. "I have a new mare stutter stepping and resisting my commands. She already knows them. She's about 80% trained already and shouldn't be giving me these issues. In fact, she wasn't giving me these issues last week. I've stabled her to keep her away from the greens, but I wanted to see if there might be anything I missed or see if I need to get a visit." Flynn would base everything he thought about the vet from his interaction right then. How much would Lanford listen to Flynn, and how much would he discount what Flynn said? I think that sounds like you know your animals. That's a good thing, Flynn. How about I come out in a couple hours and look her over just to be safe? I have a feeling you did exactly what she needed, but it never hurts to double-check." Lanford won himself points, and Flynn grinned as they finished the call and hung up. If Lanford was going to be easy to work with, then Flynn wouldn't have any problems with the business exchange. He did know Mrs. Davidson, and moving to a warmer climate was going to barely fix everything she hated about life in general. Dr. Davidson loved her, though, and that was enough for Flynn. Moving to the sink, Flynn poured himself a glass of water. His phone buzzed in his rear pocket, and he pulled it out, setting the drink to the side. "Hey, Will, how's it going?" Flynn's chest tightened. Every time he spoke to Will Gibbons, Flynn was sure there was going to be something bad on the call. Not that Will had the history, but as owner of the Whistle Stop land and the stables where Kali worked, it was only a matter of time before he announced he was ready to sell the land. He'd said not until November, but the market was good. Any time could be a good time for Will. Each time the two friends spoke, Flynn figuratively held his breath until the call ended, grateful for one more reprieve. He couldn't wait for the sale to be over and Kali to own the land. The stress the situation was putting on his friendship with Will was getting to him. "Flynn, it's going. I'm ready to list that land. I'll be up in 2 weeks to look things over and break the news to Kali, but I need you to talk to a realtor. I don't care which one you use. Samantha is fine or not. Your choice." Will dropped the news Flynn didn't want to hear. Once that place went up for sale, Kali would be out of time to save up money for a down payment. For some reason, that bothered Flynn more than anything else could. She just needed a chance. He just needed time to funnel money her way. "You're listing it now?" Flynn turned, leaning his hip on the counter as he stared unseeingly ahead of him. His breathing shallowed. He didn't want to think too hard about what this was going to mean to Kali. Yeah, the market is going crazy in Clearwater right now. If I wait too long, I'll miss the lower interest rates too. This fits into the fiscal plan for this year and next. Will usually kept the calls business or friendly. He didn't usually mix the two. "I've got to go. Thanks for doing this for me, Flynn. I appreciate your help." As Flynn ended the second revelatory call of the last 10 minutes, he slowly blinked. He had to somehow figure out a way to get Kali all the money she'd need for the down payment. But what if it wasn't enough? Flynn had no idea if she could even get a loan for the place. All of the money he was funneling toward her might be a waste if she couldn't get the funding she needed to purchase the land. What was he going to do? He set the phone down and braced his arms on the counter, hanging his head for a minute while he thought. In all honesty, Flynn might have to do what he'd threatened Kali last Christmas. He might have to put his hat in as a contender for purchasing the property to slow the process down. If the property was listed as pending, then it wouldn't be available to anyone else to buy. If Flynn could put in an offer before Samantha even listed it, he could hold off the listing from going public a little while longer. Probably not long enough for Kali to come up with the down payment she needed, but maybe long enough she could come up with a different plan. But first, he'd have to give her a chance. Maybe she had something she could figure out, or maybe Samantha had an idea. Flynn wasn't sure how to fix things for Kali. All he knew was that he just wanted to fix things for the sassy, hard-working woman Kali Stanfords had proven to be. Someone Flynne admired, but he'd never admit to it. Some things you kept to your chest, others you hid down deep to protect yourself and others. Flynne wasn't sure what he felt for Kali, but he did know he didn't want to lose a large piece of Mistletoe history and property to an outsider. If anyone found out he was her secret Santa, Flynne would just blame it on that, because that was so much more believable than the fact that he found her likable and sassy. There was a lot going on there he didn't want to explore. He'd have to save that for another day. As it was, he had to call Samantha and break the bad news. Well, bad news for Kali, good news for Samantha. She'd get the commission, and that had to be a huge boon to her business. Flynne wasn't stupid, though. Bad news for Kali would be bad news for Samantha. They were close, and Flynne had to play things carefully. Plus, using her expertise to figure out a way to help Kali without compromising Samantha's ethics was going to be hard. He could do it. He just wanted to see Kali happy. That alone made his goal noble. He didn't need to add any other reasoning to it. Certainly not that he liked her and wanted to be friends. That would never fly. He better stick to staying anonymous.
Chapter 4. Samantha. A new listing would help put things back into motion with regard to sales. Samantha was stuck in the middle of a thriving market where the seller called the shots, and there weren't very many of them. Sellers could demand a lot for their properties in that environment. Stretching beyond the boundaries of Mistletoe, Samantha's listings included some in Taylor Falls, Colby, and up to Kalispell. She had no problem driving to show anything. But a new listing in Mistletoe would help things out a lot, especially with the economy there during the slow, non-matchmaking months. Her cell rang as she ran a report through the newest interested buyers who had signed up on her website for more information. Turning from the computer screen, she glanced at the phone and winced at the sight of Flynne's name flashing on the screen. No. Flynne wasn't a friend of Samantha's. They didn't talk on the phone for the fun of the it. He was a brother-in-law, but that didn't mean Samantha was in the habit of talking to Brock or Levi. The only reason Flynne would be calling her would be because he needed something. Samantha's business was in real estate. She had a sinking sensation that what she and Kali had been talking about the day before was the reason Flynne was calling. He'd called her in December for the same reason. Things had almost destroyed her friendship with Kali. That wasn't going to happen again. She had the option to not answer. Samantha didn't have to answer. Yet, even as she reminded herself of that over and over, she couldn't stop herself from picking up the phone and swiping the call button. She lifted the phone to her ear and smiled, albeit tightly. "Flynne, what can I do for you?" He skipped platitudes and got right to the point. "Samantha, I got the call from Will." The call. Samantha's heart sank. There was no doubt what the call was. The only reason Flynne would be contacting her was to have Samantha list his friend's property, the same property Kali was trying so hard to buy. Leaning forward and bracing her elbow on the desk, Samantha took a deep breath. She rested her cheek on the hand opposite the one holding the phone. What could Will have wanted? Need to get more pictures of the property? Samantha wasn't playing that game again. If Flynne wanted something from Kali, he was going to have to go get it himself. Plus, she didn't need to be a part of anything. Flynne was going to have to spell things out for her. Clearly this time, so she could tell him to take a hike. "Actually, Will wants you to set up a property inspection and a survey." He cleared his throat but didn't say anything else as he waited for her to process what he was saying. "Look, I know this isn't ideal. You have no idea what this is or isn't." Samantha cleared her throat and closed her eyes. What could she do? How could she stall Flynne and Will? Yes, she needed more properties to sell. But not this one. Anything but this one. Surveyors are booked out right now. I'll order one for as soon as I can. But that's going to take some time. Would that be enough? Samantha dropped her hand and fiddled with the edge of her desk calendar. She couldn't know for sure if the surveyors were booked or not. She didn't normally order them for the property owners. "He'll pay more to make it happen, Sam. You know that. Flynne sighed. Look, I know you don't want to deal with this. You want this listing, though. The commission is going to be huge, and you'll be able to control who makes an offer and who doesn't. You might even be able to slow offers down and stretch out the process, if you do things right. Or even take the time to let Kali or myself know when a showing is booked. There was something leading in the way he spoke. Was he suggesting something could be done on her end without actually compromising her ethics? She could. She could draw the entire process out, but as the listing agent, she was ethically responsible for the sale and doing what was in the best interest of the client. She couldn't let her personal life get in the way of professional responsibilities, no matter what she wanted to do. Samantha had a responsibility to keep her business on the up and up. Shaking her head, Samantha opened her eyes and set her jaw. Actually, I don't think I should take this listing. What? No. Samantha, you can do this. Just think of how large the commission will be. Why did Flynne sound like he wanted her to have the listing more than anyone else? What did it have to do with him? No, I don't care about the money. You know that. Austin has plenty. I'm looking to grow my business, but the money isn't why I do this. Samantha really didn't want to be in the middle of the situation. She didn't want to be the reason Kali had to walk away from her dreams. Flynne sighed again, obviously exasperated. You're right. Look, I need you to keep this listing. Samantha drew her eyebrows together and twisted her lips to the side. Why do you need that? What's in it for you? You can't say anything to Kali. Flynne started, immediately raising Samantha's hackles. Samantha cut him off, slicing her hand through the air and shaking her head. Look, I'm not keeping anything from Kali. She's my best friend besides Austin. I tried keeping something from her before and that almost backfired. I'm not betraying her again. She stands to lose a lot with this place being listed. She needs as much time to prepare as possible. I understand all that. But Kali won't appreciate the help I want to give her. If you're the realtor, I can keep my helping secret a little longer. Flynne's voice lowered as if someone would try to overhear. Wait, how are you helping her? Samantha narrowed her eyes. What was Flynne up to? Why would he help Kali? Was there a chance he was the secret Santa? No. Flynne and Kali were like a red flapping flag and an angry bull. They didn't mix. Don't worry about it. I just need you to do some things for me and keep this all to yourself. I know you don't want to lie or keep things from her, but this is for the best in the long run. Flynne evaded the direct question. Samantha set her jaw. Ethically, I can't do it, Flynne. I need to do what I need to do to help the client if I take them on. Taking care of Kali's needs is a direct conflict of interest. Even if Samantha accepted his half-explanation, there was nothing she could really do. Actually, I am the client. Until Will gets here and actually signs papers or anything else you need him to do, I'm acting as the client. Come on, Samantha. Work with me. Let's do our best to help Kali. Pleading in Flynne's tone met the desires of Samantha's heart. She closed her eyes and nodded to no one in particular. Okay, what do we do? If she was going to help her friend, it might actually involve working behind her back. Samantha couldn't tell Kali she was stalling sales or anything else. She wouldn't be able to divulge that kind of information. It wouldn't be fair. Will said he'd be in town sometime next week. Order the survey as late as you can. I'll tell him they're all booked and you're doing your best. In the meantime, I'm supposed to hire a photographer to go take listing photos. Do you have anyone you work with? I would have them take a lot of whistle-stop, focus there. Do very few of the land and very few of the stables. We'll also discuss zoning with the town. It's listed as commercial, but if we can get that changed, then the property price should drop, right? Flynne had obviously thought about this a lot, which was even more interesting than the topic. What did he stand to gain by helping Kali? Samantha scribbled his suggestions on the pad of paper in front of her. Yeah, but if the zoning is changed, Kali won't be able to run the business there. Samantha shook her head. pausing in her attempts to get the information she needed down. Well, I don't know of anything else we can do at this moment. She might be able to refile for rezoning. We'll have to cross that issue when we get to it. I'll look into it and let you know what they say. He sounded determined, which comforted Samantha. Too bad she couldn't pass those reassurances on to Kali. Okay, should I call Kali and let her know it's going to be listed? Samantha's voice hitched. She didn't want to let her friend know what was about to happen. The information was going to crush her. It's too soon. You said not until November or sometime around there, Flynne. She's going to be so disappointed. It wasn't Flynne's fault. Samantha knew that. At the same time, she couldn't help being frustrated with him. Don't shoot the messenger was a real thing that had stemmed from necessity, apparently. No, don't tell her. I'll take care of it. Flynne's tone was resigned. That didn't bode well for the timeline on when he would tell Kali. Would he put it off as long as possible? Shaking her head, Samantha swallowed. What makes you think she's going to want to hear it from you? Kali wouldn't want to hear it from Flynne, but she wouldn't want to hear it from Samantha either. You know how you feel right now? You're mad at me, but you know it's not my fault, right? He made a point. Samantha shifted on her seat, suddenly uncomfortable. Was he reading her mind? She didn't answer, and he continued speaking like he didn't need her reply. If I'm just the messenger with you and you're upset, how do you think she's going to feel? You'll be the messenger, but she'll still be frustrated with you. We need her to work with you. I'm fine being the bad guy. Just let this fall on me. Determination hardened his voice, and for a split second, Flynne sounded like Austin. Work with me how? What are we going to do, Flynne? As much as she hated it, she was going to have to work with her brother-in-law. If he really wanted to help Kali, then he was going to be the last hope Samantha and Kali had to keep the property in her friend's hands. I'll let you know as stuff comes up. In the meantime, keep me updated. I'll talk to Kali in a little bit. Don't call her, Sam. You know you can't keep a secret. I really don't want her to blame you. Flynne hung up after issuing his orders. Setting the phone on the desk, she stared at the small piece. As much as Samantha knew he was right, she still didn't want Kali to think she was keeping anything from her. She couldn't do it again. Even asking Austin about the situation wasn't an option. He'd tell her to stay out of it because Flynne was making the decisions and trying to do what he thought was best. But what about Samantha? What about what she thought was best? She couldn't let Kali down. Not again. She promised she wouldn't. Samantha picked up the phone again and dialed her friend's number. Tapping her finger on the desk calendar, she stared at a large black number on a Tuesday and waited for Kali to answer. But after a handful of rings, Sam was directed to voicemail. Clearing her throat, Samantha waited for the beep. Kali, can you give me a call? I need to discuss something that just came up. Thanks. She hung up. At least Kali couldn't say Samantha hadn't tried. She'd called. It wasn't her fault she hadn't been able to get through. Now hopefully Flynne got a hold of Kali before Kali called Sam back. What a mess. And Samantha was smack in the middle of it, not where she wanted to be. She wished she knew what she could do to help her friend. As it was, it felt like they were on a roller coaster climbing up to the top of a steep drop. What was going to happen when it crested and started its descent down? Samantha hoped Kali came out for the better on the other side. She didn't know what else she could do. Trusting Flynne was her only option. But as Samantha turned back to her computer, she couldn't help wondering what was it in for him. Chapter 5. Taylor. Roman, can you hold Isaac? He's getting too big for me to carry around. Taylor's son was like his father, solidly built and handsome. She winked at him as she looked into his large Wilson blue eyes. Roman reached out, taking his oldest son in his arms. He bent his head and murmured to Isaac, "Mommy thinks you need to be carried everywhere, kid. Get those legs under you and stay nearby." Setting his son on the ground, Roman glanced at Taylor and then reached out, taking her hand in his. "Honey, you need to stop worrying about him. He's growing. You're going to hurt yourself if you keep trying to carry him all over. Focus on the little ones. Little ones, plural. Roman had no idea how stressed out that phrase made Taylor. Planning for a second baby was one thing. Planning for babies 2 and 3 was something entirely different. How did she make plans and routines when she had no idea what she was doing? Having twins was going to be so hard, and she couldn't let go of the fear rippling through her. She squeezed Roman's fingers and gazed at him, her eyes wide. What if Isaac thinks I'm trying to replace him? Do you think he'll know I still love him? Roman shook his head, pulling her close against his side, or at least as close as he could with her almost full pregnant stomach in the way. Isaac isn't getting replaced. He's getting siblings. What else can you give a kid who has everything? He's going to be excited and happy. You need to stop stressing about this. Trust me. His warm embrace soaked some of her worry away, but she couldn't help the niggling anxiety at the back of her mind. Roman didn't understand. Everything was easy for him. Every little change seemed easy for him to undertake. If he wasn't ready for something, he usually just handled it. Without a plan. Only crazy people did that. Taylor didn't understand the method anyway, and it drove her insane. Have you talked to Lily? Roman fell into step beside Taylor. She ambled along, the small of her back hurting more and more each day from the pressure of the weight in her stomach. Pressing her palm into the sciatic of her hip, Taylor grimaced. She shook her head, wrinkling her nose. No, she's been busy, and I don't want to add more stress to what they're going through. Lily and her husband Brock were trying to have a baby. Brock was Roman's brother, and Lily was Taylor's sister. While all of them tried to keep things from getting uncomfortable since Taylor obviously didn't have problems getting pregnant, Lily was still struggling, and Taylor could see it. She could feel it, and she didn't know how to make it better. Did you hear something from Brock? Maybe guys could talk about things easier than the women were able to right then. It couldn't be easy for Lily to see Taylor as pregnant as she was. No. I know they're going to Missoula this week sometime to that clinic. Lily doesn't understand why she's not conceiving. Roman watched Isaac toddling ahead of them, stooping to pick a dandelion and then stand and play with the petals. I wish I could help. I don't know why it's easy for me and not for her. It doesn't make sense. Taylor pressed her fingers on her temples and inhaled deeply. Look, it's not your fault. Lily will be okay. Just keep being there for her like you are. Roman dropped his arm from around Taylor's shoulders and knelt down to be on level with his son. Okay, Isaac, we don't eat the dandelions. Patiently, he pulled the flower from his son's small fingers, tickling Isaac to help relieve the disappointment the small boy's eyes. Taylor watched them, her heart swelling. She was there for Lily. But how did she tell her sister she was as disappointed for Lily as Lily was for herself? She wanted the happiness of children and a family for her sister, more than anything else. Just like she wanted love and family for all of the Wilson and Dean family members. What could she do to help things along?
Chapter 6. Flynne. As tough as Flynne was, he didn't want to talk to Kali about Will's call or his plans. He didn't want to face her with lies and half-truths, even if those lies would, hopefully, in the end, turn out to be for her good. He had no proof of that right now, and even if he did, she'd never accept his help. There was more than attitude with Kali Stanfords, and Flynne would never mention her pride to her face. He wasn't stupid. The beautiful May day offered a great opportunity to go riding. Flynne rode his horse rain or shine, but even he could appreciate a rare opportunity to enjoy the day and let the warm breeze push away his worries. Spring in Montana was more of an April rain thing, but May was when the flowers sprang forth and the new growths were a vibrant green against the dark, fresh dirt. As Jezebel, Flynne's horse, trod sassily over the dirt road headed toward Whistle Stop, her ears twitched forward and to the sides. She moved her head up and down as she sniffed the air and was probably grateful it wasn't the middle of a rainstorm. Reining to a stop at the head of the drive to the stables, Flynne took a deep breath. Telling Kali about the upcoming listing had to be done. He had to give her a heads up. She wasn't going to like it. He wanted to be there for her, but that wasn't his role. Not in her life. Get the message bearing over with. That's the only thing he could count on. If he could just get it over with, then she would have time to plan. He would have time to put his own plans into place. Nudging Jezebel forward with his knee, Flynne set his jaw. He had to be prepared for Kali's anger. As long as he was ready for that, he wouldn't be shocked when she lit into him. The woman had more attitude and stubbornness than he'd ever seen in another female. He liked it. She wasn't a pushover, and that was appealing to a man who never had problems finding a date. One thing he respected about Kali was her ability to stick up for herself in any situation. She never lacked spunk, and she never backed down. To Flynne, that was a rare trait and one to cherish, especially in a woman. Flynne adjusted his wide-brimmed hat as he slid from Jezebel's back when he reached the stables. The side of the building had new paint, and Flynne knew well, and good, Will hadn't invested in the property in a long time. If there were any improvements, it was Kali's doing. Tying Jezebel to the posts set up around the building, Flynne dusted off his denim pants and took another deep breath. Maybe he wasn't nervous to make Kali mad so much as he was anticipating seeing her. She sparked something inside him when they verbally sparred, and he looked forward to seeing her. As twisted as that might sound. The gravel ground crunched under his bootsteps as he approached the door. In just a few minutes, she'd know. Not everything, but enough to raise the stakes. Kali was out of time. He pulled open the door, pasting his best flirting smile on his lips. The inside of the stables had a clean, homey feeling, not something you would expect in a place that housed horses. Bright lighting from the windows overhead gave everything an airy feel to it. Inhaling, Flynne appreciated the fresh scent of hay, alfalfa, and pine shavings. Kali ran a tight ship. "Kali, you in here?" Flynne called out, his voice softly echoing back at him off the cement flooring and wooden stall wood. Was he the only one there? Nothing gave away her position. She didn't make any sounds or reply back to him. Were the stables open? Maybe she wasn't there just yet. A thump from overhead caught his attention. Maybe she was upstairs. He moved toward a set of stairs discreetly set against the side wall. They climbed with wide intention to a top floor that only spanned across half the building, leaving the windows above the stalls open and free of obstruction. As Flynne climbed the steps, he glanced over the railing at the shifting view of the stalls beneath him. As a lover of horses, he couldn't help appreciating the view. From the catwalk above, he could see into each stall with a bird's-eye view, quickly seeing if anything was wrong and checking on them in one swift motion. Whoever had designed that building had been thinking of the animals' welfare, and it showed. As Flynne stared down at the few horses in their stalls, envious of their peaceful moments, he couldn't help wishing his life could be that simple. Taking care of horses as a full-time job just seemed like the dream career. My father built that catwalk. Do you see the lodge poles? Hand-hewn. Kali's soft voice broke through the peace riding the cool breeze coming in through the open vents. Flynne turned his head to face her, careful not to break the soft moment. He swallowed, taking in her loose French braid, the gray t-shirt under worn overalls. The scuffed toes of her boots matched the rest of her look of comfortable and worked. Did he build the whole barn? Kali studied the catwalk, as if avoiding Flynne's gaze. She finally shifted her eyes to encompass him, and nodded. Yeah, our family owned the land. Whistle stop. Everything for generations. Kali shrugged, leaning forward to rest her forearms on the upper pole of the railing as she looked over the horses. My dad lost it all in a bet when I was younger. I just recently found out about that part, though. She laughed under her breath, shaking her head. The things we don't know as children can affect us as adults more than we know. Taking a deep breath, she pushed off the railing and straightened, placing her hands on her hips. Well, you didn't come out here to talk about the history of this place now, did you? What can I do for you, Flynne? Her expression seemed guarded as she studied him, and yet Flynne had never found her more attractive. She was refreshing and natural, nothing like any of the other women he'd ever dated before. Flynne blinked, pulling his hat off and holding it in his hands. He glanced down and then back at Kali. "Did Sam call you?" Flynne wouldn't put it past the woman to do exactly the opposite of what he'd told her to. She was her own woman, and Kali was a good friend. Since the last time Sam had joined Flynne out there at the stables, Samantha had refused to keep anything else a secret. And Flynne understood why. He'd asked her to keep the secret from Kali the first time, and it had nearly cost them their friendship. Neither of them would make that mistake again, not if they could help it, even if he already had. So, Flynne expected Sam to call Kali. In fact, he wouldn't be surprised if Kali's standoffish behavior was more because of her phone call with Sam than because of the general disdain she felt for Flynne, a feeling Flynne didn't blame her for. He hadn't done anything to change the way she felt for him. At least he hadn't before Christmas. Since then, however, his own interests had changed, and that left him feeling more confused than anything. "Not that I know of. Should she have?" Kali quirked an eyebrow at Flynne, narrowing her eyes as she folded her arms across her chest. "Well, to be honest, Kali, I asked her to let me tell you. Trust me, this will be better coming from me." Flynne shifted his feet to more of a relaxed stance. The last thing he needed to do was add to Kali's stress. Her body language screamed anxiety with her jaw clenched, her arms crossed, and her left leg back in a defensive position, as she narrowly watched Flynne like an adversary. "I'm not sure news from you is a good thing, or could be better coming from you either. Can you just spit it out?" But there was something behind her bravado, something that resembled fear. She knew what he was going to say. Or at least she thought he did. That didn't make any of it easier for him, though. He offered a sympathetic smile and inclined his head. "Of course. I'll do my best." He turned his hat over his hands, mindful of every mote of dust in the air, the way the slight breeze moved strands of her hair across her cheek, and the minute way her chest rose and fell as she breathed, as if she didn't want to breathe too deeply. "The thing is, I got a call from Gibbons. He wants to list the property in the next few weeks." Flynne paused, giving her time to process that first bit of information. Kali blinked, but held her jaw tight. She spoke through her teeth. "Is there more?" Flynne cleared his throat. "Do you need more than that?" What else did she need? What could possibly make it any more bearable? Kali dropped her arms and shifted her gaze to stare past him. She finally took a deep breath, twisting her lips to the side. After a moment, she nodded. "Okay, fine. Thank you." "Wait, Kali, I don't think you understand." Flynne moved closer, ducking his head as he tried to understand what was going through her mind. "What is there to understand, Flynne? He's going to sell my home. Got it. What do you want me to say?" Kali furrowed her brow as she searched his face. Don't you want to fight for it?" Had he missed something? Was Flynne being there and trying to help her all in vain? Kali stared at him, softly shaking her head as she blinked back, the moisture glistening in her eyes. "What can I do? I've been holding fundraisers, selling things. I'm not in the position to make the money I would need to have a down payment, let alone qualify for that type of loan." She laughed at herself, the sound derisive and pain-filled, as she pressed her fingers to the bridge of her nose. "I thought I had until November. But, even if I did, I have to admit, I never had the time to come up with those resources." Her acceptance of defeat at the beginning of the fight concerned Flynne. Nothing about the way she was acting was characteristic of the Kali he knew. He stepped closer to her, shortening the distance even more. He dropped his voice. "What can I do to help? Do you need a loan? Can I give you money? Can Samantha?" He wanted to scream at Kali not to give up, that he was there and she needed to do whatever she could, but he held his tongue. Bullying her into accepting his help wasn't giving her help or what she needed. All it was doing was making him feel better. Sighing, Kali shook her head. "Thank you. I do appreciate that, but I can't. If I'm not able to come up with the money on my own, then I certainly wouldn't be able to pay it back. And I can't take charity. I need to earn my own way. I don't expect you to understand that, but I just do. She shrugged. So, why did you want to tell me? What was wrong with Sam telling me? I was hoping to tell you, so it would lessen the anger toward the messenger. I didn't want you to be mad at Samantha. Flynne offered the truth lamely. Well, that doesn't make sense. I like her. Kali quirked her eyebrow at him and turned toward the stairs. Come on, Flynne. I'll see you out. She liked Samantha, obviously stating that she did not like Flynne. That hurt, but he wouldn't let on. She was showing him the way out, and all he'd wanted to do was warn her. Well, he'd done what he'd set out to do. Was she giving up? Was she really tossing in her hard work and struggles because the task seemed insurmountable? Flynne followed Kali down the stairs and to the door where she stood in front of the open panel, blocking it open with her body. She looked outside, not glancing up as he passed. But he paused and looked down at her, studying the stiffness in her stance. After a second, Flynne reached up and pressed his finger to the bottom of her chin, turning her face so she looked at him. You're not acting like the Kali I know. This isn't like you. Where's the fight? The fire? The anger? Kali's gaze searched his, her skin scorching to the touch. After a minute, she stepped away from him, broadening the distance between them. I can accept defeat, Flynne. I'm not stupid. I know when I've been beat. Will has won. Fine. I need to make plans because this place will sell quickly. If you'll excuse me. She avoided looking at him again. Flynne nodded. There was nothing else he could do. Maybe having Samantha call Kali would have been the better option. For whatever reason, Kali was backing down. He wouldn't believe it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Have a good day. He replaced his hat and strode from the building. If he'd failed at getting her to accept his help, how would he ever explain that he was her secret Santa? She'd never accept that truth as reality. Just like Flynne had a feeling he couldn't trust what she was saying. Something was going on, and he had to find out what before Kali got in the way of him helping her.
Chapter 7. Carrie baking. Everything centered around baking. Cooking was fine. Cooking seemed to be the rest Carrie needed from immersing herself in a particularly difficult cake or pastry. But Carrie always returned to baking. There was something magical in the way a cake would rise or a flaky crust would puff up. Not to mention the designs she could construct with frosting and food coloring. Pulling her most recent pan of red velvet cupcakes from the oven, Carrie smiled at the rounded tops, but her smile faded to a frown. Everyone seemed fine with their lives. Everyone seemed content that they were moving on and going about their lives as if their mother hadn't left them all behind. Most of them didn't know she'd been having an affair under David's nose for a while. Carrie didn't know exactly how long, but she never had the chance to ask, because one day her mother was there and the next she'd left, run away to the East Coast. She never answered emails or phone calls, and she never checked in on her girls. Maybe that was why Carrie baked as much as she did. She tried overwhelming the bitterness in her mouth, nose, and mind left behind by her mother's actions with the sweetness of well-made baked goods. And as Taylor and Lily found happiness, finally, Carrie's dreams had taken another turn. She wanted to be happy too. She wanted to be matched to her ever after. But in order for that to happen, she had to put her name in to be matched. That was something she just couldn't do. She didn't want everyone thinking she couldn't find happiness on her own. She didn't want to be a client. She just wanted to find her own romance without any difficulties. Unfortunately, she wasn't going to be able to find him cooped up in her kitchen, baking treats that would only go to her pregnant sister for testing. Scooping the next batch of cupcake dough into new liners, Carrie paused at the sound of a whimper from outside. She waited another moment in case it recurred. Another whimper came, this time a little bit softer, but undeniable. Setting the scoop down on a trivet, she wiped her hands on her apron as she strode to the back door not far from the kitchen. Hello? She opened the door, looking outside as she glanced around. More whimpering pulled her attention to the end of the deck where the family dog Brewster sat with his head hung toward the ground. "Oh, Brewster, honey, what's wrong?" She moved toward him and then gasped when he lifted his head. Porcupine quills protruded from the end of his nose and around his mouth in alarming numbers. Kali covered her mouth and stared at her dog. Brewster, oh no. Without moving too much, she didn't want to startle him. She sank onto the steps nearest him and pulled her cell phone out. Dr. Davidson was on speed dial. Veterinarians were worth their weight in gold in a community with more animals than people. The other end picked up, and Kali rushed on before waiting for anyone to answer. "Dr. Davidson, this is Kali out at Kringle Ranch. Brewster got into a mess with a porcupine. Can you come fast? He looks like he's in a lot of pain." "I'll be right there." The doctor's voice seemed different, but Kali didn't question. He said he'd be there, and she knew he would. She'd worry about the difference in his voice later. The vet truck pulled up outside the house no more than 20 minutes later. Kali waved toward the tinted windows of the truck and reached back down to rub the unwounded part of Brewster's neck. "It's okay, buddy. Your doctor is here." The truck door slammed shut and the crunch of boots on gravel told her he was close. Kali didn't look away from Brewster when she started talking. "I don't know anything other than he was whimpering when I came out. I'm by myself, and you know how I don't like the blood and gore stuff." Kali chuckled, still worried. She glanced up and froze. The man in front of her wasn't Dr. Davidson. Kali licked her lips and looked past him, blinking. "I'm sorry. I'm expecting Dr. Davidson?" Questions riddled her voice, and she was suddenly on edge, which made Brewster shift where he sat by her legs. "Hi, Kali. I'm Dr. Lanford. It's nice to meet you. I'm taking some of the workload off Davidson's shoulders. Do you mind if I take a look?" Without waiting for Kali to consent, the new man knelt on the ground beside the dark auburn golden retriever and spoke soothingly to the dog. "That's a good boy, Brewster. How are you today? Looks like you were curious in the wrong part of town." He laughed like the dog said something back and shook his head. "Those porcupines can be pretty cranky, I get it." Kali's lips parted as she took in his broad shoulders, dark blonde hair, and green eyes. Was that a hint of red in his 5 o'clock shadow? He pulled out a pair of wire cutters as well as pliers and glanced at her. "Okay, Kali. What I need you to do is grab some napkins or paper towels and newspaper. You're going to be my assistant." Kali stood, backing up and shaking her head. "No, I was serious. I get faint at the sight of blood." And pulling those quills out was going to be more pain for Brewster than Kali wanted to witness. She swallowed, the lump in her throat at the thought of her dog in pain, a sign that she just might break down and cry. The doctor continued speaking soothingly, but this time he directed it toward her. "Look, I know this is hard. I get it. But it will be a lot easier on your friend here if we do this together. You can do it. Go grab those items and come right back. I'll teach you a trick to make it a lot less painful." He nodded his head and held her gaze with his. She took a deep breath and matched his nod with her own. He was right. She could do it. Brewster needed her. She could do that for him. Ducking inside, she grabbed the items the doctor requested and hurriedly returned to the back deck. The doctor had moved into the shade on the expansive deck and made Brewster comfortable. The dog hadn't whimpered, as if he sensed that the doctor would make things all better. Kali bit her bottom lip and took a seat on the ground where the doctor motioned for her to sit. She narrowed her eyes as she handed things over to him. "Do you think we'll be able to help him?" "Oh, yes. You'll be surprised how fast these will come out." He set up his workstation with newspapers set up and the napkins bunched together beside him. He looked at Kali and quirked an eyebrow. "Okay, you're going to help hold Brewster. I'm going to snip the ends off the quills. That will help release the pressure inside the quills so the barbs at the end will retract. Then the quills will slide out easier. Are you good with that?" The way he studied her seemed like he genuinely worried that she wouldn't be okay with his decision to move forward. "I'm good." And surprisingly, she was. He nodded, turning his attention back to the Dean family dog. Brewster didn't fight him as he lifted the wire cutters and snipped off the end of the first quill, letting the tip fall to the ground. Kali reached out, picking up the end and setting it on the spread-out newspaper. One thing she abhorred was a cluttered workspace. Dr. Lanford glanced at Kali and nodded again, still speaking soothingly to Brewster. "You're doing good, boy. Let's get these out." Snip, snip, snip. Dr. Lanford cut the ends off 10 quills and paused. "Okay, I'm going to pull those out. It should have been enough time for them to decompress. You have him?" He didn't wait for an answer as he picked up the pliers and got a grip on the end of the first quill. Before Kali could say yes or no, the doctor pulled, yanking the quill from the side of Brewster's mouth. Other than a slight whimper and blinking, Brewster didn't react much. "We'll get these out. It's okay. Some will hurt more than others." Dr. Lanford set a long quill on the newspaper beside the short tips he'd cut off that Kali had moved. The end of the quill had drops of bright red on it. She swallowed, gritting her teeth as she realized she was in it for the long haul. The quills came out, and in the hour it took to remove them, Kali learned she didn't have to be afraid of blood. She was stronger than she thought she was, and she was able to help others by fighting back her own fear. She could do that. Setting the last quill aside, Dr. Lanford used a napkin to pat at the slight blood on Brewster's muzzle as he rubbed the neck of the exhausted animal. "You did good, boy. Really good." He glanced at Kali. "You did good, too. If you're ever bored, you can come by and assist me at the clinic." He inclined his head, appreciation in his gaze as he studied her. "You'll want to make sure he drinks plenty of water and watch for an infection. This salve I've put on should do wonders, but he's a dog and he licks his own face. I can't guarantee his mouth is as clean as we'd want." He chuckled, handing over a small glass jar of a thick material. "Let me know if you need more." Clearing the items from the makeshift surgery area, he stood and stared down at her. "It was nice meeting you, Kali. I'll reach out to see how Brewster is doing." He inclined his head and returned to his truck, leaving before Kali could even figure out what to say. Moments before he'd arrived, she'd been thinking there was no way to meet anyone unless she was matched to them. And then there he was, riding in like a knight in shining armor to save the day. Was it really possible that she could find someone that easily after a long history of failure? She wasn't sure, but she intended to find out. Chapter 8. Kali's hands shook. Her chest heaved up and down as she tried to catch her breath. Flynne had finally left, and Kali could react the way she needed to. There was no audience to watch her lose her sanity. What was she supposed to do? The land was going up for sale too early, too soon. What was she going to do? Without thinking, she reached out and turned the lock on the door and flipped the open sign around. She wasn't open. She couldn't function. Not like she needed to. Seeing people wasn't on her list of things she liked to do on a normal day. When Flynne came around, Kali was learning there was huge impact on her normal. Not that it was his fault. In fact, as she walked numbly away from the door to the stairs, she couldn't help acknowledging that he'd tried to ease the pressure of the news situation on her. He'd tried. He'd even said he wanted to help. How could he help her? Flynne wasn't the one who owned the land. He was just friends with Kali's boss. Even as Kali wanted to blame Flynne, she wasn't so blinded by her own wants and needs that she would lash out at just anyone. No. The one she wanted to see was Will himself. How could he sell out from under her? He hadn't had the grace to come tell her himself. Trailing her fingers up the railing as she climbed, Kali took in the view of the stables. Her stables. Each step revealed more that she loved. The stalls, the windows high above that lit up the interior of the building even on a stormy day. The counter she used to check horses in and take payment. The catwalk she'd found Flynne on and that her father had designed and built. All of the stables had something in them that belonged to her in one way or another. She might not own a single sliver of the building, but that didn't mean it wasn't her home. A home she was going to have to leave. Pushing through the door to her small apartment, Kali wiped at her damp cheeks. When had she started crying? Tears were foreign to her. She wasn't emotional on a normal basis. What was she doing? Why was she so upset? She knew this was a possibility. She knew it, yet she'd thought she'd had more time. She could do it. Or she'd thought she would be able to somehow come up with the money she needed for a down payment. With the deadline in November, it was close to impossible. With the date being a couple weeks at the most, it went from impossible to... Was there anything worse than impossible? Anything other than she can't? Slumping onto a chair at the small table, she leaned forward, resting her head on her arms. What was she going to do? She couldn't stay there. She couldn't talk to anyone either, though. She'd trusted Sam, and look where that had gotten her. Samantha was supposed to call Kali the first moment she knew something. The first second. And instead, Flynne had shown up to tell her. Legs feeling a little uneasy that her friend would betray her again, Kali stood. Where had she put her phone? She needed to do something to make herself feel productive, make her feel like she was doing something to secure her dream, or at the very least protect it. She was angry and had no one to blame. In that split moment, she could at least hold Samantha accountable for her lack of loyalty. Her phone sat benignly on the counter, and Kali swooped on it like a hawk. The notifications light flashed blue every 3 seconds. Kali furrowed her brow as she pressed the home button. A missed call from Samantha and a voicemail. Listening to the message, Kali's anger diffused. Samantha had tried to call, probably to warn her friend. Kali was the one who hadn't answered. One more thing to put at her own door. She hadn't had her phone to answer, which left her open for an unexpected visit from Flynne Wilson. Why did it have to be him? What did he hope to gain by coming there and being nice about it? Since when were they nice to each other? Kali didn't want to talk to Samantha. Not right then. She felt too raw and exposed. In fact, she didn't even want to stay in the stables. She needed to get outside. She needed to think with the wind blowing around her and the smell of the grass as she walked. Pushing from the counter, Kali whirled from her apartment, rushing down the stairs. She barely paused at the roster to see who was up next on the riding plan. She had that schedule memorized. Dumplin was the mare on the end. She was next to go for a ride. While Kali would rather walk and feel the ground give under her own strides, she also still had a job to do. She didn't have to deal with actual customers or people to work, but she did still need to get the horses exercised. Tacking Dumplin took no time at all, and before Kali could let her frustrations send her to bed, she and the horse were rushing across the field toward the whistle-stop ruins. Fresh spring grass muffled the sound of Dumplin's hooves as they galloped toward the abandoned town. A fire had flattened the buildings over 10 years before, leaving a lot of the original foundations to be overrun with flowers, weeds, birds' nests, and other claims by nature. When she'd been growing up, Kali had come out there when it was used more as a site for events and other activities. It hadn't really been a town since the early 1900s, when the real destruction had left it decrepit and falling apart. Kali's family had worked over the generations to build it up to something better than just ruins. They'd cultivated the stories that spun around Mistletoe and surrounding towns in Clearwater County, that the ruins were a place to find true love, that the spirits of forgotten or abandoned lovers came out at Halloween to mourn their hearts and more. She'd always loved hearing the other kids talk about the things she and her parents would come up with and whisper to certain people they knew would spread gossip like peanut butter on bread. Dumplin slowed as they closed the distance to the town, coming to a stop by a particularly fresh-looking batch of grass. Kali absent-mindedly slid from the saddle, leaving the reins to dangle from Dumplin's harness as the mare dropped her head and nibbled testingly at the grass. Taking a deep breath, Kali didn't go far before she slumped onto a nearby bench that had been erected sometime in the past. Leaning forward, she rested her elbows on her knees and braced herself. She leaned forward. What was she supposed to do? That's all she could think. What was she supposed to do? What was her job? All she'd ever wanted was to get her home back. The fact that she'd even been able to get a job at the stables after her parents had lost the property and then died had been blind luck. Asking for anything else seemed selfish. But if the land sold to someone else, she'd be out on the street or pasture. Was it being greedy to want to own her family's place when she was already so blessed? Was it her wanting more than she deserved? She wasn't mad at Sam. Obviously, her friend had tried. That was the most important thing. Her friend was loyal to her. She'd kept her promise to try to keep Kali in the loop. It wasn't Sam's fault Kali hadn't answered her phone. She could clearly see the stables off in the distance from where she sat. The fresh paint was easy to see across the green expanse of the fields leading to Whistle Stop. Sunlight beat down with a growing intensity Kali knew would get stronger throughout the summer months. She loved everything about where she lived and worked. She loved working with the horses and working on the stables. She loved having no one to really answer to, at least until it was time to send the books to Will every month. She happened to know he didn't care what was in them, since she'd never heard back on the receipts and reimbursement she'd requested for the paint and time doing that. She'd put a note in the last month's books that if he didn't want to send a check, she'd take it out of the upcoming payments. He'd never replied, which was typical Will Gibbons. Taking a deep breath, Kali had to confront the situation. She wasn't the type to just sit there and cry. No. She had to weigh her options and come up with a course of action. As far as she could figure, she really only had two options at the moment. One, she could walk away from the Stanfords stables and Whistle Stop. Take what she'd made so far and just go. Leave the fight to someone else. She could do that. Leaving wasn't shameful. She wouldn't be letting her family down. She hadn't been the one to lose the land in the first place. There would be nothing wrong with that option. Except her heart belonged there in Mistletoe. There, on the land where she'd grown up. She wasn't like some of the other people her age who had run from Mistletoe the first chance they had. In fact, Kali was a lot like the Wilson and Dean families. For the most part, they'd stuck around, helping the community do better. While Kali didn't contribute a lot to the economic successes of the town, she did know she played a role, and that meant the world to her. Where else could she go where she was already a member of the community? Option 2 looked more like what fit her style, more with its discernible need to fight for what she wanted. But in order for Kali to fight, she needed to have money. She was in a war that could only be won with cash. She knew that. She could accept that. She could do what was needed. All she had to do was understand just what it would take to get the money. She needed a plan. A fundraising event that could take place soon that would help her get enough money for a down payment in one go. She didn't have any more time. She needed a big one, and she needed it now. The memory of Flynne telling her he'd help her in any way he could flashed in her mind. He couldn't have been serious. Will was his friend. If Flynne helped Kali, he wouldn't be helping Will. Kali couldn't let him do to his friend what he'd tried getting Samantha to do to Kali. Betrayal between friends wasn't something Kali took lightly. She didn't want to be a part of it for anyone else either, even if it was to someone like Will Gibbons. Okay, so what if Flynne really would help her, though? What if there was some way of helping her that would help him? What could helping Kali do for Flynne? Wouldn't that be why he'd offer to help? She was no one to him except maybe the fact that they fought every time they saw each other. She couldn't help realizing that and also seeing that there had to be something in it for him to offer his help. What a mess. Kali wiped at the moisture coming untampered from her eyes. She didn't want to cry, but she couldn't help it when everything felt so helpless. She wasn't sure what to do. She just wanted things to be easy. Was that wrong? And she couldn't help feeling bad for thinking that Flynne was only doing anything nice for her because he wanted something. Wasn't that how Flynne portrayed himself? Kali had yet to see evidence of anything different. If there was a way for Flynne to benefit from helping Kali, she couldn't see it. So why would he offer? Why would he come all the way to the stables to tell her the place was going up for sale and not let Sam tell Kali? Was it possible he was actually doing something nice for once? If it was possible Flynne could do something nice, was it possible she had him pegged all wrong?
Chapter 9. Flynne. How in the world did Kali make him feel both like a help and a hindrance all at the same time? She didn't have to say anything, and he still felt like warning her wasn't enough. What was he missing? Had Flynne done everything he could? No. Most definitely not. But had he done everything Kali would let him do? Most likely. She wasn't his biggest fan. Combine that with the fact that she was one of the most independent women he'd ever met, and there wasn't a huge likelihood that she was going to reach out to him for help, no matter how much he offered to her. He moved fluidly with the movements of his horse. Going back to the house didn't feel quite right as he let Jezebel lead the way. He just needed to get his head clear. Why did he care if Whistle Stop sold? Kali spoke about the place like it really was her home, but she had to live somewhere else. Losing the stables would be a little offsetting since it was her job, but she had to have other skills. She could move on from that life. Maybe she just needed a chance to experience something different, but even as he thought it, he knew it was wrong. Those stables were a huge part of Kali. She genuinely loved the animals there, and he could see it when she was around them. He had to be completely honest. Her love of animals was one of the reasons he couldn't stop thinking about her. There it was. The truth. That's why he wanted to help with Whistle Stop. Her. Kali. Flynne didn't want to leave things how they were. He was trying to help as her secret Santa, but there was only so much he could do short of dropping a bag of money off at her door. Now that Will had upped the listing date, Flynne felt more helpless than ever. Jezebel picked her way around the ruins of Whistle Stop, probably looking for her favorite weeds or grass tufts to munch on. The quiet of the sunny day soothed Flynne's worry. Somehow, some way, he had to figure out what would help Kali, what he could do to help her dreams come true. That had become his main goal. What could he do to help Kali be happy? And she had no idea. The sight of another horse calmly eating by the south edge of the ruins drew Flynne up short. He scanned the area, spotting Kali sitting on the bench at the same time she looked up. Her red swollen eyes and flushed cheeks confirmed she'd been crying. So much for her bravado that she was fine. Flynne tried not to let his twinge of guilt grow into more as he slid from the saddle and strode slowly to stand beside her. "You okay?" Of course she wasn't okay. But what else did he say? How else did he say he could see her pain and he wanted to know how to fix it? She wouldn't care. She would laugh at him. They'd fall into one of their verbal sparring sessions, and neither of them would feel better about the encounter. Flynne would go back to secretly helping her, and Kali would forget his existence. Staring up at him, Kali finally shook her head, wiping at her face. When she spoke, her voice was small and downtrodden. "No, I'm not okay." Flynne stilled, watching her. After a second, he sat down beside her and stretched out his legs. Placing his arm on the back of the bench, he half-turned to face her, keeping the sun off his face with the brim of his hat and out of his eyes. "Is it because of what I told you?" Kali's nod was almost imperceptible. Guilt swelled inside Flynne's chest. He sighed. "Kali, I really didn't tell you that to hurt you. I just wanted—" He couldn't say it. He knew that. She'd throw it in his face. They weren't exactly friends, no matter what Flynne wanted. Kali was closed off to him, and for some reason, they'd always clashed, which he found frustrating since he also found her extremely attractive. Maybe that's what bugged him the most. He liked her, and she didn't have any similar feelings for him. That was definitely humbling on a whole new level. For once, Flynne Wilson couldn't have what he thought he wanted. Kali was a woman who wasn't falling at his feet, and that was throwing him for a loop. After a minute, Kali turned toward him and tilted her head just so. Flynne prepared for an onslaught of anger to be spouted his way. He didn't want her to be mad at him, but he knew she needed to unleash her anger in some way towards someone. He'd rather that person was him and not Samantha or someone else Kali needed in her life. Actually, Flynn, I think... Kali dropped her gaze and bit her lip as she thought something over. Whatever it was, she came to terms with it, and when she raised her gaze back to his, her resolve impressed him. I think I need your help. You do? She was admitting that she needed his help. There had to be something wrong with the universe. Kali Stanfords wasn't one to ask anyone for help. The fact that she was asking Flynn meant she was truly desperate, and he wasn't going to turn her down. He leaned forward, bracing his elbows on his knees, keeping his hat brim low over his eyes to block the sun trying to blind him. I'll do whatever I can. How much money do you need? Kali shook her head. Her long hair, loosely braided, moved with her. No, I don't want your money. Even if I could take it, which I can't, I'm not sure it would be enough. The fact that she said that proved to Flynn she really had no idea what his worth was. That would be the first woman he'd been interested in to not have an idea of what his value was from a monetary aspect. She just earned another healthy dose of respect. Well, what can I do? Flynn narrowed his eyes and studied her. For all her relaxed affectations, Kali couldn't be that comfortable asking him for help. She swallowed and scrunched her nose. I don't want to put you in an awkward position. I need to slow this down. I'm not trying to ask you to betray your friend. I wouldn't do that. What I'm wondering is if there's any way you'd be willing to help me buy more time. If I could slow things down and maybe prevent any immediate sales, then maybe, Gibbons would still be able to sell the land. I just want him to sell to me, you know? Kali's chest rose and fell as she waited for Flynn's answer. Kali, first off, you're the last person to put someone in an awkward position. Don't worry about that. I do think it might be faster and easier to just give you the money you need. Do you need enough for a down payment, or do you need to cover the entire market price? He'd write her a check right there for whichever one she wanted. Money for Flynn was as available as the Montana sky. Kali stood, pacing in front of him with her arms folded. No, I can't take your money. I've been working on fundraising to get the extra cash I need for a down payment. I can do this. I just need time. Time. How could Flynn buy her time? Did he buy the land, take it off the market and let her make payments to him? He could even hide the real price from her and sell it to her for a lot less than he bought it for. Possibilities were endless, and Flynn was ready to put something into action, but only what she was comfortable with. Unfortunately, he had no doubt she wouldn't like anything that didn't end with her owning the land herself and not being in debt to anyone but a bank. How do we do that? Flynn leaned back again on the bench, watching as Kali's pacing didn't slow. She had no idea how fetching she looked with her straight back and trim waist. She dressed in simple worn jeans and a button-up shirt. Some days he caught her in a t-shirt, and her toned arms always surprised him how they added to her femininity rather than took away from it. She worked hard, and it showed. I don't know. That's the problem. I'm torn, you know. If we slow down the sale, we're also slowing things down for Samantha. I don't want to embarrass her or do anything that will put her business in jeopardy, just like I don't want to ruin things between you and Gibbons, but She stopped and turned away from Flynn, staring out at the land and the stables off in the distance. Her voice, as she continued talking, was soft and barely reached Flynn. I just don't want to lose my home. Her home. There it was again. Could she possibly be more attached to the land and stables than he'd originally thought? He stood, striding to stand beside her. He folded his arms as he followed the direction of her gaze with his own. He spoke softly as well. He didn't want to pull her from the mood she was locked in. Look, I'll do whatever you think is necessary. The last thing you need to worry about, though, is Samantha's role in this. She's more than willing to do whatever we need her to. And for right now, at least until Will gets to town, she works for me, not him. Once he comes in and signs with her, then the dynamic shifts. But we have time. We can do this. He turned and glanced at her, appreciating the outline of her profile before she turned to him, her eyes glossy from unshed tears. Thank you. She pressed her lips into a thin line. Flynne shrugged, allowing a side smile to curve the edges of his lips. I just can't believe you're asking me for help. Blinking, as if coming out of a trance, Kali narrowed her eyes and sighed. Not willingly, Wilson, not willingly. Flynne grinned. He much preferred the spark in this version of Kali. The morose one with more gratitude than attitude wasn't the Kali he enjoyed sparring with. No, this was the Kali he couldn't wait to be around. This was the one who made him second-guess everything about himself and what he was doing. This was the one he was going to get to fall in love with him.
Chapter 10. Lie. As Kali returned back to the stables, the weight on her shoulders felt a little lighter, more like it was going to be easier to bear. Flynne had done that. Surprisingly. Normally, dealing with Flynne was like scraping against porcupine quills. She wasn't sure what was going to hurt or what might stick. They never had anything to say to each other that wasn't steeped in sarcasm or anger, and then buried underneath polite formalities. Kali hated that she was aware of his presence wherever they went, but she wouldn't say that she was actually interested in him. There was just something about Flynne that was undeniable, and he knew it, which made him even more infuriating. But not right then. Not when she was coming back to the stables that she wanted to keep and Flynne had great ideas to slow the sale and give her more time. Not when he'd been kind enough to give her space and to attempt to understand that she just needed to figure out a way to get more time. The best thing she could do would be to figure out a fundraiser that would make a lot of money and help the town while also furthering her own agenda. How could she get Flynne to help her with that? He was good at a lot of things, but what he was known for most in the town of Mistletoe was his frequent dating and his ability to look dashing on a horse or in a suit. As she stood at the door to the barn, a shiver of an idea took root. She blinked and her lips fell open. Maybe what Kali needed was to do something with Flynne's talents. They lived in Mistletoe, Montana. People from all over the world came to the small western town to find love. They wanted to be matched by the Deans or the Wilsons. They wanted to find their own cowboy or cowgirl and live happily ever after in a version of reality they wouldn't be able to get from their everyday lives. The biggest event in Mistletoe was the matching contest in the fall through Christmas. Both of the matchmaking families competed in finding the right match for the selected individual. But nothing much else happened throughout the rest of the year. What if Kali offered them something different in the summer? What if she could get enough people to come to Mistletoe to make her idea interesting? A Christmas in July event was exactly what the town needed. What she needed was to get one of the families on board with her still fledgling idea. Once she had support, she could develop it more, and then maybe make it work for her. She pulled out her phone and swiped to Taylor Wilson's number. Taylor was a Dean, but she was also a Wilson. If Kali could get her to like the idea, then maybe both matchmaking dynasties would be on board and the entire town would help make her idea a success. After asking Taylor for a fast audience with her family, Kali whirled toward the truck. Taylor said they could meet with Kali in 30 minutes before everyone started going their separate ways for the day. She had 30 minutes to get to town and let them know just what crazy idea she'd come up with. Reaching town didn't take as long as Kali anticipated, probably because her booted foot seemed to have taken on 10 pounds of cement as she pushed the gas pedal harder than she should have. She screeched into town, parking at the Dean Matchmaking building and jumping from the seat in her father's Chevy. She'd considered selling the truck, more than she wanted to admit. The only problem was the most she would get for it wouldn't even break 4 digits. Why give up something that wouldn't help in the long run anyway, and would tear her apart on a sentimental level? Long strides carried Kali toward the front doors, and she forced herself to take a deep breath. She didn't know the Dean girls as well as one would think, but she knew them from around town, and at one time or another they'd boarded horses with Kali. Maybe it was fairer to say she knew their animals more than she knew them. An image of Flynne in her mind, with his desire to help her blazing in his incredibly blue eyes, flashed in her mind. He'd offered to help, and Kali knew exactly how she could get his help without taking his money and without putting his friendship with Will Gibbons in too much danger. She pulled open the door and smiled at Taylor, who waited at the front of the office waiting room. She stood with a donut in one hand and a cup of tea in the other. Smiling when she saw Kali, Taylor lifted her half-eaten chocolate donut with sprinkles and arched an eyebrow. "You can have one, but whatever you do, don't judge me." She motioned toward her protruding stomach and rolled her eyes. "I swear this is not because of my obsession with baked goods." "No, it's just your obsession with your husband and having all the babies in both families that's doing that to you." Carrie joined them in the front, shaking her head. "That, and the fact that my little sister is one of the best bakers in the state." Taylor unabashedly took another bite of the donut and shrugged. "Seriously, Kali, help yourself. Everyone is gathering in the conference room to hear your idea." The mention of everyone brought Kali's nerves back to the forefront. Maybe she should have just asked to speak to one or two of them. Why did she have to go with everyone? She could tell her idea to Taylor and Carrie, and they could turn around and tell the rest of the matchmakers. What if Flynne was there? Wasn't that exactly what she should have done? Kali didn't want to talk in front of a large group. Anything more than 2 people fit her criteria for what constituted a large group. "Come on." Carrie waved her back, glancing amusedly at her sister and shaking her head. "I can't wait to hold those munchkins." She led the way, breaking through the shy paralysis holding Kali hostage. Following behind the sisters, Kali took another deep breath. Her idea was a good one. If they didn't like it, that was fine. She could come up with something else. She just didn't know what. Carrie and Taylor led the way into the conference room, which looked more like a cozy meeting space than a place to be scared to present an idea. Everyone sat in padded chairs around a large table, laughing and talking to each other. They were family, and they were relaxed, and there was nothing intimidating about any of the women or one man in the room. Okay, so it was only the Deans. That was good to keep in mind. Kali had thought the Wilsons would be there as well. Gratefully, they weren't. Yet, Kali couldn't help her nerves fluttering in her stomach. What if they said no? All of her dreams were hanging on by a thread, and she didn't know if she had anything left in her to struggle to come up with another idea. David Dean motioned toward one of the empty seats, grinning broadly at Kali. "Welcome, Kali. We're so excited to hear what your idea is. Taylor mentioned you wanted to talk to us." His eyes were wide and excited as he folded his hands and leaned forward, watching as if she were about to drop the most interesting story for them all. Kali grinned, her nerves suddenly heightened as everyone turned to look at her, and their conversations came to a halt. "Well, I'm a little nervous." Little was putting it mildly. She was terrified and suddenly full of more doubt than at any other time in her life. "Don't be nervous. We're excited. Go ahead." Amanda leaned forward, her dark curly hair thick and the perfect backdrop for her intensely blue eyes. Kali had looked into similar eyes just an hour or so ago when she'd talked with Flynne. Flynne. Okay, she could do this. Flynne had promised he'd help in any way he could, and she was going to count on him, hoping against hope he would be worth counting on. "Well, the thing is, Stanford Stables is going up for sale. As y'all know, I've been fundraising for a while now, trying to come up with the funds I'll need to do a down payment on the property. However, things aren't moving fast enough, and with the listing going live soon, I'm afraid I'm out of time. So, I thought I would do a last hurrah and try to get what I can in a large fundraising push we could use as an amplifier for the matchmaking season this year." Everyone continued watching her, waiting. No one seemed surprised or put off by the fact that she was fundraising to keep the land. She swallowed and lifted her chin. "I want to do a summer fling auction. Advertise it as Christmas in July with the Matchmakers. People will have an opportunity to purchase a date from eligible bachelors and bachelorettes. This would be a high-priced event to make it worth our while, and we could split the proceeds. What do you think?" That was as far as she'd gotten in her planning. Honestly, she couldn't imagine anyone would want to donate their eligibility for the cause, but maybe she could get some other ideas and be able to have a go at doing something that would get her that down payment. There were only so many things she could do as a stable hand to raise that kind of money. Everyone stared at her, their eyes wide and their lips parted in surprise. Kali shifted on the seat in the ongoing silence. Was the idea that awful? I can't believe we didn't come up with this idea. This is brilliant. Lily shook her head from where she sat, just past David. She nudged his shoulder. Hey, Dad, you could be on the roster. A good-looking bachelor like yourself? She arched an eyebrow at Kari and nodded her head. Kari laughed. Seriously, this is a great idea. I don't know that having Dad sign up would be a good one, but I like it all the same. David laughed with his daughters, but zeroed his gaze in on Kali. As you can see, the idea has a lot of merit. However, I would like to make one major change before we go forward with any other discussion. A lump took hold in Kali's throat. He was going to say he didn't want to split the proceeds, or maybe he'd only accept the proposal with a much larger cut. Whatever, she just needed a shot at making some more money. Of course, go ahead. Kali glanced around the room as everyone waited for the older man to continue. In relation to the funds, we don't want a cut, at all. The money would go toward your fundraising efforts. All of the money. We need an opportunity to do some more service work in the community, and this is perfect as well as fitting our brand. He held up his hand as if he could sense that Kali was about to argue. I know you're trying to be fair, but so are we. If we don't do everything we can to keep our lands locally owned, then everyone is affected. Land prices go up, property taxes go up, and pretty soon the locals here in Mistletoe are being pushed out. We're not in the business of land development for a reason. This is our home and we want to protect everything about it we can. Kali blinked back tears. She was going to be able to make some money to try to keep Whistle Stop and the stables, an opportunity she wasn't going to take for granted. When are you thinking? I have so many ideas going through my head right now. Carrie laughed, leaning forward and focusing on Kali, pulling the latter from her thoughts. Actually, I was thinking we could do an outside event and hold it on the 4th of July weekend. A lot of people come here for the holiday week, and we could capitalize on that with a lot of Christmas-themed activities. I was thinking we could call it Match Made in Mistletoe. Obviously, that's open for ideas. Kali grinned as she looked around. They'd accepted her idea and were willing to let her keep the money for the down payment. Maybe things were starting to look up. All she had to do next was convince Flynne he wanted to enter as a bachelor to be auctioned off. What could go wrong there? Chapter 11. Elizabeth. I honestly think her idea has a lot of possibility. Lily sat beside Taylor on the stools at the kitchen counter opposite where Elizabeth stood. Well, it sounds like a fun idea. I'll definitely give it that. What do we do to support it? Elizabeth wiped her red and white checkered kitchen towel over the smooth granite counter. They might have money, but she hadn't always been surrounded by wealth. She never felt more centered or grounded than when she was in the heart of her home. We were wondering about that as well. A few of us are single, so going up for auction will be the first thing we can do. Another thing we were thinking for the Wilson and Dean matchmaking companies might be for sponsorships. Taylor rubbed at the side of her stomach, which was larger this pregnancy than the last. Which made sense. Twins took up more space than just one baby. Someone needs to sponsor the venue and the food. It would be awesome to be able to give each couple a gift certificate to a restaurant or activity here in Mistletoe. Something appropriate and tasteful. Lily tapped her fingernail gently on the counter. She seemed unaffected by her sister's growing condition, but Elizabeth had seen her red and swollen eyes when she'd come out of the bathroom at her place and told her husband that, yet again, she wasn't pregnant. Elizabeth's heart was breaking for her son and his wife while being happy and excited for her oldest boy and his wife. The comparisons were hard to see and make. She just wanted them all to be happy. Was that too much to ask? I think all of that sounds great. At the last town council, we had some other businesses wondering what we could do to spark more activity here in the summer. I think this could become a new annual event, if we do it right. Elizabeth glanced at the counter, and the contrast between the red and white of the towel and the dark grays, silvers, and creams of the granite beneath. "Who is signing up to be auctioned off? Do you have a list going yet?" Lily screwed her lips to the side while she thought. "I think Amanda and Carrie might." They didn't seem altogether excited about that. "I think Kali is going to ask Flynne which would be a huge draw. Then maybe we can get Levi and Colt. I don't know. I'd like to see some other generations represented, but—" Lily batted her eyelashes teasingly at Elizabeth. "You know, Elizabeth, you could do it. You're single and extremely eligible." She left the question mark off, but the hope was there in her eyes. Pleased that they thought she was worth auctioning off, Elizabeth grinned and shook her head. "I don't know about that, but thank you for saying so." She tried to keep her remark nonchalant. "Is David going to be auctioned? He'd be eligible too." Did she sound too hopeful? Too much like she wanted to bid? Bidding on David Dean would be the most public declaration she could make about her interest in him. He didn't even know she thought about him in her free time, and even some in her non-free time. Okay, who was she kidding? She thought about him frequently. She just hadn't been able to come up with a way to pursue more with him. "Auctioned? What's going on?" Flynne strode in, looking more like his Irish grandfather than any of the other boys, with his strong, square jawline and a humorous glint in his eye that Elizabeth knew was one of the reasons the many girls chased after him. She shook her head, stopping her continual swiping of the towel. Kali Stanfords had a great idea to have a Mistletoe matchmaking auction this 4th of July. She needs the event for fundraising, but it sounds like her idea might be exactly what the town council is looking for right now to get more interest. Interesting. Flynne walked to the sink, washing his hands and then turning to borrow his mom's towel. He grinned at Elizabeth, Taylor, and Lily in turn. "Which one of you are getting auctioned?" Taylor grinned, motioning toward her stomach. "Well, if Roman wouldn't lasso anyone who attempted to look at me, I still have the 2 extra people I'm carting around to get in the way of making any good auction material." She laughed, shaking her head. "Kali said you were going to do it. That will bring in some money." "Or cost the auction committee a lot?" Lily quipped, wiggling her eyebrows at her brother-in-law. Elizabeth didn't say anything as Flynne's eyebrows rose, and he asked, "Kali said I was doing it?" Taylor glanced at Lily. "She said he was, right?" "Well, she said you'd help. I'm not sure if that's exactly what she meant, but I thought that's what she insinuated. I could be wrong. I was thinking of all the ways to get images and what kinds of marketing we could do across the state and down into Wyoming. Idaho is our competition for summer, but Wyoming and North Dakota don't seem to fight us too much with airspace on television or radio." Lily's advertising-minded thoughts always gave Elizabeth a headache, but in a good way, as she was always reminded what smart women her daughters-in-law were. "No, of course. Is Kali going to be entering?" Flynne leaned his hip against the counter and folded his arms, his smile lopsided and nonchalant, a little too nonchalant. "We aren't sure yet who will be on the list." Lily tilted her head to the side. "Didn't you say Gibbons will be up? You should see if he wants to be in it. That would be hilarious." Lily sniggered, shaking her head. "The last time I saw Will, he definitely didn't have any problems with the ladies." Flynne shook his head. "That's not a bad idea. I'll have to check with him." He smiled and reached out, patting Elizabeth's shoulder. "I better get going, Mom. I'll see you a little later. Ladies?" He nodded at the trio, the dark brim of his hat momentarily dipping to cover his eyes before he strode from the room. Staring after him, Elizabeth sighed. "I need him married off the most." "Yeah, he seems lonely lately." Taylor nodded, staring after her brother-in-law with concern. That would have to be one of their projects when Elizabeth got him to agree. If they could get the Deans and the Wilsons matching Flynne, there was no way he wouldn't be happy with the results. Chapter 12. Samantha. Fortunately, the surveyor was actually taking longer than Samantha had predicted. They really were swamped with business since it was early in the season, and everyone wanted to get lines established around the county. By the time Will Gibbons called for an appointment to meet almost 2 weeks after Flynne announced the property was to be listed, the property still wasn't listed. Even with the amount of money Will had been interested in putting into a surveyor, there was no way to get things moved up. Samantha swiveled on her chair at the sound of a knock on the office door. Standing, she smoothed the material of her knee-length pencil skirt and pulled her shoulders back. Opening the door, Samantha tucked her chin at the sight of the good-looking guy standing on the other side. Tilting her head questioningly, Samantha pulled the door open further. "Will?" "Samantha, it's nice to see you again." Will stepped into the office, his hand outstretched as he waited for her to shake it. "Of course, same." Samantha accepted his firm handshake before motioning for him to take the seat across from her desk. He ignored the offering and moved to stand at the window in the slightly limited view. Samantha sat, narrowing her eyes as he tucked his hands into his pockets and stood in silence with his back to her. Samantha bristled at the attempt he made to claim the upper hand. She didn't have to have his listing. As far as Sam was concerned, she was doing the whole thing out of loyalty to Kali. As long as Sam had the listing, she'd have the information. That was it. But if Will was going to act like he had proprietary rights, she was going to be out. After a minute, he nodded at something and then turned, his smile slow and friendly, but not reaching his eyes. "Samantha, I understand the property isn't listed yet." Fully prepared for his questions, Samantha went the route she'd had planned in case she didn't like him. That's correct. She wouldn't offer any information unless he asked specifically for it. She wasn't his agent yet. Nothing was listed. No paperwork had been signed. As far as she was concerned, they were both still looking at their options. "Can you tell me why?" His calm voice didn't sound offensive, and yet Samantha bristled. "Actually, I told Flynne already. The surveyors are working on it. The listing can be ready by this coming Friday at the earliest. Fred is the best surveyor in the county, and he won't be able to until this Wednesday. He said he'd do a rush on the report for you. So, 48 hours after the survey." Samantha leaned forward in the chair and steepled her fingers as she studied him. "Is there a reason you want to get rid of the property so quickly? Anything I should know that would be detrimental for the sale?" The last thing Samantha wanted was for Kali to long for a piece of land that had problems with it. That wouldn't be productive for anyone. Will sank into the seat across from her and crossed his ankle over his knee. He shrugged, shaking his head. "Not that I know of. I just want to offload the chunk before I get hit with the taxes again. There's no real profit there." He thrummed his fingers on his knee while maintaining the indolent affectation Samantha couldn't seem to get him to shake. "Okay, well, I also have a call in to confirm zoning." Samantha picked up a pencil and scribbled something on the pad of paper in front of her. She was doing it to look like she knew what was going on, but honestly, all she knew was that she was supposed to do everything in her power to make sure he didn't sell the land to anyone but Kali. Already, Samantha felt like she was failing and they hadn't even listed the property yet. "I don't think getting commercial zoning will be difficult. That will add a few zeros to the listing price. Do you know of anything that would get in the way of the commercial status?" He eyed her like maybe she knew something. Of course she knew something. She just wasn't going to tell him. It was none of his business that Kali lived there. Only Samantha knew she did. She couldn't betray Kali's trust by blabbing that to Will, the one man who would use it to his advantage. "Good. Well, let's get it listed as soon as possible. I have some friends I'd like to show it to, but I want to keep the transaction public." He studied Samantha, his smile friendly. "You look different from high school. Has a lot changed since then?" "It was a while ago. I certainly hope so." Samantha smiled back and pulled out a stack of paperwork. "Well, the only thing we have left to work on is some paperwork. If we get this done before the surveyor does, then we can list it immediately. I'll make sure it's preloaded. Do you have any questions?" "Yeah. I'd like to go visit the stables, but I don't want to go alone." Flynne told me you're friends with Kali. Can you arrange a time for us to go? I don't want things to seem inappropriate. He inclined his head. I'm working on my reputation here in Mistletoe. Are you planning on coming back? Samantha didn't understand why he would be selling the property if he was coming back. No. I just have some business dealings I would like to close here in town. I don't want to leave any bitterness in any of the townspeople when it's over. He pulled a pen from the pen holder on the corner of Samantha's desk and leaned forward, going over the papers Samantha handed him. Not only was she brokering a land deal for him, but she had to step in and take Will to his own property to see Kali? What else would he ask her to do? Kick Kali out? As soon as the paperwork was signed and they shook hands, Will walked out the door, tossing over his shoulder. Let me know when we can get to the stables. I'd like to as soon as possible. The door shut on his words, leaving Samantha feeling like he dropped a bomb and left her to pick up the pieces. She wasn't sure what was happening. Kali wouldn't recover if the land was sold out from under her. The auction would be a hit. Samantha had no doubt. But it wasn't for a few more weeks, and if they listed, that land would sell fast. Whistle Stop was prime real estate for a developer or someone else coming in from out of state. She couldn't call Kali yet, glancing at the clock on the wall. She'd be out with the horses anyway on a sunny day like that one. Picking up her phone and double-checking that Will was completely gone from the building, she swiped up on her contact list and called Flynne. After 3 rings, he picked up. Samantha? We need to talk. Will just left here. I pushed off the surveyor, but only until Friday. He filled out the paperwork. Now, I need the answer on the zoning. She took a deep breath and continued. If it's commercially zoned, then the price will be significantly higher than it is now. If it's zoned as residential, then it would be affordable for Kali. We can't get it zoned residentially, though. Someone has to live there, and we have to have evidence. Flynne sighed, then broke through Samantha's warring thoughts on if she should tell him or not. Not only that, but Kali mentioned continuing with the stables as a business and a livelihood. If it's rezoned, she won't be able to run it like a business until the rezoning happens, and that could take months to reverse it, especially after a sale. I think we need to leave it. He sighed, the weight of the situation obviously wearing on him. Samantha took a deep breath. Okay, so in case we decide to redo it as residential, let me know. I might be able to figure something out. On the other hand, I'm going to try to get a hold of Kali and let her know the listing will probably take place this weekend. I hope you guys have something figured out. Oh, we do. Just make sure and let Kali or myself know when you have a showing and we'll take it from there. That's all you need to know. Was that humor in Flynne's voice? Okay, sounds good. Thanks, Flynne. Samantha hung up with him and stared at the desk. She had to let Kali know. Maybe a text would work for now. If she had any questions, Kali could call her. Why did everything have to be so difficult? Will was even nice. Samantha had tried to make him a villain in her mind, but he wasn't. He was professional, polite, and he was respectful of what was appropriate for Kali in the town. How could Samantha hate someone like that? One way or the other, she had to be able to consolidate what was going on in her head and what was going on in her heart. She was loyal to Kali, and Flynne was family. Will would have to fit in there somehow as a client so Samantha could handle her job. Why was she stressing out about making the right decision? She picked her phone up again. All she had to do was talk things out with her best friend. She swiped the cell screen, and after 1 ring, Austin answered. Hey, gorgeous. Hey, Austin, I need to talk something out. Have a minute? Samantha furrowed her brow. For you? All of my minutes are yours. The smile in his tone soothed Samantha's worry. He'd know what to do. That was one thing she loved so much about Austin. Chapter 13. Kali Samantha's warning left Kali on edge all week. She wasn't sure what it meant, but she could feel the shifting in the air around her. Samantha even contacted her the next day to see if she and Will could come out, leaving Kali breathless with worry. What would he see? What would he demand be changed? Until that point in time, Kali had enjoyed Will's constant distance from Montana. Colorado was far enough for now. She'd liked essentially being her own boss, only needing to send him the books and payments once a month. She didn't get to keep all the money the stables made, but she could see the potential if she was the owner. As it was, she wasn't trying to grow any business, but merely do enough to justify her employment. If she owned the stables, she had so many ideas to put into place that would grow business exponentially, as well as help with the growth of the town. When they got to the stables that afternoon, Kali had met them outside and shaken Will's hand, but he'd seemed distracted and distant, moving around the outside of the building before turning back to Samantha and indicating he was ready to leave. They left all right, with Samantha's eyebrows quirked up and Kali staring after them with her mouth partly open. What had just happened? The rest of the week she'd mulled over what had happened or what hadn't happened. Will was as handsome as she remembered, but older and more business than cowboy. Wherever he'd been, he'd had the love of the outdoors driven from him. That was obvious in the shine on his black dress shoes under his finely tailored dress pants and button-up shirt. Early Saturday morning, Kali walked outside the stables with a hammer in hand to fix a loose panel on the side of the barn. She stopped on the corner, staring down the length of the drive to the end where it met with the road. A white truck parked and a man climbed out. Tools in hand, he set to putting in a sign. Kali stood still the whole while as he dug a hole and erected the sign. She ignored the faintly cool breeze that she attributed her goosebumps to instead of the queasy feeling curdling in her stomach. The truck drove away, leaving behind a realty sign that meant her attempts to hold the sale off had failed. She had to face reality. The property was going up. No, it was listed. And she couldn't control that. All she could control were the things she and Flynne had talked about. Turning away from the view of the sign, Kali smiled as she thought of Flynne and his go-get-'em attitude. He wanted to fix all of her problems, which Kali couldn't understand. He had no skin in the game. Why did he care? If he wasn't being so helpful for her to keep the land, she'd think he would want the property himself. It abutted the Wilson property. It would add a significant chunk of real estate to their assets and only increase the family's holdings in Mistletoe. Flynne drove her nuts, but she couldn't ignore the fact that he was doing so much to help her. She pushed away the nervous voice in the back of her mind that kept wondering why. Her phone buzzed in her back pocket. She'd started carrying it with her after the last time Samantha couldn't get a hold of her to warn her about the upcoming sale. Think of the devil. Kali grinned as she pulled the phone to her ear. I was just thinking about you. Sorry to call so early. I just had someone request a showing today. I'm trying to give you enough time to do whatever it is you're going to do. Is 3 okay? Samantha's early morning attitude was one thing they seemed to share lately. Kali licked her lips and glanced up, staring at the realtor sign. She nodded, then spoke. Yeah, let's do 3. I'll see you then. Thanks, Sam. Fight as much as she wanted. Things were moving forward with or without her. She just had to buck up and do her part to slow things down to give herself a fighting chance. That's all she needed. A little more time. They hung up and Kali took a deep breath, staring down at her phone. She had to call Flynne. Until she figured out exactly what she was doing, she needed his help. That rankled her, but she needed it. She needed him. Swiping his name on the contacts list, she waited for him to answer. When he finally did, his voice was extra husky from sleep. Kali? Are you okay? Kali's cheeks flushed. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to wake you. She cleared her throat. For some reason, I thought you were up this early. Yeah, we had a foaling late last night. Just got to bed an hour or so ago. What's going on? His voice stayed raspy and soft, like he had settled back onto his pillow for a conversation with her. The fact that she was picturing him on his pillow threw her for a loop, and Kali stammered. That is. Ahem. Samantha just called. There's a showing this afternoon. You said you wanted me to call you as soon as I knew something, so... It's at 3. He couldn't possibly want to know about that. He was tired, and she felt awful bugging him. Okay, I'll be there at 1 to go over our plan. I think I need to make sure we're not there when they arrive. That way there's no question we had anything to do with it. Conspiring with Flynn against his friend felt wrong. I'm sorry. You shouldn't be doing this, Flynn. Will is your friend. She hung her head, blocking out the sunny optimism of the morning. She was trying to feel bad, not feel an odd giddiness just having him on the phone. Tell you what, you let me worry about which friend I want to help. Sound good? Was he saying she was his friend? Did she have the guts to ask? She reached out and tugged on a blade of grass. Are you saying we're friends? Flynn's husky chuckle did something to her insides. I hope so. Otherwise, that makes us enemies, and I'd rather not have you as one of those. Kali laughed, rolling her eyes. Got it. I'll see you at 1, Wilson. They hung up, and Kali didn't feel as anxious after talking with Flynn as she had before she called him. Maybe they could be temporary friends. Maybe that would be okay. Otherwise, they would be enemies, and Kali didn't want to consider Flynn her enemy when he was doing so much to help her.
Chapter 14. Flynn. What was Flynn doing? Encouraging Kali to do what he had planned. He shouldn't be involved. He shouldn't be making problems for his friend or putting Samantha in an ethical position with her business. But he was. As he rode his galloping horse across the plains toward the stables, he set his jaw resolutely to the side. Yes, he was. And he was doing it because he saw something in Kali he hadn't accepted before. Underneath all of their bickering and their biting comments and their refusal to do anything but look at each other with contempt, Flynn found he couldn't stop thinking about her and her sassy attitude. Kali, and her refusal to back down, the hard work she did around the stables and around town. She refused to take any handouts or hand-ups. She wanted to do everything on her own. Flynn respected that. He admired that. And for once, he had to admit that he liked that about her. He didn't have to tell her how he felt. He liked the comfortable edge they rode between friendship and antagonism. Would Kali be the type of girl to change if she knew someone was interested in her? He didn't want her to change. He liked her just the way she was. Jezebel slowed as they approached the gate, and they picked their way over the broken-down fence line. Flynn wasn't going to say anything to Will or Kali. Instead, he'd be quick to point out to Sam that the property was run down and ill-kept up, not to disparage Kali or her efforts or what she was doing on the property, but to protect her dreams as much as he could, even though it wasn't his job to worry about her dreams. Dang it. What kind of a situation was he getting caught up in? How had he gotten into the situation where he worried about Kali's dreams? She didn't belong to him. They weren't together. If she found out everything he was trying to do for her, she'd lose her calm, and Flynn wouldn't blame her. He was taking extreme liberties, and he had no right. But he couldn't help it. He couldn't fight the fact that he wanted to help a girl who didn't want to rely on anyone. Something inside him wanted to fix everything for her. That wasn't feasible or realistic, but that didn't stop his desire to do exactly that. As he wheeled his horse around the bend in the fence line, Flynn had to accept the fact that he might not know what was best for Kali, but he knew what she wanted. And as long as he was fixated on her, he had to do whatever he could to make sure she got what she wanted. For some reason, he needed that for her, whether she needed it or not. Hopefully, she really would be fine accepting his help. Well, she'd called him that morning, and while it was rather early, hearing her voice first thing had done funny things to his insides. He didn't want to hang up. When they did, he wasn't able to go back to sleep. Instead, he'd gathered some of the items they would need for the first step in his plan. If everything went according to what he figured would happen, he wouldn't have to enact Plan B. Plan B would upset everyone, Kali most of all. If Flynn could avoid Plan B, then everything else should work out just fine. Even his friendship with Will would be unchanged. Drawing the reins up when he reached the stables, Flynn slid from the saddle and glanced at his watch. He was half an hour early. Hopefully that wouldn't be a problem. Loosely hooking the reins to the post closest to the door, Flynne went to the door and pushed it open, quiet as he went inside. The soft nickering of horses carried to him from the stalls, and he breathed in through his nose. A strong smell of clean hay and wood cleaner welcomed him inside. Kali was nowhere in sight. He looked around, looking for a sign or some kind of indicator on where she could be. Something bumped upstairs again, and Flynne narrowed his eyes. What was she always doing up there? He quietly stepped up the stairs, not to sneak, but not to startle her either. At the top of the stairs, Flynne had the option of going out onto the catwalk he'd enjoyed before, or going to the right to a nondescript door set into the wall. Knocking, Flynne waited, surprised to hear a muffled, mild curse and something falling. Just a minute." Kali's voice called frantically from behind the cheap panel. Flynne had to talk to his friend about investing in one's property. Taking better care of things would make selling it so much easier. It would make Flynne's job harder to help Kali, but from Will's perspective, it would be better to put some money into things. Before Flynne could announce it was him knocking, the door swung open, revealing Kali standing in a soft cotton t-shirt, worn and faded jeans, and bright pink socks poking from beneath the hem of her pants. Her hair was pulled back in a tight braid that she'd pulled forward, letting the thick tail rest against her collarbone. Kali's eyes grew wide, and she pulled back, glancing at the space behind her before looking back at Flynne. You're early. Is this your place?" Flynne ducked through the door, moving around her body as she tried to block him from going inside. The studio-style apartment was organized without clutter. Why didn't that surprise him? A small futon acted like a bed, but was in the couch position with an orange and blue cover. The kitchen and pantry were easily accessible, and a small door to the side showed where her bathroom was. Curtains and rugs in blues, oranges, and creams complemented the interior, giving the space a warm and welcoming feel. Yeah, this is where I live." She glanced behind him and then shut the door. Flynne turned, taking in the flush to her cheeks and the way she averted her eyes. "What's wrong? Is it because I'm early?" But he had a feeling she was upset he'd found out her secret. Now that he knew she really did live there, Flynne didn't feel like he was actually going crazy, wondering why she kept calling it her home. She slapped her hands on the sides of her thighs and leaned her head back. "Are you going to tell Will?" She bit her lower lip and dropped her gaze from the ceiling to meet his gaze. Flynne squared himself up to her position and offered a confused smile. "Now, why would I need to talk to Will about this? Are you planning on having him stay over or something?" The sudden image of Kali being with Will stirred up Flynne's jealousy, and he pulled back at the odd sensation. He wasn't a jealous guy. He'd never liked anyone enough to care. He was just friends with Kali. He didn't care who she was with. If she wanted to date Will, then that was her prerogative. He conveniently chose to ignore the fact that he wanted Kali to fall in love with him. Right then wasn't the time to think about goals. Kali laughed, shaking her head. "No, not even close. I mean, no offense. I know he's your friend and all that, and he's good-looking enough. He's not." She touched her finger to the side of her mouth while she thought, then dropped her finger and half shrugged. "He seems more like he's a pencil pusher than a cowboy, you know?" What was she saying? "So essentially, you're saying he's not your type." He didn't know why, but that left him feeling a lot lighter than it should have. And if cowboys were her type, Flynne had more of a chance than he'd thought. Not that he was looking for a chance. What was wrong with him? Right, he's not my type. She stared up into Flynne's eyes, as if she could feel the pull between them like he could. Why was it, when they took a small break from fighting, Flynne could actually see the flecks of gold in her eyes, and he could see the creamy smoothness of her skin? But when they fought, all he could see was the electricity in her eyes and the stubbornness in her beautiful jaw. She was no less beautiful. He just couldn't stop the fight between them when it was raging so strong. He better break the connection before they became distracted and started arguing about something. He wasn't foolish enough to think their temporary truce was anything but what they'd called it. "Are you ready? I thought we might get started early. You'll need to leave with me, though. I don't want anyone to think either of us had anything to do with this." Flynne left the welcoming ambience of her apartment to stand on the landing above the stable. "The horses won't get hurt, will they? I can't allow that." Kali paused at the door, pulling on cowboy boots with scuffed toes and sides. She stood, studying Flynne with worry in her eyes. Flynne paused mid-step. "You think I would do something that would harm an animal, or even potentially could hurt one?" Kali glanced down at the floor and then back up at Flynne. She sighed, shaking her head and folding her arms. "I'm sorry. You're right. I actually like how much you like animals. I'm just nervous." She offered a closed lip smile that might have been an attempt at more apologies or a nervous glimmer of how she really felt. "Come on, we have some work to do." Flynne grinned, reaching out and wrapping his arm around her shoulders as they descended the stairs together. Flynne would hold on to as many minutes as he could get with Kali, where the tension was purely about attraction and nothing else. He wasn't sure how long it was going to last. That's what worried him the most.
Chapter 15. Samantha. I love your accent. What part of Australia are you from? Samantha gripped the binder she held tight in her arms. She didn't want to be there with Will, and the woman whose name Samantha couldn't correctly pronounce if she had a week of Sundays to practice. Thank you. I'm actually from New Zealand. The woman's soft blonde hair moved when she spoke, but seemed to defy the strong June breeze working its way across the valley. Samantha glanced at Will as if to ask him what the difference was. Weren't they all on the same continent? Samantha smiled, falling behind Will and the woman as they walked around the exterior of the building. As you can see, the stable is set up for multiple horses. The property is zoned for commercial use and... Samantha coughed, blinking at the sudden haziness in the air. Was that smoke? Will turned to face Samantha, his brow furrowed. Is that a fire? He left out the horrendous smell accompanying the smoke seeping from around the side of the building. Deep down, Samantha had a feeling this was what Kali and Flynne had worked on. Flynne had told Kali and Samantha not to tell each other what was happening so that Samantha wouldn't be complicit and she'd be at least partially surprised. She shrugged at Will and strode around the side of the building, coming to a jerky stop at the sight of a large mound of manure and straw mixed together at the north side of the building. Smoke smoldered from the pile. The woman covered her mouth and nose and blinked in horror at the pile. Shaking her head, she groaned. What is that? It's pretty common to have on farms. They might be burning for vermin or something. I'll have to find out for you. Would you like to see inside? Samantha treated it as if it were normal, throwing in the vermin comment to sweeten the deal. Will tilted his head to the side but didn't say anything. Samantha couldn't help wondering just how long he'd been out of the farming world, if he'd ever really belonged. No, I've seen all I need to see. The woman wrinkled her nose and dropped her hand to shake Will's. Thank you, Mr. Gibbons, I'll be in touch. She ignored Samantha and stormed off, as if she couldn't get far enough away from the fire. I'll have to ask Kali why there was a fire today when she knew we had the showing. Samantha smiled reassuringly at Will, who studied her in silence for a moment. Finally, as if he'd gotten the answer he needed, he nodded. Shall we head back? Samantha returned the nod and followed as Will returned to the car she'd driven in. The woman had been driven by a driver in a dark SUV, and they'd already reached the road. Will had ridden with Samantha, and he climbed into the passenger side of the vehicle, his phone out as he thumbed a message on the screen. Samantha wasn't sure what else Flynne and Kali had planned, but she hoped whatever it was, Will wouldn't be there to witness anymore. What if he suspected they were trying to sabotage the sale? What would he do then? Chapter 16. Kali sitting on a newer boarding horse, Kali glanced at Flynne. The horse shifted under her but didn't break away from the post they'd taken up. Do you think that will work? Would she be stuck doing fires every time someone came to see the place? Flynne stared out over the land leading to the stables off in the distance. His unreadable expression didn't give away what he was thinking. and that might have been more infuriating for Kali than she was comfortable letting on. I don't know. The problem is we can't use this method every time. Why? Kali just needed a how to keep buyers from buying tutorial. She'd looked up on the internet ways to keep people from buying real estate, and all of the options were outside of her control. She couldn't put in an NFL stadium or a landfill. What was she supposed to do if she wanted to scare people off from buying the place? She needed something she could do on her own. Involving Flynne every time seemed like she might be putting herself into temptation's path. She would have to look more closely at just what that meant when she wasn't distracted by Flynne's calm attitude and insanely good looks. Well, if you want something that will work on a more permanent basis that can't be pinned to you, we need to come up with something that doesn't involve manure piles or bugs. Flynne readjusted the hat on his head, glancing at Kali with amusement in his eyes. Bugs? Why would Flynne bring up bugs? Yeah, I was thinking we could have cockroaches or something climbing out of the walls on the next one, but then I thought maybe you wouldn't like that? He glanced at her, his lips curved up in a teasing smile. The teasing was lost on Kali as she imagined cockroaches swarming the stable where she lived. Yeah, let's go without the bugs. She chewed on the inner side of her cheek and glanced apprehensively at Flynne. Did he have something else in mind? She was trying to learn from him since she'd never really experienced the process of selling a property, let alone trying to prevent it. Well, I think we need something that will leave a bad taste in people's mouths. Like a ghost or something? Is there any way we could start a rumor that the stables were built on a Native American burial ground or something? Flynne's intense blue eyes shifted from staring at the stables to focusing on Kali. Her breath hitched and she almost forgot the question. After a second of gathering her thoughts, she licked her lower lip and straightened her shoulders. This was Flynne Wilson. She shouldn't be flustered around him. He was Flynne. He drove her nuts, and not in a good way. It isn't, but I could say that, sure. She didn't expand on the fact that she had some friends on the Salish reservation just north of where they were, who might even come down and help make that illusion a reality. Okay, then we need to maybe perpetuate that idea. A buzzing came from the inner pocket of his duster. Flynne pulled out his phone, letting the buzzing continue as he stared down at the screen. He glanced up at Kali, a grin highlighting the sharp angle of his jaw. It's Will. He said the first sale didn't go through because of a pile of burning manure. Well, he didn't use those words exactly. Hold on. Flynne typed out a message and retucked the phone away. Kali watched in curiosity. Was he going to tell her what he'd sent? What did you tell him? Kali ignored her embarrassment at asking, but she wanted to know. It concerned her, too. I just said that those things are normal on a daily basis, and I wouldn't worry about it. He laughed, shaking his head. Come on, let's go take care of the mess we made. You're going to help me clean it up? Kali wasn't sure why he was helping her, but she wasn't going to push him away. Shoveling the manure out of the stalls and then bringing it in from the back pasture had been a headache with just the two of them. She hadn't been looking forward to the cleanup. Sure, why wouldn't I? I helped make the mess. He picked up the reins to his horse and cocked his head her direction. You didn't actually think I would leave all of that to you, did you? Well, I don't know. Kali swallowed, nervous to say what she was thinking, but not so cowed by him she couldn't be her forthright self. Honestly, I don't know why you're doing any of this. I don't know why you would help me. I don't know why you would be here. It's not like we like each other, Flynne. Flynne nudged his horse, and Kali followed suit, her horse falling into step beside his. After a minute of silence, Flynne spoke quietly, his words barely carrying over the soft breeze. I thought we were going to be friends. He didn't ask it, but the question was there in his words. Kali stopped her horse and stared at Flynne's back until he too stopped and wheeled the horse around to face Kali. He gripped the saddle horn with both hands and stared at her. We said we're friends, Flynne, but what does that mean? Because you're friends with Will and look what you're doing to him. I just don't understand the reason for that. She leaned her head back, her cowboy hat staying firmly in place. After a minute, she straightened and jutted her chin to the side. At least I can ask you. I have this. She shook her head and closed her eyes for the briefest moment before opening them again and then shaking her head. Never mind. He wouldn't understand. No one would. Even Samantha didn't understand the full extent of what the Secret Santa's role was in Kali's life. No, go on. You have what? Flynne waited patiently for her to go on. Kali couldn't help it. She needed to talk to someone who was as unbiased as they came. Samantha just brushed off the charity of the Secret Santa, but Kali couldn't get it out of her head. It didn't make sense. She needed to hear other options, and Flynne was offering to be her friend. Like, really be her friend. She sighed and shook her head. Okay, look. I've been doing those fundraisers since January, right? Well, I have someone who is posing as a Secret Santa and giving me extra money. Surprise made Flynne blink at Kali before saying anything. A Secret Santa, in Mistletoe. Rolling her eyes, Kali nodded. I know, it's cliché. Seriously, I don't know what to think or what to do. Whoever it is, they keep giving me money and not like a small amount either. I don't know how to reach out. I don't know how to thank them. And here I am, asking you about what I should do. What's wrong with asking me? We're friends, remember? He grinned at her, the curve in his lips making Kali catch her breath. Right. Friends. So, what do you think, friend? What should I do? Kali nudged her horse forward, and Flynne turned his to fall into line with hers. What she was really doing was trying to figure out just what was expected of her from her friends. Secret, or otherwise. Well, if there's no way to get a hold of this person, why do you need to? Flynne kept his gaze ahead, but his tone easygoing. That's a good question. I don't know, I just want to. Is that a good enough reason? Kali wasn't sure how to act in this scenario, and she certainly didn't know why she cared so much what Flynne thought. Well, if you want to get a hold of them and you think they're here in Mistletoe, why not post something on the board in the cafe? Everyone goes in there at some point, right? Flynne shrugged toward Kali, his eyes inquisitive as he studied her. She nodded slowly. Yeah, actually, you're right. Thanks. Good idea. They fell into an easygoing silence as they continued riding the horses across the fairly even terrain. Then a thought occurred to her. Who do you think it is? Do you think they know me? What if... I don't know. What if I can't stand them? Flynne chuckled. I would assume they know you, right? They'd have to, if they're giving you money. And what if you can't stand them? What if they're not what you're looking for at all? What if they just want to be friends like us? Flynne raised his hands as if to say, what if one more time? Kali turned her gaze to Flynne and held his with hers for a drawn-out minute. I don't know what we are, Flynne, but we aren't like other friends. I know that much. She smiled at him, devoid of rancor or frustration like she normally felt toward him. The shift in the dynamics of their relationship confused her. One minute she couldn't stand to be around him, and the next she sought his advice on what he thought about her Secret Santa. And forget about the fact that he made her insides quiver. Something tender in the way Flynne looked at her brought Kali back to just what she was saying and doing. She shook her head, scrunching her nose. That's a great idea. I'm going to do it. Can you imagine if he's my Prince Charming? I know that sounds dumb, but Samantha and I always teased each other about someday finding him. She always had Austin and never realized it, and I've never had anyone. So, this would be fun, wouldn't it? She hoped he didn't notice the heat flushing her cheeks. Why was she talking about this with Flynne Wilson? He wanted to be her friend, sure, but he didn't necessarily want to talk about those kinds of things. Flynne arched his eyebrows. Yeah, just think about it. He could be Old Man Creed down at the motel. Your match. Your one true match. He winked as she mockingly groaned and laughed at the same time. Well, what if it's him? He could love you desperately and you're making a joke. He's like 50 years older than me, at least." Kali laughed, glancing down at her horse's mane and the way the long strands seemed glossier than the rest of her coat. "Actually, I kind of wish this person would just make himself known. If it's a guy, maybe I don't know." She laughed again. "I don't know why I'm telling you this. You can't possibly understand." "What couldn't I understand?" Flynne wasn't laughing. Instead, he seemed to have taken a serious bend to the conversation. They were getting closer to the stables, but neither of them seemed in that big of a hurry. Taking a deep breath, Kali murmured, "I'm not trying to be disrespectful or anything. It's just, you don't seem to be having any problems in the romance department." "Because I date a lot? I think that's actually evidence that my success in the romance department is severely lacking." Flynne's wry grin left Kali feeling more than a little embarrassed. "I'm sorry, you're right. I guess I just assumed that you made the choice to not seriously see anyone." Kali bit her tongue as they came to a stop outside the stables and both dismounted from their horses. A man like Flynne could probably have anyone he wanted, and yet there he was saying he wasn't happy. Flynne didn't say anything as he looped his horse reins around the post nearest him. Truly uncomfortable for the first time all day, Kali searched for something to say. She didn't know how to apologize for her assumptions without bringing more attention to what she'd assumed. Flynne turned, facing her. They weren't more than 3 feet apart, and yet she could feel his body heat coming off him in waves. His gaze softened. "Just so we're clear, Kali, I'm a matchmaker, which means it's likely that it's going to be hard for me to find happiness. We're a picky lot. We don't truly believe in happy ever after. At least I don't. I think it's less realistic that I'll find someone who could love me for me than it is that I'll find someone who would want me for my money." Kali reared back, gripping the reins of her own horse tightly with indignation. "No, Flynne, you're much more than your money. If someone can't see that, then they don't deserve you, and you're better off without them." She reached out, resting her hand on his forearm. "You'll find someone. A find like you can't stay hidden forever." She stared into his eyes, her smile fading as slowly as his did. She blinked. She couldn't be standing there with him. Not like that. That wasn't how her relationship with Flynne Wilson was supposed to go. "Thank you for the help with the property today, and for the advice. I'll give it a try and let you know how it goes." She pulled herself together, leaving behind any temptation she might have to carry on another warm and fuzzy conversation with Flynne. Being vulnerable with someone was one thing. Being vulnerable with Flynne was dangerous. What if he took what he knew and turned it around to use against her at some point? She still didn't know what his agenda was, and with Flynne, Kali had to believe he had an agenda. Why else would he help her like he did? She didn't know how she knew, but she had a hardness in her gut that told her he wasn't just helping her because he was looking for a cause. Whatever Flynne was out to get, Kali stood in the way of that. Did she care what it was as long as his goals didn't interrupt hers? And then, did she really think she should reach out and try to contact her secret Santa? Did she do something about separating whoever it was from the secret part of things, or did she leave the mystery there, never seeing them, meeting them, or thanking them? All of it was more confusing than she wanted things to be, because when it came right down to it, if the land sold, she would be pursuing a life away from Mistletoe. Whatever Flynne wanted wouldn't matter to her, and whoever her secret Santa was wouldn't matter either. She'd be gone.
Chapter 17. Austin. You should have seen it. I couldn't stop laughing after I dropped Gibbons off, Austin. It was like... Samantha broke down into a fit of giggles, her adorably bright eyes glassy with unshed humor-filled tears. She slapped the table between them and shook her head. If you could have seen the way the buyer looked, you would understand why I'm so consumed. She sighed, dabbing at the soft spots below her eyes. Austin's chest swelled. Samantha wouldn't be that open with anyone else in the world. She'd never admit to laughing at a potential buyer to anyone, because it wasn't safe to be that open and honest with just random people. No, they were best friends. The best. The closest. And even after being together as a couple like they were, Austin still couldn't believe she chose him. Even after being married at Christmas, Austin still had to pinch himself to make sure he was living the reality he'd always wanted. How long is this going to go on? Austin grabbed a fry from the plate between them, dipping it in the mound of ketchup Sam liked to keep at a certain height. She'd go crazy if it wasn't enough to submerge 1/3 of a fry in. She sobered, furrowing her brow and wrinkling her pert nose. I don't know. That's the hard part of all this. Kali doesn't have the money she's going to need to make that down payment. She shook her head and waved her hands as if to delete the air between them. Let's say she does get enough for the down payment. Let's say that against all odds, and I do mean all odds, Austin, she gets the money she needs. There isn't a bank around right now that would loan her the majority of the money she needs to buy that place. That property doesn't produce the type of income she would need to pay it off, along with everything else she's got to pay for. There's just... Her voice trailed off, but Austin could almost hear her finish her own sentence. No way. Well, I hope Kali gets everything she wants. She's a hard worker, and one of the only people I've ever seen stand up to Flynne. Austin grinned, sipping his chocolate shake at the memories of Kali repeatedly telling Flynne how uncouth and rude he was. Flynne always seemed a little bit more put in his place after a run-in with Kali Stanfords. Well, for once they're working together, which again is just throwing me. I don't know how she can work with him when he's the one trying to get in the way. But something flickered across her features. Austin cocked his head to the side, knitting his eyebrows as he studied his wife. Okay, spill. There's something you're not sharing. Samantha rolled her eyes. She finally gave in, huffing as she did so. Okay, between us, something is off between those two. I'm just not sure what. Flynne is helping her and I can't figure out why. What exactly is going on with him? He's not the type to be altruistic without reason. And there is no reason to help Kali unless... She's not his type, so don't get that idea. Austin brushed off the absurd notions running through Samantha's expression and transferring to his own thoughts. Flynne wasn't someone looking for commitment, certainly not from a stable and secure woman like Kali. Flynne would get eaten alive by her stubbornness and desire to do everything by herself. Well, most likely Kali isn't interested anyway. Most of the time she acts like she can't stand him, or most of you Wilson boys. Samantha quirked her eyebrow, laughing as she dunked a fry herself. Well, maybe she doesn't know us. He laughed in return. Talking with Samantha made Austin's entire day, and he didn't really care what they spoke about. As long as she was his, he couldn't see himself ever being unhappy. Chapter 18. Flynne. Taking a seat at the coffee shop on the north side of town, Flynne removed his hat and hung it on a hook just behind his head and above the booth. The lateness of the morning had most of the customers gone, leaving Flynne as one of 3 sitting in the booths and waiting to be served. Beatrice, a new-to-town woman who wanted to be matched to any of the romanticized Montana cowboys, approached Flynne's table, her order pad in hand. Hey, Flynne, what you having today? Can I get a bear claw and a coffee, please? He glanced at his watch and then smiled at the server. Since she was new to town and wouldn't really know who to tell the information Flynne needed to get out, she wouldn't spread the words that Flynne needed to cause questions within the community and to spread doubt among any potential buyers. No, Flynne needed Bobby. The shop's owner knew everyone, and then some, and was always looking for a chance to share juicy gossip. As if sensing Flynne was in the house, the owner appeared at the glass case. Flynne's here? I'll take him his order. Thanks, B. Bobby's auburn curls bounced around her shoulders as she strode from the back room. She held a plate in one hand and coffee in the other, suggesting she knew Flynne's order better than anyone, which she did. Flynne always got the same thing. Approaching the table, her grin wide and friendly, Bobby winked at Flynne as she got closer. Well, look what the hound's dragged in. Setting the order in front of him, Bobby slid into the seat across from him, steepling her fingers as she settled in. "Flynn, it's been a long time. Where have you been hiding?" "Here and there, Bobby. Nice to see you again." He didn't mention their failed attempt at dating. She wasn't going to bring it up, so why should he? They didn't have a connection, and Flynn had been doing the matchmaking long enough to know that if there was no spark, there was no hope for 50 years together. "Anything new going on? You look rather pensive." Bobby leaned back in the seat, watching as Flynn picked at the large glazed donut she'd set before him. "Well, yes and no." Flynn shot a searching gaze around the cafe, and then leaned toward Bobby, suggesting he conspiratorially needed to talk. "Can I ask you something?" Bobby's eyes widened, and she matched him, leaning forward and nodding quickly. "Of course, Flynn. You can ask me anything." She batted her false lashes at him, puckering her lips as if posing for some picture. Keeping his features serious, Flynn inhaled. "Well, the thing is, have you heard of any hauntings or anything around Mistletoe before?" Bobby blinked at him, and then blinked again. When she spoke, her voice was flat, and she leaned back just a bit, as if deflated. "Hauntings? Like ghosts?" Ignoring her incredulous tone, Flynn nodded. "Yeah. Is there a history of that here in this town?" He shrugged and leaned back, still picking at his donut. "The only reason I ask you is because you seem to know everything that goes on in this town. I thought if anyone would know, it would be you." He offered a side smile, meant to charm her. At the way her skepticism softened, Flynn could see it worked. "Well," she demurred, "it's not that I know everything. It's simply because so many people come in here. We're pretty busy, most of the time, you know." She studied him. "I've never heard of any ghosts, no. But if there were going to be some, I'd imagine they'd be of a Native American descent." She studied him, then leaned forward, resting her folded hands on the top of the table. "Why are you wondering about hauntings?" Flynn chuckled to himself, shaking his head. "Well, I was out at the stables. Hey, this is going to stay between us, right?" He waited for her immediate nod before he continued, certain nothing he'd ever said to her or would say to her would stay between them. "The thing is, I was out at the stables and Kali wasn't out there. I saw a hazy, I don't know, something. It looked like someone riding a horse, but there was nothing there. It kind of freaked me out." He glanced at Bobby and smiled sheepishly. "Thanks for listening, Bobby. I'm sure it's nothing. It was really out there." Bobby reached out, patting his hand with hers. "Of course, I understand. I'm sure it was nothing. I better get back to work. It was nice seeing you, Flynn." She slid from the booth and returned to the back office. Flynn grinned, eating his bear claw with relish. In about 15 minutes, there'd be a rumor rushing through the people of Mistletoe that Flynne Wilson had seen a ghost. She'd embellish it and make it bigger than it was, probably add her own details to it, just like everyone else she spoke to would. She'd most likely make him out to be weak and scared, or she wouldn't. If she wanted to date him, she wouldn't want him to appear less than masculine in anyone's eyes, and Flynn hoped it would become bigger than the county. As long as people talked about it, the bigger it would become. Nothing wrong with a little storytelling to brighten things up. He pulled out his phone and texted Kali. Message delivered. He didn't wait for a response. He'd rather see Kali in person than wait for a text anyway. Maybe he'd stop by later in the week to see her and check in on her. The last thing he needed to let on was just how much he actually wanted to see of her. Nothing good would come of him seeming like an over-eager high schooler chasing after a crush. The thought gave him pause. He wasn't crushing on Kali. He couldn't be. They were complete opposites. They would never work. Which was exactly why he couldn't stop thinking about her. Attraction wasn't the only important building block for a match, but Flynn couldn't help thinking it was an important one. He would never claim his attraction to Kali, not when he wasn't even sure what he was doing. If he wasn't sure what he wanted to do, or even what he wanted, then why was he doing things for Kali that he couldn't explain? Except, he could explain them, and that part drove him insane. His explanation wasn't going to be what he wanted to accept. She would run the other way if he told her he was her secret Santa, and he couldn't stop thinking about her. Even though he wasn't expecting it, Flynne couldn't help checking his phone repeatedly for an answering text. Would she reply, or was he going to be stuck on a hook all day wishing she would?
Chapter 19. Kali. Another showing. Okay, she could do this. She didn't need to call Flynne and ask for his help. He'd already showed her how to deal with each one. Something new and different each time. According to his text, he'd gotten the rumor to Bobby at the coffee shop. Kali didn't text him back. She didn't know how to respond when she was already so confused by the sudden appearance of butterflies in her stomach when she'd answered the buzz from his text. Even 2 simple words had sent her into some kind of overthinking mode. The call from Samantha soon after made Kali set her resolve. She could do this. Rummaging through a box of old letters and papers in the kitchen, Kali pulled out a small yellow piece of paper with roughed-up edges. She dialed the number, hoping it wasn't disconnected. It had been a while since she'd talked with Rachaya Two-Claw. Hello? The woman's voice was easily recognizable. Kali grinned. Chaya? It's Kali Stanfords, how are you? Wow, Kali, it's been forever. I'm great, how are you? Rachaya sounded happy, leaving Kali relieved that she could ask her without feeling like she was adding to her friend's burdens. Things are good. Well, that's not entirely true. But I've got a challenge ahead of me. The landowner is selling the property out from under me, and I was wondering if I could ask Black Hawk Squad for a favor. Kali explained what she had in mind, and Rachaya started laughing. Just a second, Kali. Maverick just walked in. Let me check with him. Still laughing, Rachaya muffled her end of the call and spoke to her brother. His answering laugh as Rachaya came on left Kali hopeful that things would work out. Maverick said he would be honored. Just text me the times you need him and the guys and they'll be there right away. Should they be in full war garb? A spark of excitement joined the mirth in Rachaya's tone. You know what? That would probably be the icing on the cake. Kali laughed and they said their goodbyes. Her friend understood encroachment. They would help try to keep the land in local hands. And it sounded like the guys would have a blast doing it. Texting the time of the next showing to Rachaya, Kali smiled. If nothing else, it would be a sight to see. Salish braves riding in the afternoon sunlight in full warrior dress. They never got to do that unless it was for a gathering or a ceremony. Unfortunately, Kali wouldn't be able to be there to witness it, though. Flynne had been adamant about not being present when the land was being tainted. Something about her presence would be attached to the experience, and they would immediately think she had something to do with it. Kali didn't want that. She didn't want Flynne thinking she couldn't do anything, though, either. A lot could go wrong. She didn't want to mess up and have Flynne find out. For some reason, she cared what he thought. As things got closer to the showing, though, Kali wanted to talk things out with him, even as annoying as he was. No, she couldn't bug him with her problems. She'd already gotten so much advice and help from him as it was. Instead, she decided to do what he suggested with regards to the Secret Santa issues. On the day of the showing, Kali rode one of the horses into town and stopped at the diner. She'd pre-written a short note to put in a corner of the message board. Using a thumbtack from the grouped tacks in the top center of the board, she pinned the small note in the bottom corner. On the 3x5 card she'd handwritten, Secret Santa, can we meet? I would love to talk to you. Was it too desperate, reaching out to him like she was? Was it egotistical to think it was a man? What if she had a friend who was trying to help her without her knowing? Well, if nothing else, she'd tried. She just wanted to know. Kali wasn't good with secrets. She needed to know what was going on, and she didn't like surprises. With the Secret Santa situation, she wasn't in control, and she had no idea what was going on, and she was continuously surprised. Kali still hadn't decided if that was a good thing or not. Oh, nice, you're finally doing it. I wondered when you would put something up. Flynn's rumbly voice made Kali straighten her shoulders before she turned to face him. Her smile was genuine and her chest warm when her gaze fell on his face. "When did you get here?" Heat flooded her features and she glanced behind him, not surprised to see he'd ridden his horse into town as well. "I just rode up. Do you think they'll answer?" Flynne glanced past her, taking in the note Kali had posted. "What do you need to talk to them about?" Kali knitted her eyebrows together and pulled her head back. "Well, that's between them and me. Why are you so nosy?" She wasn't sure if she was teasing or being serious. Why did he care about her secret Santa? Maybe she should have listened to herself and not told him as much as she had. He shrugged, grinning down at her. "Just curious. When's the next showing? I've got some more ideas." He rubbed his hands together gleefully and winked at her. Kali shifted her boots, transfixed by the glint in his eyes. "There's one going on right now, actually." Something akin to hurt dimmed the sparkle in his gaze. "You have a showing right now? Why didn't you let me know?" His disappointment was palpable, making Kali uncomfortable. She shifted her boots and glanced toward the inner workings of the diner and then back to his face. I called a friend of mine on the reservation. I didn't want to bother you." Why did she suddenly feel so bad that she'd left him out of things? Her reasonings at the time seemed logical, but seeing his expression left her certain she'd made the wrong decision. "Right. Okay, well, good luck. I better get going. Nice seeing you, Kali." Flynne turned, leaving her standing there alone. He mounted his horse and didn't look back as he rode off down the street. She had definitely hurt his feelings. She'd let him down, and that bothered her. They didn't even like each other. Why did she care if his feelings were hurt? And she had to admit, as she watched his broad back disappear down the street, she actually liked him a lot more than she wanted to own. What if she'd actually hurt him? She'd liked the reprieve from the hurtful tension between them when they'd seemed to declare their truce. Now, the only tension she felt between them had been from an attraction she just didn't want to define. If she was attracted to him now, then why would she think she wasn't attracted to him before? Was that why she'd been so snappy with him before? Did she find him appealing in more ways than one? He was off limits to her and she couldn't explain why. Because he was friends with the property owner and her boss? Because he was a Wilson and she wasn't from the rich part of town? Having Flynne in her life as anything other than the antagonist he'd always been didn't seem smart on her part. They would bug each other and fight with each other, and then when she let his kind actions soften her heart, he'd walk away. He was a Wilson and he was Flynne. His good looks made him impossible to turn away from, combined with his charm. Kali ran the risk of being lumped in with every other woman out there, at risk of falling for a Wilson and having no shot at winning his heart. No. What Kali needed to do was focus on her dreams, buying the land and growing the business. That's all she needed to be happy. Anything else was just extra drama she didn't want or need. As she straightened her shoulders in resolve, Kali ignored the sinking feeling that she'd hurt Flynne's feelings. If she didn't care, that was one thing. But she cared, and that was infinitely more dangerous for her than just a twinge of guilt. She better get over it, or some of her other decisions would be hard to make because they certainly wouldn't make Flynne feel warm and fuzzy when she made them. Chapter 20. Samantha. Narrowing her eyes, Samantha whispered angrily into the phone as she stared out the front windshield of her car. "Flynne, did you do this? This is unbelievable. Are you kidding me? I can't believe—" She jumped in her seat as one of the Native American braves on horseback gave a chilling war cry and threw a spear at the fence post. The well-crafted arrow tip stuck into the splits of the post with chilling accuracy, leaving little doubt as to what would happen if he aimed elsewhere. Samantha and the car following her, which held the potential, well, not potential anymore, buyers and Will were roadblocked before even getting all the way up the drive. They hadn't turned fully onto the gravel road, and Samantha wasn't sure they'd be able to get out. "Do what? I haven't done anything. What is that noise?" Flynne sounded confused and amused. He guarded his tone with confusion, but Samantha had a feeling he knew more than he let on. Samantha rolled her eyes. The Salish Braves are protecting the stables. I have no idea what is going on, but I'm here for a showing. I called Kali and let her know about it yesterday, and now I'm under attack. I just got this car, Flynne. If something happens to it, I won't be happy. The Flynne and Kali duo were up to no good. Samantha was witnessing that in person. Flynne stifled a laugh. I didn't know you had a showing until just a few minutes ago. Kali must have been busy. She didn't tell me anything. I'm sorry I missed the planning on this one. He coughed, but it was clearly to cover up his chuckle. Yeah, I had a showing. Emphasis on had. Samantha's sigh ended on a slight chuckle as the car behind her peeled out and sprayed gravel down the road as it ran from the attacking natives. Dang it, this is not going to be good on the review page. As soon as the other vehicle was out of sight, Samantha rolled down her window and waved. Okay, I'll talk to you later. Thanks, Flynne. They hung up. A tall man on the back of a dark brown mare slowed his attack on a fence post and came at her, galloping to a standstill as he offered her a grin. Samantha arched an eyebrow and draped her arm out the windowsill. The tall man jerked his chin toward her, the beautiful but terrifying war paint on his skin curving and crinkling with his grin. Hey, Sam. Maverick. Ugh, I should have known. Did Kali put you up to this? They'd all known Maverick's family when the Salish community needed a place to board their horses during fire season. One year, things got out of hand. Kali had taken them in and hadn't charged them. She said neighbors needed to be helped. They'd all been friends ever since. Shaking her head, Samantha couldn't stop grinning. Well, thanks for doing this for her. I'll let her know what a fabulous job you guys did. His eyes softened and he nodded. Thanks. Let Kali know Morgan wants her to come over, but only if she promises to bring some of those cupcakes Carrie makes. Morgan's pregnant again and eating us out of house and home. Samantha chuckled. I'll tell her. Maverick wheeled his horse around and whistled, gathering his friends and family. They rode off into the distance, whooping and hollering like they hadn't had that kind of fun in years. Samantha rested her hands on the lower curve of her steering wheel. She certainly hoped Kali got to keep the property. She had a lot of friends putting their necks on the line to help her.
Chapter 21. Samantha hung up before Flynne could ask her anything else. He had so many questions, and he just wanted to know what Kali was thinking. He didn't want Kali to know she'd wounded him, but she had. After Kali had left the diner, Flynne had returned. He wanted to answer the card she'd left for the Secret Santa, but he didn't want to get caught. Shifting on the booth seat, Flynne couldn't make himself look away from the board set up in the space between the interior door and the exterior door. The board where Kali had tacked her note to her Secret Santa. Him. He couldn't take the card. Not when so many people were there and could see him. He had to do it when there was a strong lull in customers and the majority of the staff were busy elsewhere. He sensed that the time was coming. His plan was to walk by and then stop, staring at a different notice posted above. He'd hurriedly swap out the card there for the one he'd written on. He could do that. He just couldn't get caught. There were so many possibilities associated with being discovered. If Kali found out Flynne was her Secret Santa, she would never accept any help from him again. She wouldn't accept help from Flynne already. The only in he had was associated with keeping himself anonymous as her Secret Santa. Kali was just stubborn enough. She would watch her dreams get sold out from under her to avoid asking for Flynne's help. Well, that might not be completely true. She'd asked for his help on what to do with the property, and he'd had some fun ideas, but she hadn't contacted him for the latest showing. To be honest, it sounded like she had a great idea on what to do. He couldn't wait to find out more, but she'd gone forward without asking Flynne, proving yet again that her independence was more important to her than anything else. Was that so bad? No. In fact, Flynne found her stubborn streak appealing since most women gave in on what they wanted or thought simply because he disagreed with them, that he didn't care about their ideas, when that couldn't be further from the truth. He'd never experienced that with Kali. In fact, Flynne would go so far as to say that she argued with him simply because she wanted to disagree with everything he said. Flynne glanced down at the small card he hid in his palm. "I'll be at the auction. Bidding." That was all the information he could give her. Plus, it might force her hand into going up for auction. Taylor had mentioned something about Kali didn't feel she would get any money for herself, and she wanted more eligible people up there to be bid on. He had to admit, the auction was a terrific idea. Putting him as a front runner, however, was not. He couldn't bid anything up if he was on the stage. And getting Kali the most money he could would only happen if he could bid on her. Because bidding on anyone else just wasn't an option. As if a plug was pulled, customers started leaving the diner in 2s and 3s, suddenly leaving Flynne sitting alone while the waitress cleared tables and put the tubs of dirty dishes into the back of the kitchen. If he was ever going to get an opportunity, it was going to be right then. Standing, Flynne tossed some bills on the table for his coffee, and he strode from the dining area. In the foyer, he paused, like he planned to stop at the board, stared at a top corner of the corkboard rectangle, and then deftly switched out the cards in the bottom. Taking a deep breath, he strode from the diner, his pulse racing. It wasn't the end of the world if he got caught. His nerves, though, suggested that he wanted to help Kali a lot more than he was admitting, even to himself. All he had to do was get to the auction and make sure he got her cash. That's what he had to keep telling himself. Flynne ignored the twinge of hurt he had at the thought that she'd pushed him out of helping with the sabotage of showings. She was independent. He had to keep that in mind. One of the things he loved about her couldn't also be one of the things that drove him nuts about her, could it? No. He'd have to learn to get over those things. At least, he'd have to if he wanted to stay in her life. He needed to figure out what capacity he wanted with her. Because no matter what he wanted, he had to make sure it was what she wanted. Could they only be friends? Or could Flynne have the option for more? And that's when the truth hit him. He wanted more with Kali. He wanted the chance to see what they could do together, and not as friends. Great. Her independently stubborn streak was going to be the death of them before he'd even had a chance to prove to her how good they could be. Climbing on Jezebel, Flynne narrowed his eyes. He had to figure out how to get Kali to soften toward him. Giving Kali money suddenly seemed a whole lot easier when compared to getting her to like him. Exponentially easier. Chapter 22. David. That particular date in June was never one David appreciated. When he'd been married, it was the day his wife would remind him she'd shackled herself to a nobody and trapped herself in the worst kind of hell. Every day since she left, on that date to be exact, David not only had their wedding to be reminded of, but the way she'd looked at him as she walked out of the house with her bags in tow. She'd been smug and curt and laughed at him for being a fool. A fool. Was love supposed to hurt like that? Was he supposed to bend over backwards to prove to his wife day in and day out that he'd do whatever it took to make her happy? She always blamed him for being miserable. And then, she cheated on him, cuckolding him in front of the entire town, and maybe the county. David didn't drink on principle, but once a year at 6 p.m. on that day, he poured himself a shot of whiskey and toasted his empty life and his rich ex-wife. He swirled his glass tumbler, watching the amber liquid inside move like a tornado as it trapped a small bubble in the peak of the swirling liquor. Why wasn't he enough for her? Why weren't their girls enough? Why wasn't the ranch enough? Why wasn't their family enough? He tried to show her he loved and appreciated her. He did whatever she wanted, gave her whatever she wanted. She rarely even smiled at him. His phone buzzed, and David blinked at the screen as he continued swirling the contents in his glass. The message was from Elizabeth. She was the only woman who he didn't have to act like something other than he was. Putting their enigmatic quarrel behind them had been the best decision the Deans and Wilsons had made. True, it made it easier when Roman had returned to Mistletoe to fix his mistakes with Taylor, but that wasn't the only thing that had fixed the broken town. Taking a deep breath, David leaned forward, pulling his phone into his hand. He studied the screen, sipping from his tumbler, as he considered what Elizabeth might want or need. Plus, he wanted a moment to relish the extra zing of excitement he got just knowing she'd reached out to him first. After another moment, he swiped the screen and pressed the text icon. "I'm thinking about you. I hope you're doing okay. I survived the anniversary of his death. You can survive this." David set the glass on the coffee table and closed his eyes. Dang it. He'd forgotten to reach out on her dead husband's anniversary of death. David had been so consumed with getting past his own day of hell, he hadn't even thought of anyone else. What was wrong with him? She must think he was rude and uncouth. He cared, he really did. But for some reason, he'd skipped the memory of her losing her husband. Now that he thought about it, was it just coincidence Jennifer had left David a week after Simon had died? Why would the events happen within a week of each other if they weren't related? Why would Jennifer destroy the second family of Mistletoe in such a short amount of time? Certainly, she knew what she was doing. The girls suffered great loss at the same time that the Wilson boys were emotionally destroyed. David lifted his head and texted her back, "I'm sorry I missed it. Thanks for reaching out. You always say just the right thing." Her reply came pretty fast. "Psh. Mine is something I can move on from. I don't have a living ex running around out there somewhere. Death you can grieve and move on. Divorce will always haunt you. It's just the way it is." He stared at her text for a long time, grateful that she didn't try to make him feel bad for missing her day. But also, he'd never thought of it that way. Of course, secretly, he'd wished he had the closure Elizabeth had. Not that he wished Jennifer or anyone dead, but to be free of the stress and anxiety around her abandonment, that she might one day come to take the girls away from him, that she might one day come back and try to get back into their lives. All of it haunted him. Yes, Elizabeth had a good word for it. Haunted. How did she know exactly what to say, exactly what he needed to hear? Why did she get him when even he wasn't sure he understood himself? And the most important question of all, why couldn't David have met Elizabeth first?
Chapter 23. Lily. Less than a week to go and the auction would be upon them. Thankfully, Lily didn't have to worry about being put on the stage or even expected to bid. Brock was the only man she wanted and would ever want. Having her own romance, though, didn't detract from the excitement of the event. She did have a very specific sister that all of them wanted to see participate in the event. Lily had been tasked with getting Carrie to sign up as an auctioned bachelorette, which wasn't going to be easy. Lily knocked on the door to the main Dean house. Of course she could walk in, but lately she felt weird going anywhere. Home, work, even her childhood house. Maybe it was because she didn't even feel comfortable in her own skin. That happened when you felt like your body was betraying you. And wasn't hers? Wasn't her body letting her down? She'd been trying for months and months to get pregnant with Brock. They'd had a few times where she'd been late and her hopes had risen to astronomical heights, only to be dashed on the rocks of sadness when she'd started her cycle the next day or the day after that. Lily blinked back tears as she waited for someone to answer the door. She turned, folding her arms and staring out across the green fields, stretching around the ranch-style home. She breathed in deep, desperate to let go of the bitterness she felt toward her sister. She didn't want to be jealous of Taylor being pregnant with twins. Twins. She already had a baby boy. Why did Taylor get twins? Lily swallowed down the tight lump stuck in her throat. She refused to blame her sister. She was happy as could be for the growing family and wouldn't wish her own pain on anyone else. She just also wanted to be happy and having babies and moving forward with Brock. Full-sized tears rolled down her cheeks, leaving hot tracks of despair on her smooth skin. Lily barely acknowledged their presence. She was too wrapped up in her own agony to care what was going on with her face. The door opened, and Lily turned distractedly back to face forward. Carrie's eyes grew wide, and she stepped toward Lily, wrapping her arms around her sister and pulling her to the side of the porch. "Come on, let's sit down." She left the front door open, as if welcoming in the early summer air. They sank onto the porch swing, settling into the well-padded cushions and leaning back against the Adirondack-style backing. "Tell me what's going on." Carrie's tone wouldn't be argued with. And for once, Lily didn't want to. She wanted to be heard. She wanted to unload what was in her heart, regardless of the consequences. She took a ragged breath, and when she started speaking, the words tumbled from her like rocks from a broken colander. "Taylor is having all the babies. I want some babies. Even just one. I just want one and we can't. I don't know why, but we're having so many problems. I know it's my fault. I know there's something wrong with my body. There's something wrong with me. What if the universe thinks I'd make a horrible mother? What if the universe thinks I'll be like our mom? What if Brock starts to hate me because I can't have his babies?" The fears and insecurities and doubts just fell from her as if something squeezed her heart and drained everything out for Carrie to clean up. Carrie pulled Lily closer, hugging her tight as she used the tip of her toes to push the swing backward and then forward. "Shh. It's okay." As Lily sobbed into Carrie's embrace, she let it out. She couldn't cry on Brock's shoulder like that. Not because he would judge her or make her feel less than. No, instead it was because she didn't want to make him feel worse. He was already worried that he was the reason they couldn't have children, but Lily knew it wasn't him. She knew it. Deep down, she could feel that it was something she was doing wrong. Her sobs calmed and she sniffed as she pulled from Carrie's arms. She wiped at her face with the back of her hand and stared embarrassedly out at the afternoon view of the land. I'm failing, Brock, and I don't want to fail." "Psh, you're not doing anything wrong. This isn't a punishment for something you may or may not have done. This has nothing to do with your failures or your sins or anything else. It's simply something you and Brock have to somehow get through." Carrie nodded. Her eyes narrowed as she studied her sister for a long time. "Look, I'm serious when I say this, okay? If anyone deserves to be a mother or would make a great mom, it's you. But that's not the way the world works. If the world worked like that, I'd find a really skinny man to marry and I'd get to spend the rest of my life trying to fatten him up. That would be justified, right? But as it is, I can't find anyone. At least you have Brock. At least you won't turn into the crazy cat lady on Spinster Lane." Carrie chuckled, but her tone held a tinge of fear. Lily sniffed, keeping her shoulders rounded forward, but she shook her head. "You'll never be a crazy cat lady. You don't like cats." She offered a side smile that was half serious and half teasing. Carrie rocked to the side, nudging Lily with her shoulder and shaking her head as they continued swinging back and forth. "It's not that I don't like them, it's that I prefer dogs more." She laughed and shook her head again. "But seriously, Lily, it's something you have to go through. I'm sorry that you do, but you might look at other options. There's adoption, fostering kids, and in vitro to start with. You have so many options. I'd hate to see you give up because you're having issues with the conventional methods." Lily turned her head, staring at Carrie with her eyes wide. "I didn't even think about adopting or anything else. I was so wrapped up in what we couldn't do that I wasn't seeing what we could do." "You're right. Thanks, Carrie." Carrie laughed, patting her sister's hand. She froze, furrowing her brow as she stopped the swing from moving and leaned forward. She sniffed the air, then bounded from the swing. "I hope you're hungry. It smells like my angel food cake is finished. We're having huckleberry shortcake." "Isn't that strawberry shortcake?" Lily stood, following Carrie from the porch to the kitchen. Carrie shook her head as she grabbed up a folded kitchen towel and turned to the oven. "Kind of, but instead of strawberries, I'm using huckleberries I picked the other day. I can't wait to see what the homemade cream tastes like on all of this mess." The mess she pulled out of the oven was anything but. The angel food cake was spongy and bounced on the counter when Kari tapped it from the bundt cake pan. The huckleberry mixture thickened on the side in a stainless steel pan. "Did you come over because you were upset? That would make me upset too." Kari smiled reassuringly at Lily and sliced the angel food cake in half. Lily sank on the stool at the counter and leaned forward on her elbows. Actually, I came here to see if you're going to sign up to be on the auction block or not. I was just caught up in my own thoughts when you opened the door. She grinned sheepishly. Sorry about that. You should be sorry that you're asking me to do the auction. I don't want to be humiliated, Lily. All those people. No one is going to want to bid on me. Carrie groaned, placing the bottom half of the bunt on a glass display dish. She covered the cake with a white whipped cream mixture and drizzled it with huckleberry sauce. The other half of the cake followed, and Lily couldn't look away as Carrie easily built a layered shortcake right before Lily's eyes. First of all, you won't be humiliated. You're gorgeous, Carrie, and you're smart, and you have this amazing talent that anyone would kill for. Lily arched an eyebrow. I'd bid on you just for your no-bake cookies alone. She grinned when Carrie rolled her eyes over her shoulder. Oh, you're funny, aren't you? She sighed. No. I don't think I have a match out there. You guys know these types of things don't turn out well. It's fine. I'll donate a ton of cookies and whatever else you guys want, but I'm not interested in the rest of it. Well, I'm just trying to figure out a good person to put on stage. We all agree you're a great option. Think about it. Because if we don't put you up there, we'll have to put someone else, and I can't think of anyone else. Lily wrinkled her nose. You'd be the best one to bring the most money. I was even thinking we could pass around samples of your cooking while we have you on stage. Wouldn't that be cute? Carrie cocked her head to the side. Can I do a different kind of auction? So instead of auctioning me off for a date, I could be entered to cook a meal and treats for one of the other dates. Do you think that would be doable? Lily sighed. Probably. But then it went against what everyone's plans were to have Carrie auctioned. They wanted her married and settled. She herself made comments regularly about how she hoped to find love and someone to cook for. David even teased his girls that it was time to get Carrie married off so he could fit back into his pants. Carrie grinned. Let's do that then. That way I'm not stressed out and it's worth far more than just a date with me. Okay, that works. Thanks. Except Lily wasn't really that excited. She'd have to tell everyone she'd dropped the ball to get Carrie to the auction as an entrant. Most likely Taylor would tease Lily and say she should have been the one to try. One more reason Lily needed to adjust her mindset. She didn't want to resent Taylor for everything, and she shouldn't. But even as she sat there eating a special slice of the huckleberry shortcake Carrie had made, Lily couldn't help returning to her thoughts about the baby, and that she hadn't had one yet while Taylor was having 3. She needed to look into adoption and other options. Just think, if this auction is a success this year, we could do it again next year and you'll be carrying a baby on your hip. Carrie licked the spoon in her hand and winked at Lily as if she'd been reading her sister's thoughts. That image brought a hopeful smile to Lily's lips. Wouldn't that be great? Carrie leaned across the counter and patted Lily's hand. Everything is going the way it's supposed to. You're set up for happiness, Lil. Be grateful for what you have and the rest will follow. And Lily couldn't help hoping Carrie knew something she didn't. Chapter 24. Kali was Flynne right? Was it likely her secret Santa would see the note she'd left? Kali forced herself to wait out the week before she checked. What if he wanted to talk in person? What would she do or say? Was it fair to think maybe he was interested in her? If it was a he. Maybe she would find out her secret Santa was actually Samantha, and she was just being a great friend. But somehow, deep down, Kali didn't think so. There was a level of romance wrapped up in the generous actions and mysterious manner whoever it was kept around every incident. Driving her dad's old truck into town, Kali stopped at the grocery store to get a few things, but also to stall going to the diner. Until she actually went in there and checked, the possibility was very real that he had reached out to her as well. The possibilities were endless, and until Kali actually checked, she could believe whichever version she wanted. Finally, though, she couldn't delay any longer as she found herself standing outside the diner. She picked the soft skin around her thumb as she stared at the front door. There was nothing to be worried about. There were no snakes inside, at least that she was aware of. Her heart pounded and she took measured steps to the door, glancing around as if someone might be watching her and laughing at her nervous appearance. Kali reached up, tucking her thick, unrestrained hair behind her ear, and opened the door. She was feet from the board. Any second she'd find out what he said. She half expected to see her card still pinned in the corner. At the sight of a new card in its place, Kali exhaled on a whoosh. Reaching up, she slowly unpinned the card with the same flourish that was on the other cards she'd gotten from him. According to his card, he would be there. And was he telling her that he wanted to bid on her? Was that what he was saying? Because Kali, until that moment, had been adamantly against being auctioned off. She'd determined she could do floor work and make sure things run smoothly. How in the world did a simple card from a man she'd never met make her change her mind in the space of a few seconds? She went inside the cafe, needing just a minute to rethink whatever it was rushing through her mind. She didn't want to enter. But what if he was looking for an opportunity to meet her and that was the only way he felt comfortable? He could bid on her. She'd have to make absolutely sure she was worth being bid on. There were too many variables, and Kali didn't know what to do. Sinking onto the cushioned vinyl bench seat in the lobby area to the left of the doorway, Kali stared at the black and white images hanging in random spots on the walls. She blinked. That was definitely not a decision to be made on her own. Pulling her phone out, she called Samantha. She hadn't had a chance to talk to her since the last showing anyway. Sam picked up on the second ring. "Kali, how's it going?" "Hey, Sam, you tell me. How was the last showing?" Kali bit her bottom lip, shifting her gaze to the side. Was Samantha mad at her? Was that why Kali hadn't heard from her best friend? Samantha snorted. "Maverick Two Claw? You seriously had him come down and play cowboys and Indians? That was insane. I've never seen a car drive away so fast." Samantha laughed. She didn't sound upset, but what if she was just being nice? Kali sighed, unaware just how nervous she'd been that Sam was mad at her until right then. "Yeah, sorry about that. Flynne has been spreading rumors around town about a haunted stable and land, but I had to do something drastic, I guess." That was an understatement. She cleared her throat. "But it worked, huh? That's good." "Yeah, well, you left Flynne out of that one, and I think you hurt his feelings." Samantha's gentle rebuke made Kali pull back. "Wait, Flynne's feelings were hurt? Why would they be? I asked him to show me what to do. I certainly didn't expect to continue to bother him with this situation past what I could do on my own." Kali drew her eyebrows together as she leaned forward. She pressed her fingertips to the bridge of her nose and closed her eyes. "Well, I don't know for sure. It's just the feeling I got when I called him. I thought he was behind the Indian attack. He said he knew nothing about it and sounded surprised. I think he was downplaying the way it made him feel, but it certainly sounded like he was affected." Samantha's tone changed. "Where are you? I can hear people in the background." Kali had blocked out the sounds from the kitchen and the random loud chatter carrying through the restaurant. She shook her head and opened her eyes. "I'm at the diner." She turned the card over and studied the simple words. After a second, she inhaled. "Do you think I should enter in the auction?" Samantha could talk Kali out of it. She knew Kali hated being in front of people, and the auction would definitely be in front of others. Why would Kali need to do that? There was no reason for her participation that way. "Oh, I think that's smart, actually. I know you hate being the center of attention like that, but it is your fundraiser. You need to make sure you're in the middle of the action when you're expecting all of the payout, you know?" Samantha laughed. "It's just going to be hard seeing you up there. If no one bids, I'll make sure and bid for you." Kali wrinkled her nose. "You're the biggest brat I know, Sam. Just keep that in mind." She hung up on her friend before Samantha could make any more rude comments. What Samantha didn't ask Kali that she wished she had was why Kali would want to. Kali wanted to talk to someone about the secret Santa, and the only one who knew she'd reached out was Flynne. Plus, it sounded like she needed to make sure he wasn't upset. Would he really care that Kali wasn't bugging him about helping her anymore? She wasn't trying to be exclusive. She just didn't want to be more of a burden than absolutely necessary. At some point, people, meaning Flynne, were going to get irritated with helping Kali. Wasn't that how these things worked? It's not like he owed her anything. In fact, their friendship was so new, Kali had a hard time believing they were friends. She flipped the card over and snagged a pen from the mason jar sitting on the counter by the waitress station, looking forward to it. She didn't sign her name or anything. He knew who she was. Yeah, the mystery was the other way around. She just had to figure out who he was. She pinned the card back in its place and strode from the restaurant. She needed to make sure things were okay with Flynne, and it wouldn't hurt if she had someone to talk to about the situation with the Secret Santa. They were supposed to be friends after all. She drove to the Wilson ranch, watching for any sign that Flynne might be out riding his horse. From the things Samantha had said about the matchmaking business, things tended to slow down in the summer months, which was why the auction was such a great idea. She drove up the drive and parked beside the veterinarian truck parked near the door to the large barn. Climbing from the truck, she scanned the yard, taking in the sight of the beautiful summer blooms in reds, whites, and yellows, in perfect contrast with the green grass. There was no one in sight. Maybe they were in the barn. Hopefully none of the animals were too ill. She shut the door and strode around the hood of her truck, approaching the door before pausing. Did she go inside without knocking, or was that rude? Things were a little different when you lived in the stables that doubled as a customer portal area. People came and went when the doors were unlocked. Was that how it should be everywhere? Just to be safe, Kali knocked on the man door, glancing behind her to make sure she was at the right spot. What if they were up at the house? Well, she'd find out in a couple of seconds. She knocked again, leaning her head closer to the door to hear better. "Yeah, come on in." A deep voice different from Flynne's called her inside. She opened the door, cautiously walking through in case an animal was injured just inside. "Hello?" "Come on in, Kali. Good, you can help." Flynne's voice pulled her deeper into the barn, past stalls that were half full of horses nickering as she passed. The stall at the far end beckoned to her, and she walked carefully the length of the stall doors, glancing into each one in case she went by them. Low murmuring of multiple men told her to continue onward. She finally reached the stall, peeking over the half door. Flynne, Levi, and Colt were around a sorrel mare with a honey-colored mane. They soothed her carefully with their hands on her neck and forehead. Even with their offered comfort, her eyes rolled side to side enough Kali could see the whites around her irises. She glanced to the rear end of the animal where the new veterinarian worked. His hands were gloved but smeared in bright red, and his hair hung over his forehead with sloppy abandon. "How can I help?" Kali didn't hesitate. They obviously needed something. She just needed direction, and she could do almost anything. Flynne glanced up, smiling gratefully her way, but there was something reserved in his eyes. Maybe Samantha was right, and Kali really had hurt his feelings. "We think she fell, but we aren't sure. There's a lot of damage to her hindquarter here. I need another roll or two of bandages from the truck, and the black case has my antibiotic shots in it." He didn't need to say another word. Kali rushed back the way she came, retrieving what he'd asked for and almost running to get the items back to him. She acted as their gopher for the next hour, doing what they needed when they needed it, grateful for the chance to watch first aid on a horse. She loved horses. All horses. And to see one get exquisite care made her equine-loving heart full. After the horse finally stood after being treated thoroughly, the group of men and Kali left the stall and moved to sink onto the bench against the far side of the barn opposite the main stalls. The quiet as they sat, reveling in a job well done, felt comfortable and easy. Flynne somehow had maneuvered to sit beside Kali, and she didn't mind as their shoulders bumped each other. Breathing deeply, she glanced at Flynne through her eyelashes, careful to note that he didn't look directly at her as he leaned forward and braced his elbows on his thighs just above his knees. "Thanks for your help, everyone. I have another appointment, but I'll check in with Molly about this same time tomorrow, if that works for you. Dr. Lanford stood, brushing his hands down his button-up jacket and collecting his tools. That's fine, thanks. Let me get you something to drink for the road. Levi sat up, motioning for Colt to accompany him. They seemed to have some kind of agreement with Flynn as they darted from the barn. The vet dug through his medical bag, furrowing his brow as he searched for something. Kali glanced past him and stood. Are you looking for the package of cloths? Yeah, do you see them? He glanced over his shoulder as if they would magically appear. She grinned, crossing the distance between them and plucking the soft green packet from the railing to Molly's stall. She turned, handing the item to the vet. He looked tired. Rather than just ignore him, she asked, Are you going to the auction? He tucked the cloths into the bag and stood, shouldering the 3-inch wide strap as he answered. No. There's a herd coming down from the mountains that week. I've been asked to help out in Taylor Falls with the check-in. Maybe next year if it goes well this year and I haven't found anyone. He grinned and checked his watch. Thanks, guys. And with that, he strode off. She had to face the moment. Flynn wasn't acting like his normal, free-loving self. She must have upset him. She didn't want to do that, especially with their tremulous friendship. Facing away from Flynn, Kali stared after the vet, hoping she could bolster her courage. She knew she needed to apologize to Flynn, but she really wanted him to understand that she hadn't started out trying to hurt him. Straightening her shoulders and taking a deep breath, Kali turned with a slight smile. That was intense. Flynn studied her, wariness in his eyes as he sat indolently against the wall behind the bench. He held his arms folded across his chest and watched her, like he knew she was up to something, but he didn't know exactly what. Her nerves tingled as she realized she was alone with Flynne Wilson, alone with him. They were adults, and yet Kali felt like they should be chaperoned. She didn't want to be aware of him or how much he helped her, or even that there was some kind of undefined truce between them that made it easier to see the attraction. None of that mattered as she realized his guard was up because of her. Flynn, I'm sorry I didn't tell you about the last showing. I didn't think you wanted to be bothered by it. She cleared her throat, watching for a sign that he had forgiven her. He didn't say a word, just patted the seat beside him and nodded, the brim of his hat covering his eyes for the briefest moment. Kali moved, sitting beside him. What were they doing? What did she think she would get out of talking with him? Treating him like a friend? I'm not upset. I just didn't expect you to cut me out so fast, but I understand. It's not like I'm your favorite person. Flynn spoke softly, but Kali heard him plainly. It's not that I don't want you involved. I just don't know how much you want us to take this new friend thing we have going on. Kali didn't know Flynn well enough to say he wasn't her favorite person. She had a feeling, though, that if she was given enough time with him, he'd take that spot quickly. Ah, okay. You want me to define whatever this is? Flynn moved his hand between them, something curious in his eyes Kali couldn't pinpoint. Tilting her head to the side, Kali wrinkled her nose. No. I think this thing we have going on is just that. Unstable. I don't want to go back to the way we were, but I'm not sure how to move forward without walking on eggshells. Well, let's do this. If we talk about stuff, then we can decide where to go with that information, okay? You have a showing. I'll decide if I want to help. You have things going on in your life. You can talk to me about them, and I'll do the same. That's what friends do, right? Flynn's slow smile did things to Kali's insides a friend shouldn't be able to do. She cleared her throat and tried not to focus on the way his jaw's angle accentuated when he spoke. Okay, well, if we're friends, then I need some advice. She folded her arms and leaned back to copy his position on the bench. Okay, shoot. Flynn turned, facing her as he continued relaxing beside Kali, giving her the sensation of comfort and being able to open up. I heard back from the Secret Santa guy. She rolled her eyes. I know it sounds stupid. I honestly shouldn't care, but I can't help it. There's someone out there who wants to help me and doesn't seem to have an ulterior motive. What did you hear? What did he say? Are you guys going to meet? Curious excitement lit up Flynne's face, much like a true friend's would. Kali took a steadying breath and shook her head. I don't know. His message said he'd be at the auction and that he'd be bidding? Maybe. I mean, does that mean he's going to be one of the bachelors and bidding? Does that mean he's going to go as a bidder? I don't know what to make of it. Kali bit her bottom lip and stared at the tips of her worn cowboy boots peeking from beneath her denim jean hems. Silence stretched before them, and Kali glanced at Flynne to gauge his reaction. She blinked when she discovered him staring at her. What? Flynne reached up, adjusting his Stetson as he continued studying her. Okay, so that's all pretty straightforward. You're going to meet, or you might meet, is that right? What's the real problem? Why do you look like you actually saw those Salish warrior ghosts we're spreading rumors about? Kali chuckled and shook her head. After a brief pause, she blurted out, What if he doesn't like me? She bit her lip. She might be taking the whole friendship thing with Flynne too far, but she couldn't talk out that stuff with Samantha. There was a slight conflict of interest for Kali in talking with Samantha about the things bothering her. Kali didn't want to put her best friend through anything where she'd have to pick sides, Kali or her job. Flynne wasn't as wrapped up in the things surrounding the listing of the property, or even in knowing what Kali was going through. He merely was a bystander she'd brought into the arena. Flynne's voice softened as he stared at her. You're worried he's not going to like you? Kali caught her breath and nodded mutely. Flynne lifted his hand and brushed a stray curl from her cheek, lifting his eyebrow as he continued staring at her. I think the concern should be more along the lines of what if you don't like him? What if he's not who you thought or who you'd want? Kali tucked her chin, unable to look away from Flynne's hypnotic blue gaze. She hadn't thought of that. She hadn't thought that she might not like whoever her secret Santa turned out to be. What if she didn't? What if he was someone who wasn't as interested in horses or the things that made her tick? What if he was doing the secret Santa thing as a joke, or even to be mean? Get her hopes up only to dash them? She couldn't look away from Flynne. Suddenly, she found herself hoping her secret Santa was him. Heat flooded her face, and she dropped her gaze to the tips of her boots again. What? You're blushing. What are you thinking? A grin laced Flynne's voice. Come on, you can tell me. Could she? Before she thought too much about just what she was doing, Kali lifted her gaze back to lock onto Flynne's and murmured, Part of me wishes he was you. Dumb, right? Her words shocked Flynne. She could tell by the way his eyes widened and his lips parted. She couldn't be honest and tell Flynne she had always hated how much they fought, and she couldn't stop thinking about him, even with irate persistence. She couldn't tell him she was nervous she might lose the land, or that once their truce ended, they'd go back to fighting. She couldn't even come up with something else to tell him, like she was glad Molly was going to be okay. No, instead, she had to share that she wanted her secret Santa to be him. If she could facepalm right then, she would. Honestly, though, wouldn't him being her secret Santa be easier? He'd already proven he wanted to help her. What would she do when she learned that her secret Santa wasn't Flynne? She'd be stuck with someone else she didn't really want. Someone else who wasn't Flynne Wilson, and Kali didn't think she knew just what that meant. Flynne was off guard. Kali could see it, and she shook her head, cutting him off. I know it's not you, Flynne. I'm just saying it wouldn't be bad if it was. I'm not trying to put you on the spot, promise. She cleared her throat and stood, brushing off her pants. I better go. I just wanted to apologize for not telling you about the last showing. I'll keep you updated, though. Okay? She smiled tightly and almost a little too brightly as she turned and ducked out of the barn before he could stop her. She was already embarrassed that she'd said too much. She couldn't do more without further embarrassing herself. There had to be a point where she stopped. Because even as much as she wanted Flynne to be her secret Santa, Kali had to accept the fact that there was someone out there who wasn't Flynne Wilson who was doing what he could to make things easier on her. She had to give her secret Santa a chance before throwing everything away on a partial truce between her and Flynne. At some point, they would go back to fighting, and Kali didn't want to have gambled everything on a whim. She wasn't like that normally. Why start now? Chapter 25. Carrie. The day of the auction came fast and furious. Carrie couldn't breathe with all of the things the Dean and Wilson family had taken on and were sponsoring. Flynne seemed to be at the axle of everything, pushing and prodding. But when Carrie, Taylor, and even Lily had asked what the motivation was behind his desire to help, he'd brushed it off on trying to help his friend sell the place. Carrie wasn't buying it, but she didn't know Flynne well enough to call him on it. Nor did she really see what he could benefit from the auction. Maybe Flynne hoped he could buy himself a date or be bought. Or maybe he was just as excited as Carrie was for something different to happen in Mistletoe. June was a notoriously moody month in the weather department. July, though, was consistent and steady, even in the wilds of the Montana mountains and valleys. The sun shone from high above, and Carrie was grateful for the shade offered by large cedar trees spotting the park in the center of Mistletoe. Even smack dab in the middle of summer, garlands hung from the boughs of the trees, red bows tucked here and there to add a splash of color. Even the shiny crystal icicles added a surreal sparkle to the already bright day. In charge of decorations as well as the baked goods, Kari stood back to survey her work to that point. The auction would be held outside and later in the evening. She'd had strings of white Christmas lights hung from tree to tree about 10 feet in the air. The warm glow would light up the night and give it a sense of romance while also trying to be Christmas in July. Round tables with 6 to 8 chairs per table had been set up in what seemed to be a random placement, but actually were set up every 8 feet in a spiral formation leading to the stage. The makeshift stage had hay bales positioned at the base of the platform for steps and decorations, as the stage itself spanned across 30 feet for room to showcase each individual. Imagine running into you here. The deep voice tugged Carrie from her musings, and she turned, dropping her arms from where she'd folded them across her chest. Her eyes wide, Carrie smiled, embarrassed to be caught deep in thought. "Oh, Dr. Lanford. Hello." Was that the extent of her wit? She honestly couldn't come up with anything else to say to him? Her cheeks probably looked sunburnt. His slow, drawling smile caused butterflies in Kari's stomach, and she refused to think about her red cheeks anymore. She waved toward the stage but continued staring at him. "Are you being auctioned?" He laughed, glancing around at the settings before turning back to Carrie. "Oh, heavens no. Not this time anyway. I have too much to do. What about you?" Carrie laughed, more at herself than at his reply. "Yeah, actually. Taylor talked me into it. She said she'd do it if she wasn't 40 months pregnant with twins." Carrie shook her head at the family joke. Taylor said she didn't know if that pregnancy would ever end. Carrie didn't blame her. "Yeah, she does look ready to have those babies." The vet shifted on his feet, tucking his hands into the front pockets of his jeans. "You should have fun then. What are you featuring? I heard each of the contestants is featuring a skill or talent or something? Were his cheeks pink? Why would he be embarrassed?" "I'm featuring my famous no-bake cookies. Here, try one." Kari motioned for him to follow her to the tree on the far side of the stage where she'd tucked a bin of her things. She pulled out one of many Tupperware dishes and cracked the lid. Picking one from the top, Carrie passed the bumpy brown cookie to the doctor, who took it with a smile. "No-bake cookies? That's impressive. I haven't had a good no-bake in a long time." He bit into the edge, and his eyebrows raised. "Correction, I've never had a no-bake like this. You'll have them fighting over a date with you in seconds." Carrie shook her head, standing and chuckling. "Oh, I doubt that. I agreed to do the auction simply because there's no other way for me to get a date around here." She laughed, shaking her head, and then she bit the inside of her cheek. Why had she said that? "Oh, I doubt that." Dr. Lanford repeated her phrase back to her and motioned with the half-eaten cookie in his fingers toward her. "I can't imagine you have a hard time getting attention from any of the guys in Clearwater County. Honestly, I'm surprised you're not married already." He leaned close, holding her gaze. "Tell me the truth. How many marriage proposals have you turned down? The guys have to be fighting tooth and nail over you." At his outrageous comments, Carrie laughed out loud. You'd be surprised. He was fun and witty, and Carrie couldn't believe she was standing there in the center of town square flirting with someone like the vet. "Aren't you one of the town's infamous matchmakers? That gives you an insider's view into matching, doesn't it?" He grinned, biting again into the cookie in his hands. "I am a matchmaker, but actually, it's like my skills disappear when I try to use them on myself. I can't match myself. It's infuriating." Carrie liked the easy banter they'd fallen into, and she hoped he'd stick around a little longer. Something buzzed, and Dr. Lanford reached into his pocket, pulling out a cell phone. He stared at the screen and then lifted his gaze to Carrie's. "Excuse me. I need to get going. Vet emergency. Good luck with everything. I can't wait to hear how your date goes." He winked as he turned and strode from the park, leaving Kari there to stare after him in wonder. What had just happened? Chapter 26. Kali. The lights strung overhead lent an air of magic to the evening. Kali inhaled through her nose as if she could smell the romance. She approached slowly from the side of the park, watching the other auction-goers as they mingled with each other. A stage had been set up with a partition to keep the bachelors and bachelorettes out of sight of the crowd. Tables with candles set up in a spiral toward the stage completed the look of fairy tale mysticism the Wilsons and Deans had decided to shoot for. With such a short amount of time to plan, they had done an amazing job. Kari had been in charge of decorations and refreshments, and as Kaylee wandered around the square, she couldn't contain her amazement at the minute details Carrie had attended to. Origami cranes no bigger than a quarter hung delicately from the willow branches on the west side of the square. White petals from various flowers littered the green grass, creating a carpet of lush thickness Kaylee didn't want anyone to walk on. Even the red carpet was laid out for the stage, as if royalty would walk across its surface soon. Picking at the corner of her thumbnail, Kaylee glanced around, suddenly nervous at what she was doing. She'd seen the featured auction list, and Carrie Wilson, Levi Dean, and even a few A-listers from Europe were going on the auction block. How was Kaylee supposed to compete with that? The only thing keeping her in check was knowing her secret Santa would be there. She might get to see him. Kaylee refused to focus on the fact that if she didn't get any bids, he would see and then question what he'd been doing all this time. And Kaylee didn't want to focus on what she'd said to Flynne. What was she doing? Suggesting she wanted her secret admirer to be him. Was she kidding? What did she expect was going to happen? He'd grin his obnoxiously charming smile that made her chest flutter and tell her it was him. That was something that happened in the movies, not to Kali Stanfords. Thinking of Flynne, Kaylee scanned the growing crowd as she made her way to the back of the stage. They should start in the next 20 minutes or so, and she had yet to see Flynne. He'd promised he'd be there too. Would he be around when she met her secret admirer? Would she be able to introduce them? Kaylee didn't know how she felt about that. She wasn't sure how she felt about a lot of things, including Flynne, let alone how she felt about introducing him to someone else. What would she say? "This is my friend?" Were they friends? Or just enemies who had declared a truce? Hopefully they weren't enemies anymore. She liked talking to him, and she was comfortable around him, something she couldn't honestly claim with just anyone. She came to a stop beside the partition separating the stage from the sitting area and studied the crowd. She didn't see Flynne anywhere. While she searched the group of people milling around, she couldn't help looking for someone who could be her secret Santa. Who could it be? She wasn't sure why she was so adamant about finding out who it was. Maybe to thank him? Maybe to see if there was something there? Or maybe to find out why. She had to know why people did what they did. It was more important than she let on. People were hard to read and like because of their motivations.
Kali believed that if she could understand their motives behind their actions, then she could understand them easier. No sign of Flynne, and no sign of a man with a notice on him that declared himself the Secret Santa. Not that she expected that. It would have just been a nice gesture to keep the guesswork out of it for Kali.
Kali, are you ready? We need to go over your cards and what you want said. Brock Wilson motioned to her from the middle of the staging area and grinned. Brock was one of the taken Wilson boys, and Kali had been glad he'd still offered to help out as the auction caller. Kali nodded and turned from the ever-growing crowd. She had a special outfit picked out as well and hoped against hope that she wasn't setting herself up for major humiliation. She wanted to stand out and make a statement. Would she do that, or would she be booed off the stage? Not only would her Secret Santa witness it, but Flynne Wilson as well. The butterflies in her stomach fluttered and flapped, and Kali shifted her attention toward the evening sky. Dusk was settling in, and the stars overhead twinkled through the dark blue backdrop. A faint peachy tinge off on the horizon gave away the setting sun's position. Brock called out to the collection of people ready to go on stage. I'm going to pass out your cards. Please write legibly. I can't decipher anything on stage. Fill it out as much as you can, and I'll pick out the information I think will work best with the crowd. Remember, don't worry about the amount you get. We're here to have fun and make some money for a great cause. Brock glanced at Kali and smiled, making heat flood her face. Why was she embarrassed that the fundraiser was for her? Keeping land in the hands of locals was an honorable cause, and everyone wanted to participate in doing so. Plus, the more matchmaking the two families did, the more business that came to Mistletoe, Montana. She took a seat at a long table set up with pens and donuts. She took the card handed to her and filled out the fun and quirky questions. What's your favorite pie filling? Have you ever ridden a bucking bronco? What's the closest you've come to an elk? Do you know what a horseshoe does? What is your idea of a perfect date? And more. Kali's lips quirked as she filled out the questionnaire in tight block letters. Hopefully, Brock could read her answers. In almost no time, Brock welcomed the crowd, his voice booming behind the partition from the stage. Laughter and the tinkling of glass and silverware could be heard. Kali's nerves skyrocketed. She glanced around at the rest of the people she was going on the block with, and not one of them looked as stressed out as she felt. She licked her lips and waited as Brock called the first bachelorette, the owner of the Mistletoe Coffee and Donuts, Bobby. The peppy blonde jumped from where she'd been sitting and bounded up the back steps, walking through the break in the curtains on the stage. Applause erupted from the crowd mingled with catcalls and hollers, and the bidding began. Brock ran the crowd beautifully, and in no time Bobby was finished at $1,400. Kali's mouth fell open and she stared at the table at the amount. $1,400? And they were only on the first one? They had 28 total contestants, and if every single one of them made at least $1,000, Kali would have a healthy chunk of money for a down payment to buy the land she wanted. Glancing at the card she'd been given after turning in her questionnaire, Kali grimaced at her contestant number. 10. She was number 10. Close to the middle. At least if she messed up, there'd be more people after her to help everyone forget. Applause filled the crowd in the square every time someone came out on stage, and good-natured hissing and cheering occurred when someone was 1. The time seemed to speed by as Brock powered through numbers 2, 3, 4, and even through to 8. Each one went for anywhere between $1,000 and $8,000. $8,000. That one still had Kali stymied. Levi Wilson went up as number 9, wearing black leather pants and a matching Stetson. His leather vest barely covered his bare chest, and Kali caught sight of a realistic-looking horseshoe tattoo wrapped around his well-toned bicep. Can we bid? One of the other girls waiting to go on stage stared after Levi, her eyes bright with interest. I don't know, but I want to watch this. Another woman grinned and motioned for the first speaker and Kali to join her. Kali didn't fight it. She wanted to glance at the crowd one more time before her turn. At the edge of the partition, the 3 women edged around to see what Levi was doing. On stage, he strutted and danced, flashing his vest open and flexing a pec and then closing it like some kind of sordid peekaboo show. The crowd ate it up. Women screamed and laughed, and the bidding went up and up. He hit $12,000 before Brock called it. The other two women with Kali pulled back, their eyes wide and their mouths open. There was no way they could possibly be as surprised as Kali was, and yet their response was more overt and readable than Kali's. She scanned the crowd. Had Flynne shown up? Just when she was about to give up based on the sheer size of the crowd, Kali's gaze met Flynne's. He smiled, his eyes soft as he studied her. Inclining his head, he arched an eyebrow at her and winked. At least he was there. For some reason, she didn't even care if her secret Santa showed up or not. Flynne was there, and that proved he was there to support her as a friend. She'd take it. As Brock ushered his brother from the stage while rolling his eyes, Kali backed away from the edge of the stage. She was next. She was number 10. She wasn't a fool to think she'd get anywhere near 12 grand, but she hoped she at least got something respectable. Someone had to want to go out with her for more than a few $100s. Next up, we have one of our very favorite local girls here in Mistletoe. She's the only person I would trust to watch my horses. I'd like to think she knows them in ways I can't understand. If I have problems, I'll call Kali or the vet, and usually in that order. Sorry, Dr. Davidson and Dr. Lanford. The crowd laughed at his joke, and as he continued speaking, Kali stood from her seat on shaking legs and approached the stage. One of my favorite things about Kali is her willingness to work hard with a smile on her face. In fact, this auction tonight is set up to help Kali keep the stables in her hands. Come on out, Kali. Let's see what you have to offer. Brock's good-natured voice nudged Kali up the steps and through the curtains. She swallowed at the sudden silence at her appearance. Everyone else had been cheered and rooted for. Was her outfit that over the top? Or was she just not someone anyone wanted to cheer for? In the split second of silence, Kali had a sinking sensation that she was doing the wrong thing. She should have been out working the crowd, taking numbers or something, anything other than what she was doing. Her smile faltered, and then suddenly she was surrounded on all sides by cheering and whistles and applause. She glanced in Flynne's direction and grinned at the shock on his face. She'd expected her dress to cause issues, but not the ones she was witnessing. Who was going to bid for her? Or would she have dressed up for nothing?
Chapter 27. Flynne's text to his brother stared at him from his phone screen. Bid on Kali until I win, no matter who is bidding against you. Keep the bidder anonymous. I'm going to bid against you, keep it going, and don't give in. No matter what, you have to win. He needed Roman to answer the message, so Flynne knew he could bid comfortably on Kali, without her knowing he was the secret Santa she so desperately wanted to meet. Even though Kali had said she kind of wanted Flynne to be her secret Santa, she couldn't be serious. She was probably only saying that because they were trying to be nice to each other. The only problem was, the more Flynne was around her, he found he only wanted to be nice to her. No more ribbing or fighting or anything. He just wanted to see her smile because she was happy and not because she was faking for anyone else. Flynne's phone buzzed, and he glanced at the screen. Got it. You want a bidding war to make it less suspicious? Flynne thumbed out his reply, glancing around at the crowd. Who would bid on Kali and cost him an arm and a leg? Yes. Compete against me. I'll take it pretty high. You take it higher. Don't let me down. Roman's answer came fast. Got it. Nice of you, man. I was wondering how to help Kali hit her goal. Rolling his eyes, Flynne growled under his breath as he typed out the next text. She's not yours to worry about, Roman. Keep it between us. Roman's answering thumbs up let Flynne know at least his older brother was on his side. Flynne just needed to get things going. That's when Kali stepped onto the stage. Everything Brock said faded into the background. What was Kali wearing? She normally only wore jeans and a button-up shirt over her cowboy boots. As much as Flynne liked her form-fitting worn jeans, he had to admit, the outfit she wore on stage left his mouth dry. She wore a bright red crushed velvet Mrs. Santa dress with thick white trim and a tight shiny black belt that pinched in at her small waist. The bottom of the skirt came to mid-thigh, and she wore black patent leather heels. Everyone just stared for a moment. Kali was known as the stable manager, and hardly anyone had seen her in a dress, let alone one that showed off the length of her long, well-toned legs. Flynne leaned back as the rest of the crowd clapped and cheered. Kali's face had gone pale at the silence. With the sudden approval from the people in attendance, 2 bright spots of color spotted high on her cheekbones. Flynne grinned as the bidding started, and then he grew irritated as different men bid the number higher and higher, and Flynne hadn't even had a chance to step in. The number reached 15,000, and Kali's mouth had parted in surprise. As the bidding slowed, Flynne raised his hand. 16, and then a familiar voice called out, 20. The voice wasn't his brother's, and Flynne swiveled on his seat, locking eyes with Will Gibbons. The challenge was evident as he turned back to face the stage, ignoring the murmurs of the people around them. Kali tilted her head and placed her hands on her waist and called out, "Will Gibbons, you realize I'm trying to buy the land from you, right?" The crowd laughed, and Will stood, removing his hat and grinning. "I do indeed, Miss Stanfords. Let's just pretend I want to help you do exactly that as I fight to take you on a date." Over his dead body. Flynne raised his hand. 25. Roman stood off to the side, watching everything with his eyes narrowed. Flynne might not need him to help raise the amount, but he did need another bidder to come in as anonymous, so Kali didn't think it was Will who was helping her all that time. 30. Will didn't look at Flynne anymore as he stared at the girl on the stage. Fury erupted through Flynne. Will didn't have more money than Flynne. If anything, he had more obnoxious immaturity. Raising his hand, Flynne jerked his chin. 35. 40. There was Roman, stepping in and lifting his cell. "I just got a text from an anonymous bidder. He sounds like a fighter, guys." Roman half smiled, as if he too were in the running and not someone else. 45. Let's keep going, gentlemen. Will rubbed his hands together and grinned mischievously. Great. Was Will trying to cost Flynne more money, or was he genuinely interested in Kali? Why hadn't Will said anything before? He'd seen her a couple times and hadn't shown any interest at all up to that point. 50. Roman beat Flynne to the higher number, tapping the cell he still held in his hand. 55. Flynne jumped in, refusing to be beaten by himself or his friend. 60. Will turned his head and stared Flynne down, as if challenging his friend to go higher. Flynne didn't hesitate. 65. He ignored the gasps from the crowd as they sat watching the drama unfold. Kali held her hand over her mouth as if she couldn't believe what they were doing. Why couldn't she? She was worth every penny, and Flynne wasn't sure how to make sure she knew it. 70. Flynne lifted his chin, staring his lifetime friend down. Will turned his head, as if in deep thought. I better be out. Kali, you look great in that dress. I'm sure you're worth it, but my wallet can only handle so much. The crowd murmured in agreement, and Flynne turned toward Kali, ready to accept his victory. 75. Roman broke through Flynne's almost victory thrill. Sorry, brother, this guy is determined. He shrugged, his smirk openly defying the near win. Flynne had a choice. He could either accept defeat and let the secret Santa he'd created win, or he could fight and still lose to the anonymous bidder he'd created through his brother. 80. Flynne gritted his teeth. He was going to take it a little higher and then concede defeat. Even though he was the winner, no matter what, he couldn't claim a victory in any other way than privately. 85. Roman tilted the phone toward Brock and winked at Flynne. Nodding his head, Flynne shrugged. Dang, Kali, I'm gonna have to be out as well. The crowd screamed and cheered, and Flynne sat down, taking his loss publicly and his victory as someone other than himself. Roman grinned at Flynne before turning to Brock and acknowledging the final bid. Kali walked off the stage in a daze. Flynne couldn't help wondering what she was thinking all through the next 18 contestants. He didn't bid on anyone else. He wasn't interested in anyone else, and he had no way to tell Kali because he hadn't won, even though he had. After the amusing auction, Flynne stayed in his seat and waited for the majority of the people to disperse. The night was warm with a soft breeze, pleasant enough to enjoy for a few minutes, while waiting for the mass of people to leave. He leaned back in his seat, watching as Kali made her way from behind the partition, dressed in jeans and a t-shirt. She smiled gently at someone who said something, and she glanced around the dwindling crowd until her gaze landed on Flynne. Her eyes widened, and she picked up her pace to sink into a seat across from him. Her cheeks flushed. "You didn't have to bid that guy up. You almost ended up paying all that money. Do you think it was my secret Santa?" She wrinkled her nose. "I don't know for sure, but I think it was. Anyway, if it was, then you just made him pay a lot more than he had to." Was that resentment in her voice? Was she sticking up for him without knowing it was him to him? If that wasn't confusing, he didn't know what was. "Well, actually, I was bidding for a date with you, not to outbid anyone." He didn't smile as he spoke in all seriousness. What would she do if he actually tried dating her? What would she do if he shared his intentions? Kali laughed and shook her head. "You're so funny. You don't want to date me. You barely like me." She rolled her eyes and flipped her long hair over her shoulder. "You did surprise me, though. Thanks for making it so I wasn't embarrassed. I was kind of worried no one would bid on me." A pleased pinkening of her cheeks made Flynne's chest rise and fall a little faster. "What would you have done if I was the secret Santa?" Flynne leaned forward, leaning his elbows on the surface of the table, staring intently at Kali. He had to tell her. Was right then the right time? She licked her lips, locked in his gaze as she couldn't look away. "But you aren't. Why would you bid against yourself?" She shifted her eyes down and took in the table before looking up again to scan Flynne's face. "Do you think he meant to bid that much?" "Bidding isn't forced, Kali. Everything he did was voluntary, all of it. If only Flynne could tell her it was him. Somehow, some way, he was going to have to let her down, either as the secret Santa or as her friend. How was he going to choose? Either way, his heart would be broken. She wouldn't want a liar, not when that's all he'd been. He'd only tried to do something good for her, and now look. He was wrapped up in so many webs, there was no doubt he'd never get out of them fully intact. What would she do when she found out he was the same person as her secret Santa, Samantha? Samantha pushed away from the desk, shaking her head at the family text that had been sent out by Taylor. Contractions were starting, and everyone couldn't be more excited. Notably, no texts from Lily were on the group thread. Samantha didn't know why that filled her with such sadness, but it did. She knew Lily wanted babies as badly as the rest of them, but she hadn't been able to get pregnant yet. Samantha paused by the door to her office. As badly as the rest of them. Was Samantha including herself in that grouping? She hadn't really thought about having kids. She'd just always assumed it would happen at some time. Now, though, with Lily's problems so evident, Samantha wasn't sure she was guaranteed kids, and she wasn't sure what to make of it. Was her time running out? Austin knocked on her door and poked his head through the opening. His hat set off the strength of his jaw and the straight lines of his nose. "Hey, Sam, want to go to lunch?" He must have seen something in her eyes because he pushed the door all the way open and furrowed his brow. "Are you okay?" Samantha rested both hands on her desk and nodded. "Yeah, no, I don't know. I was just thinking about Lily and Brock and how hard it's been for them to have children." Austin sank into the chair across from her desk and nodded, compassion shadowing his eyes. "Yeah, I know. It'll work out, though. Don't worry about it." Shoving her seat away from the desk, Samantha stood and paced along the wall and window. "But that's just it. It will work itself out, sure. What about us?" Austin knit his eyebrows together and blinked at her. "Us? What about us?" Samantha blinked back frustrated tears. Why couldn't she just know what to say and how to say it? Better yet, why couldn't she just not even worry about things like that? What if we want kids and we can't have them? What if I can't give you babies? Did he even want to have kids? It wasn't something Samantha had focused on, and now she didn't even know if she should be worried about it. His features gentling, Austin stood and rounded the desk to take Samantha's hands in his and stopping her from her frantic pacing around the room. Look, when we're ready, we'll worry about that. It's not time to stress out about having children. Searching his face, Samantha tried to focus on slowing her breathing. You're not worried we're going to end up like Lily and Brock? Madly in love and there for each other? I think we already are. Did you want to end up like someone else instead? Austin replied, his smile teasing and gentle. Tucking her chin, Samantha focused on what exactly he was saying. You wouldn't be mad if I couldn't have kids? You mean, if we couldn't have kids? Why would I blame you for something that takes two people to do? Austin tugged her hands, moving her back to her seat. She sat in the chair, while Austin leaned his rear against the desk and stared down at her. Where is this coming from? Are you okay? Was she? It was a fair question. She'd been so focused on other people's problems, she hadn't actually looked at everything she had. You know what? You're right. No, I'm fine. I was putting more emphasis on what Lily didn't have, rather than what she did have. And maybe that's what was causing undue stress on Lily. Maybe she was focusing on the wrong things. In all honesty, Samantha couldn't say any of that. She didn't know why anyone went through what they went through. All she knew was that she wanted Lily and Brock to be happy. They deserved to be happy. Samantha didn't know what that looked like, but she wanted it for them. She reached out and wrapped her fingers around Austin's. Are you happy? Because as much as she wanted Lily and Brock to be happy, she wanted that more for Austin than anyone else. Tenderness lightened his gaze, and he nodded. I've never been happier. He leaned down, brushing his lips across hers. Samantha sank into the sensation of kissing her husband. Just at that moment, Samantha's work line buzzed. She pulled back and wrinkled her nose. I'm going to ignore it, Austin laughed, his rich chuckle sending tingles down her spine. No, you're not. You're going to answer the phone and put your worry behind you. I'm going to sit in that chair and watch you. He winked as he slid from the desk and rounded the edge. Samantha grinned and picked up the phone, pressing the earpiece to her ear. Samantha, I've got a viewing request for the stables, Sam. It's a last-minute showing, though. Is that going to be a problem? Jonathan, another realtor just north of Mistletoe, often sent work Samantha's way. Of course. Let's set up the details for 2 hours from now, and I'll meet them at the property. 2 hours. She could do 2 hours. She had to let Kali know what was going on. They finalized the details, and Samantha ended the call, keeping the phone pressed to her ear. She dialed Kali's number from memory and waited as it rang, staring unseeingly at the top of the desk. No answer, and it went to voicemail. Hey Kali, it's Sam. I have another showing in a couple hours. I just wanted to let you know. Give me a call if you have any questions. She hung up and glanced at Austin. She's not answering. Do you need me to go with you out there? Austin understood why Samantha wanted to make sure Kali knew there was a showing. He also didn't like sending Samantha out to a showing without some kind of support or backup. He worried about her all the time. I'll go with you. Will stood just outside Samantha's office doorway, looking in. Thank goodness, Samantha hadn't said anything more. She needed to be more careful of what she said and who she said it to. If Will had heard her discussing the secrets that Kali and Flynne had shared with her, she wouldn't just lose a sale, she'd potentially lose her best friend. She blinked and pasted a smile on her lips. Will, what timing? What can I do for you? Samantha waved him in and motioned to Austin. This is my husband, Austin Wilson. I'm sure you know him. Will reached forward, shaking Austin's hand. Of course. It's been a while, man. Nice to see you again. He settled back on his heels, smiling without guile in his expression. Austin nodded. Same. I'm glad Sam will have someone else with her. I don't like her driving all over Clearwater by herself. He glanced at Samantha. Are you sure you'll be okay? but she had a couple hours. Maybe she should see if Jonathan wanted to move it up. She nodded and pointed at the chair Austin had vacated. Of course, I'll be fine. Thanks, Austin. Will, take a seat. Let me see if the other realtor wants to move things up. No point in everyone waiting if we're all here and ready. She bit her inner cheek in an effort to ground her nerves. She reclaimed her seat behind her desk and waved at Austin as he left the office. She redialed Jonathan, who agreed that a sooner time frame would be more beneficial. Okay, that's settled. Let me text Kali, we're on our way out, and then I'll grab my keys. Samantha smiled professionally at Will. She wasn't sure what games he was playing, but 2 nights ago at the auction, he'd bid Flynne up on Kali, and he'd seemed fairly interested in her as well, which didn't make sense. He was her boss, a boss Kali never saw or heard from. And Kali, what was with that dress? Samantha had been as shocked as the rest of them. She also hadn't missed the interest in Flynne's eyes, or the way he'd nodded toward Roman on the edge of the room. Samantha had been watching, and she'd gotten more information than she wanted to share with Kali just yet. She picked up her phone and pulled up Flynne's name, hitting compose to get into the messaging app. Gibbons is going with me to a viewing. I can't get a hold of Kali. What do I do? Samantha set her phone on the desktop and looked up the information for the packet she would need for the potential buyer. She printed it off and made small talk with Will. What was she supposed to do? Ignore him? Her phone buzzed in minutes with a reply from Flynne. I'll get back to you. Do the showing. Things will be fine. Samantha took a deep breath. Flynne wouldn't let Kali lose the land. For some reason, he'd taken a much more involved interest in what happened to Kali than even Samantha had. As much as Sam didn't want Kali to lose her land and her home, she also didn't want to lose her own job. And she certainly wasn't going to bid $80,000 to take Kali on a date. That was a lot of money from someone who supposedly couldn't stand her. She certainly hoped Flynne had a plan, because the only thing Samantha could do was stand and smile at Will as they walked from the office to go show his land to whoever it was that wanted to buy it. Which is exactly what she did. One way or the other, she had to have faith that Flynne would come through for Kali, because Samantha was doing her best to help them out, but her hands were tied when she had her client offering to go with her. She just hoped Flynne came up with something.
Chapter 28. Kali, full on distraction, mildly described Kali's state of mind. The last 2 days, Kali had fed alfalfa to the barn cats and cat food to the horses. She'd put a halter in the coat closet and then couldn't find it when she'd looked for it. She'd forgotten to latch the stall door and Bethany had gotten out, which meant Kali had to chase after the black mare who didn't want to be caught. She didn't dare attempt anything more serious than her everyday chores. She stooped over, holding the dustpan with one hand while sweeping the pile in. Why was she letting herself be so distracted? She kept running over the events of the auction. Plenty of people had bid on her, which had been exhilarating and flattering. Then Flynne and Will, of all people, had gotten locked in a bidding war only to be bested by her secret Santa. The money had been paid, but no name had been attributed to the purchase. After all that, Kali still didn't know who he was, or why Flynne had bid so high on her, or why Will had bid on her at all. She knew it was Will because she'd seen him from afar a few times, not to mention Flynne had mentioned his name as they were bidding against each other. What games was Will playing? Did he know what Kali and Flynne were up to? Did he have any idea that Samantha was involved? All of her distracted thinking brought her full circle back to the land. Because of the success of the fundraiser, Kali had more than enough money for her down payment, more than she needed. All she needed now was to secure her loan and make the offer on the property. That's it. That couldn't be so bad, right? Then why did she feel like she was doing something she shouldn't be? She couldn't help wondering what exactly she was sacrificing by taking the money. She was supposed to have a date with her secret Santa. While they'd been bidding, Kali couldn't take her eyes off Flynne. He'd bid for her and not a small amount of money either. What did that mean? Did he care about her, or was she reading more into it than was there? She hadn't realized until he'd lost just how much she'd actually wanted him to win. What if she didn't like her secret Santa? Worse. What if she didn't like him as much as she was starting to like Flynne? Was that possible? Was that okay? Everything she'd felt until recently about Flynne had circled irritation and frustration. He'd bugged her just by breathing when they were around each other, but she couldn't deny that she had always been acutely aware of him. Physically, he was hard to ignore. But his smile and his teasing had gotten through to her in ways she'd never thought possible. And he was reliable. The horse in the stall alongside Kali stamped her foot, bringing Kali back to the present and out of her thoughts. She blinked, scooting back from the center of the stall where she'd paused to think. Even her thoughts were dangerous. Shaking her head, Kali moved to the side. Next thing you know, I'll be talking to myself. She rolled her eyes. Too late. She was supposed to have a date with her secret Santa. Somehow, he or she was supposed to reach out to the other and make plans by the end of July. Kali wanted to meet up right away, but she had no way to get a hold of him. What if he didn't want to see her? What if, for whatever reason, he only wanted to give her money? Not that she was complaining. She just didn't understand why he was keeping himself away from her. At some point, she'd have to acknowledge the fact that she had feelings for Flynne. How long was she willing to wait for the anonymous admirer to come for her? What if she put everything else on hold and ended up not being attracted to him, or worse, not even liking him? She liked Flynne, and he was the one she was putting on hold to wait for the secret Santa. He seemed to like her, but she didn't know for sure. She had no idea what he was thinking because she was too chicken to ask. If she asked, she'd have to pursue whatever it was she might have with him and potentially miss out on her opportunity with her secret Santa. What was she supposed to do? What could she do? She stepped out of the stall and shut the door, turning and leaning against the post. She stared into space, wishing someone or something would tell her what to do. The door to the barn opened and Kali jerked upright. She wasn't expecting anyone, but that didn't mean potential customers wouldn't just walk in without notice. But this wasn't potential customers. Samantha led the way with Will behind her, and another man with a wide-brimmed hat and a gold belt buckle. Kali cocked her head to the side and narrowed her eyes. Samantha, what's going on? Sam was supposed to call when she had a showing, and Kali needed more time than just a few minutes to get things set up. I tried calling you, but I was sent to voicemail. You know Will Gibbons. This is Pat Blakely. Pat is looking to expand his cattle lands. He's up from Texas. Samantha smiled tightly, something in her eyes warning Kali to tread lightly. Kali reached out, shaking Blakely's hand and then Will's. Nice to meet you, Mr. Blakely. Will, it's nice to see you again. Let me know what I can do or if there are any questions I can answer. I'm just checking the horses out right now. She smiled tightly and moved to the next stall, pulling her phone out of her pant pocket. Why hadn't she gotten the call? A missed call and a handful of texts greeted her search as she swiped the screen. She checked the volume only to discover that the volume had been turned all the way down. How many other opportunities had she missed? What if her secret Santa had tried getting a hold of her? No. Samantha and Flynne were the only ones who had tried calling. Kali squashed the lightning bolts zipping through her stomach at the sight of Flynne's name on the call list. He was just warning her about the showing. That's all it could be. That's all. Samantha's voice reached Kali on the other end of the barn, but not the distinct words as she spoke to the potential buyer. Kali straightened her shoulders and tucked her phone back into her rear pocket and strode to the closet at the end of the line of stalls. She retrieved a pair of leather gloves and pulled them on. Excuse me, Kali? Will pulled her attention to the side and Kali froze at his proximity. How had he gotten so close, and she hadn't heard him? She glanced toward Samantha, who was ducking out the front door with Blakely and talking about the details of the barn before she glanced back at Will. Yeah. She didn't say more. What was she supposed to say? There was so much she didn't know about the man she worked for and currently wanted to buy the land from. He'd bid on her at the auction, but until that point, she'd never really spoken to him in person. You know this sale is nothing personal, right? Will's dark eyes didn't make Kali's insides trip up like Flynne's. but he wasn't unattractive in the least. His comment made her pause, and she tilted her head to the side and blinked. After a minute, she laughed, shaking her head. You don't think it's personal? Of course you wouldn't. You don't live here in Mistletoe. You don't know that my family used to work here. Used to own this land. She held up a hand and shook her head as if to cut off any possible interruptions. I know my daddy lost it in a poker game. I know all about that. When my parents died, I lost everything. When I got the job here, I felt like I was coming home, and I owe you for that. But don't think for a second that selling my home out from under me isn't personal. She placed her hand on her hip and watched him. Her eyes narrowed. His eyes gentled as he studied her. I didn't know you were here all this time. I mean, I knew it, but I didn't know what a find you were. Where was his cocky attitude and brazen boldness she'd heard so much about and dealt with? Why did he look at her like he wanted to ask her something but wasn't sure what to say? Kali licked her lips and shifted uncomfortably in her boots. I don't know what you mean. She cleared her throat. What exactly was he getting at? Will shook his head, breaking the stare he'd been apparently trapped in. He smiled and motioned toward the counter. Let's sit down. I haven't had a chance to catch up with you over the business and how things are going. Would that be okay? For us to just talk? Would it? Was Kali okay getting to know another guy when she wasn't sure how she felt about the unknown one and the one she'd previously thought of as an enemy? But even more importantly, what did Will think he would get out of trying to court Kali? More money? Well, Kali hated to break it to him, but she didn't have any money. So if it wasn't money, what could it possibly be? Chapter 29. Samantha Pat Blakely was one of the buyers in the area that made sure the realtors had money. Samantha didn't like working with the Texan because he only looked at the bottom dollar and didn't worry about the community or what his actions got him. She hadn't meant to leave Will inside with Kali, but when she walked back into the barn, she came to a sudden halt, and Pat ran smack into her back. She turned, holding up her hands. I'm sorry, that was my fault. She laughed and motioned for him to follow her inside. As she walked toward the cozy scene of Will and Kali sitting on the bench set up between two stall doors, Samantha couldn't believe what she was seeing. Kali giggled and rested her fingers on Will's arm. What in the world had happened? Maybe it was snowing in July or pigs were flying. Pat moved to stand in front of the two sitting and folded his arms with his legs spread wide. He started speaking at the same time Samantha's phone rang. Glancing at the screen, Samantha debated whether she should answer Flynn's call. At the last second, she swiped the screen and put the cell to her ear while staring at Will and Kali. This is Samantha. She couldn't let on to everyone else that Flynne was on the other line. Sam, tell Will you have a buyer. That an offer came in this morning and the computers have been slow. Flynn's voice was rushed and pained, two things Samantha heartily understood. She glanced at Pat as he said, I'll take it. I'm not going to try to get your price down, but I do think I'll need to revisit the zoning and permits. Looks like I might be able to do something with the foundations out at the abandoned town. Judging by Flynn's silence, he heard everything Pat said. Then he rushed on. Tell Will you have a buyer that offered 5% above asking price this morning and that you just got the information because the computers were slow. Hurry, Sam, before Will agrees. Samantha pivoted the phone so the mouthpiece wasn't right in front of her lips. Will, I'm on with my assistant and he said that you got an offer this morning. Well, that's too late. I'm making an offer right now. You can't just come in with offers before I'm able to complete my opportunity to buy. Pat furrowed his brow, hunkering his shoulders as he squinted Samantha's direction. She ignored him, looking at Will with expectation in her gaze. The computers were slow this morning. We're just getting the information now. Sounds like it's 5% above asking price. Kali half rose, pressing her fingertips to her mouth as she stared at Samantha with her eyes wide and round. Samantha would have to deal with Kali after she anchored in what Flynne wanted done. She didn't have to know exactly what his goals were to trust him. He'd done nothing but help Kali since everything began, and Samantha had to believe that what he was doing had everything to do with protecting Kali and her dreams, and nothing to do with lambasting her in front of the town or embarrassing her or anything else that would hurt her. Will crossed his arms over his chest and tucked his chin while he stared at her. "Are you serious? Someone offered 5 over?" He glanced at Pat and then at Kali. He obviously saw Kali's stricken expression because he softened his tone as he moved toward Samantha and held his hands out as if to soften their voices. "Let's go over here and talk about this." Samantha didn't lower the phone, but looked quizzically toward Kali and back to Will as they walked toward a spot a little further away from the other two. "What's he saying?" Flynn had lowered his voice as if that would make it easier for him to hear the situation or conversation. "I don't want to seem like the bad guy here. If I accept the offer, do you think Kali will still consider dating me? She seems to be softening toward me, and I'd hate to move in on her when she's obviously upset about the impending sale." Will's sincerity was almost as endearing as the fact that Flynn was cursing in Samantha's ear about Will trying to date Kali. Samantha arched an eyebrow and held up a finger to Will as she spoke into the phone. "I think you need to act fast before this deal is lost." Flynn quieted and inhaled. "You're right. Offer him the amount again. Don't say anything else." He held his breath and then exhaled when Samantha turned back to Will and spoke. "The offer is only on the table for a few more minutes." Samantha smiled at Will, ignoring his comments about Kali. That wasn't something she wanted to deal with at the moment. Will stared at her, lost in thought. Slowly, he nodded. "Yeah, okay. She's just a girl. I'll take the deal." Samantha turned away and murmured, "Did you hear that?" "Yeah, I heard that. Did Kali?" Flynn's grim tone left a chill in Samantha's chest as she turned, finding Kali and Pat had joined them and were close enough to hear Will's words. "Kali heard, and I don't think she's happy," Samantha whispered. "I gotta go." She hung up. What was going to happen next?
Chapter 30. Flynn leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees as he dragged in a deep breath. He'd made an offer with minutes to spare. When he'd called Jonathan to see who the client was looking at Stanford's stables, he'd hurried to call Samantha as soon as possible. Pat Blakely wouldn't care if a place was haunted or trashed with manure. He would just raze everything to the ground and turn it into whatever it was he wanted. Flynn knew the only way to stop that sale was to buy the place himself and above asking price. Fine, no big deal. He could turn around and sell it or gift it to Kali. Maybe even give her a ridiculously low monthly payment and talk her into dating him. Maybe even give her the land as an engagement present. Engagement? Since when did he think about marriage or taking things further in his life with anyone? He was a matchmaker. He was fine not having anyone in his life. Wasn't that a sign of a truly good matchmaker? He'd always assumed his lot in life was to be alone while he made sure others found their happy ever afters. He took in a ragged breath and closed his eyes. Kali would understand why he'd just bought the land. She had to. She wouldn't think anything untoward. She trusted him. She had to. Why would he buy the land out from under her if he didn't have a good reason? Why would he give her money and try to scare off buyers, if not to help her? Except she didn't know about him giving her money. She didn't know how he felt, because he hadn't taken the chance to tell her. Would she care? When he'd heard Will saying he was interested in her, Flynn's heart rate had sped up, and not in a good way. He didn't want to have to compete with Will for Kali's affections. He already had to compete with himself as her secret Santa. It was moments like that where Flynn wanted to yell at himself for being stupid enough to start the secret Santa thing in the first place.
Chapter 31. Kali. "Sorry about that, Pat. Unless, of course, you want to beat the bid." Will wiggled his eyebrows as if to teasingly challenge the would-be buyer. Pat chuckled and stuck out his hand. "I know when I've been beat. I'll keep an eye out for more land up this way. Samantha, if you want to put me on your notifications email list, I'd appreciate it." The heavier man tilted his hat toward the trio and ambled out of the barn. Kali continued semi-holding her breath. Will had literally said she was just a girl. He wasn't worried about how his decisions would make her feel. He wanted the money. Of course, he wanted the money. How could she have been lulled into believing he cared what happened to her? Kali didn't move or say anything. Samantha talked to Will as if Kali wasn't there as Pat ducked out the door. "You want to accept the offer? Are you positive?" Samantha finally glanced at Kali. Kali couldn't help staring at her friend, her mouth partially open as she waited in disbelief. If Will accepted the offer, Kali was out of chances. All of her dreams would go up with just one word. Why had she missed the call? She could have done something, tried to do something to deter the potential buyer. But wait, Samantha had said the offer went in that morning. There was nothing Kali could have done. She was stuck, waiting for Will to cement her nightmare in place. "Yeah, I'm sure. Draw up the paperwork." He moved to the doorway and then turned back. "Who's the buyer?" Samantha shifted her heels and glanced sheepishly at Kali before answering. Flynne Wilson." Will blinked at Samantha, his features otherwise neutral. A space passed and then another before Will hooted with amusement and broke into hard laughter. "Flynne? Why didn't he just say he wanted the place? Tell him to keep the 5%. He's so weird. I would have given it to him." Will shook his head and ran his fingers through his thick hair. He glanced at Kali. Finally, someone actually acknowledged her. Offering a slight shrug, Will grinned. "Don't take it personally, Kali. I would have liked to get to know you better, but business is business." Business was business, and that's exactly what Flynne had proved to her. Will chuckled as he turned from Samantha to face the door. "Flynne?" Over his shoulder as he walked out, Will tossed back. "Remind him, he's a friend. All he had to do was tell me he was interested, and I would have held the listing." He waved before disappearing through the door. Samantha and Kali stood in silence, both staring at the now-closed door. Kali couldn't breathe. She couldn't believe the betrayal from Samantha and Flynne. And yes, she definitely had been betrayed by Samantha. Samantha moved, her heels scraping on the cement flooring that did more harm than good in the winter months. Kali couldn't turn to look at her. She literally felt frozen in place as she stared at the doorway with her heart pounding and her chest rising and falling with each breath. Her home was gone. She wasn't sure of the time frame, but now she had nothing to plan. All of her dreams were gone, and all because she'd been stupid enough to trust Flynne, to go to him for help, to believe that he would help her. Why would he help her? He'd never even liked her. All of it had to have been a game. Rich boy was bored. Wasn't that the most logical explanation? He was bored and Kali was there to torment. That had to be it. What else made sense? Kali finally turned to face Samantha. Her eyes narrowed as she struggled to keep her tears in check. She cleared her throat and half lifted her hand before dropping it to her side. "He wanted it this whole time, didn't he? He was just doing this. All of this." Kali shook her head, unable to say any more regarding Flynne's betrayal. She couldn't even talk about Samantha's part in the whole thing. As long as Kali didn't ask, she wouldn't know, and that was going to be easier for the time being. Striding to the door, Kali pushed the panel open and stared at the ground. "I need you to leave." "Kali, I didn't..." Samantha moved to stand in front of Kali, trying to look her in the eye, but Kali shut her eyes and dropped her head. "I need you to leave. Now. Just go." Kali waved her free arm in the direction of the outdoors. "No. I want to talk about this with you. We need to figure this out." Samantha folded her arms and stood with her legs shoulder-width apart, a sure sign that she was digging in with her stubbornness. Kali inhaled through her nose and nodded her head once. "Fine, do what you want. I'm going for a ride." And without another word, Kali turned and grabbed a halter from the tack closet. She picked a random horse in the closest stall. She blinked past the tears building in her eyes that blurred her vision. She didn't want to stick around to hear what Samantha had to say. She didn't want to hear what Flynne's goals were. He'd bought the land. Had he needed time to come up with the money? Was he playing games with her emotions? Why would he do something so mean when they'd been on tenuous ground as it was? Did he not really mean the things he'd said? Why say them then? Kali couldn't admit how heartbroken she really was. Not when she just needed to get out of there, away from Samantha, away from the barn she couldn't claim as hers, away from the horses she'd have to say goodbye to, away from everything. Because if she didn't have Stanford's stables, she had no reason to stay in Mistletoe. None. Flynne and Samantha had taken that from her, and now Kali had to figure out just what it was she was going to do about all of it. But first, she needed to go somewhere and cry.
Chapter 32. Flynne. A text from Samantha let Flynne know where Kali had run off to, and just what exactly it was she was thinking. He had to talk to her. He had to explain. Riding Jezebel, Flynne reached the ruins of Whistle Stop and halted his horse along the edge of the fallen town. Kali sat on the bench, her elbows resting on her knees as she bent forward, her shoulders shaking with sobs. He'd made her cry. Flynne had done that. He'd hurt her when all he wanted to do was make things right. Would she listen if he tried to explain? Would she understand what he was trying to do if he were able to make her listen to him? Samantha said Kali wouldn't even talk to her, and they were best friends. With how much Kali blamed Flynne right then, would she be able to look past her biases and actually listen to what he had to say? Flynne took a deep breath and wheeled his horse around. In that moment, he had to think about Kali and what she was going through. She didn't want to see Samantha. Why would she want anything to do with Flynne? And that's what it would always come down to. Why would she ever want Flynne?
Chapter 33. Kali. Sometime in the evening, Kali was able to shake off her melancholy and come up with a plan. The land was sold. That much was obvious and unavoidable. Fine. Kali could deal with that. What she couldn't deal with was the fact that the proceeds from the auction were intended to help her keep the land. That wasn't an option anymore, and she wasn't sure how to get all of the money back to the other bidders. But she could at least try to give the sizable sum of money back to her secret Santa. The only way she knew how to contact him was at the diner. But how did she go to the diner without a lot of people stopping her and talking about the listing and horses and anything else they wanted to? Kali didn't want to talk to anyone. Not right then. She did, however, want to meet her secret Santa. She wanted to see him and thank him, and she'd do anything, even deal with people she didn't want to be around to make it happen. She returned to the stables, grateful to find Samantha had left. Kali didn't care when, and she didn't want to know what Samantha was doing. She just didn't care right then. She needed to deal with her own losses, and whether Samantha had been a part of it knowingly or not, she still was the one brokering the deal. That was enough for Kali. She grabbed a piece of paper from her stationery box and used a big red marker to write out, "Secret Santa. I want our date. Meet me at the diner at 5 p.m. Wednesday night." Wednesday night was the next evening. He would have enough time to see the sign and get there, but not so much time he'd be able to back out of it. Kali was already out of a home, a dream, a plan, or a goal. She might as well go for broke and put everything on the line to meet her secret Santa. She sniffed, wiping her face with a napkin from the napkin holder on the counter. She hadn't realized just how much of her heart had longed for her secret Santa to be Flynne. How much she'd wanted to consolidate the two in her mind because she had feelings for Flynne, and yet she felt beholden to her secret Santa. If only she'd been able to merge them together in reality. Now, though, after what Flynne had done, Kali was grateful they weren't one and the same. She didn't have to be mad at the last person she believed to be on her side in her hometown. The last person who could help her. Or would help her. With no hidden agenda. All Kali had to do then was post the note and start packing her things. Why wait until the closing date to leave? She could get out of there on her own choice before anyone could kick her out. At least that was the plan. That's what she could do. She had control over that much. No more would she be a victim to the whim of the landowner. She would one day own her own ranch and make her own decisions. She'd never again succumb to the likes of Will Gibbons, where the mighty dollar was stronger than even being decent. She refused to focus any further on Flynne or Samantha's roles. She couldn't face that without her heart wanting to break. Some things were better left unmanaged, at least while wounds were still fresh and raw. No. First, she'd meet her secret Santa and have her faith in humanity refreshed. Then she'd cope with the people who had betrayed her most. That sounded much more manageable. If only she could convince her heart of that. All right, chapter 34. Taylor. The labor pains were a false alarm, and Taylor was about done with waiting for her twins to arrive. She climbed in the driver's seat of her SUV and headed toward the Dean family ranch. Somewhere, she had to be able to find raspberry tea leaves. Nowhere in town had any available. For some reason, she could have sworn Carrie was growing a garden and it was stocked with raspberries. Then again, Taylor wouldn't put it past her pregnant mind for making things up either. She turned the car up the final stretch to the house and shifted uncomfortably on the leather seat. She was ready to give birth so she could get all that extra weight off her back and hips and her knees and an and. The list was endless. She was tired and emotional and more than a little scared about being an inept mom to multiple babies at once. What if she failed? She'd learned with Isaac that she couldn't successfully schedule anything with one child. He didn't stay sleeping for the time she allotted, and he didn't always want to eat when she'd planned. Taylor couldn't remember the last day she'd had as a mom where anything went exactly as she'd written it down. She hated to say it, but she was starting to wonder why she even tried to keep a planner or a calendar anymore. It seemed hopeless. The house in sight, Taylor glanced at her buzzing phone. Who was calling her? Roman knew she was heading out to the ranch and he was supposed to be in a meeting with his brothers anyway. Just a number flashed on her cell screen and she leaned over to grab the phone, veering off the side of the road and then jerking back into the lane. She took as deep of a breath as she could with the crowding on her lungs from the babies. She pulled into a parking spot in front of her dad's house and swiped the screen on her phone. This is Taylor. Taylor? Wow, you sound so professional. The woman's familiar voice sent a shiver of icy dread down Taylor's spine. She almost wished she'd gone off the edge of the road rather than hear her mother's voice again. What do you want? Taylor didn't ask it as a question. She honestly didn't care why her mother was calling. There was something inside her that kept her from hanging up on her own mother, but nothing was going to make her smile while she talked to her. Maybe Taylor was having a pregnancy hallucination. It wasn't unheard of from what Taylor understood. Of all the books she'd read, it was definitely mentioned as a possibility. Her mother seemed unfazed as she spoke into the phone. I want what's mine. I didn't get my fair share of the holdings. I think David was holding out on me. A sharp pain rippled across Taylor's midsection. She rolled her eyes. She was not starting labor pains right then. No, she couldn't be. They would be a false alarm like they were a while ago. That's all. She was not going into labor. She wasn't. I'm not sure what you think is yours. You left. Then Dad became wealthy. Taylor leaned back in the driver's seat, closing her eyes as she settled into the pain of the contraction. Toward the end, she shook her head and breathed deeply but quietly. Well, little girl, if you think about it, I have more right to anything on that land than even David. I lived on that property for all that time, sitting on top of the oil and mineral rights that he eventually made cash off of. That wasn't my fault he didn't know to check for them, so I deserve at least half. Her mother's voice had taken on the hardened rasp of someone who just didn't care about other people. You don't deserve any of it. You left. That was your choice. You got what he had at the time. That's like saying anything he's done with his life after you left you have a claim to. Taylor lifted her head and stared at the dashboard of her car, unseeing the numbers or odometer as she focused on the small green clock, telling her how much time was passing. She hit 4 minutes, and another pain thundered around her midsection. She gritted her teeth, careful not to change her breathing or make a sound. Tell you what, Taylor, you figure out a way to get me my fair share of the Dean family holdings as they stand today, or I'm going to share with the world a secret so dark that it will destroy your precious matchmaking reputation and all of the families in Mistletoe. She left the threat in the air as if waiting for Taylor to process her words. Taylor didn't say anything until the last slice of pain of the current contraction subsided. She knew she didn't have long before the next one, and she had to end the call as soon as possible. Taking a deep breath, Taylor held her voice neutral. I have no idea what you're talking about, and I'm sure Dad doesn't either. You'll have to call and talk to him. Don't mess around, Taylor. I have evidence that proves your entire matchmaking legacy has been built on a farce. It would make quite the scandal and even tear down your precious Wilson family. Is that what you want? Roman would fall. They all would fall. And you'd be left standing in the dust with the knowledge that you could have stopped it all. She changed her tactics. You can always make money back, but reputations can be irreparable. Make it happen, Taylor, so I don't have to do what I don't want to. She hung up, leaving Taylor breathing in short pants through another contraction. What kind of evidence did Jennifer have that she felt confident enough threatening Taylor and the family? What could she have possibly known that she took it with her? Knowing her mother the way that Taylor did, she had no doubt that Jennifer had held on to the information for just such an occasion. She didn't mention the fact that Taylor had emailed numerous times over the years with news about her and Lily's weddings, pictures of Taylor's son, even ongoing information on what was going on in her life and around Mistletoe. Never once had Jennifer responded. And even then, on the long-time-coming phone call, she didn't acknowledge Taylor's attempts to keep her involved in their lives. Taylor took a shuddering breath and blamed the tears burning her eyelids on the fact that she was in the middle of labor and not facing the reality that she meant nothing to her mother. She turned the SUV back on and put the car in reverse. She'd never make it to the hospital if she waited for someone else to come get her. She had to get to the clinic on her own. She gripped the steering wheel with both hands and murmured to her unborn children, I'll never leave you like that. Never, I promise. Her words rang in her ears as she rumbled down the road, screaming every time a contraction came and she couldn't pull over to acknowledge it. At some point, she made a call to Roman and left a message on his voicemail that she was in labor and he better meet her at the doctor's. She wasn't sure which doctor she specified, but he'd figure it out. She had to figure out how to get to the hospital to give birth. Everything else, including her mother's threats, was going to have to wait. Taylor had babies to deliver.
Chapter 35. Flynne. On the off chance Kali would try to reach out to her secret Santa, Flynne went to the cafe early the next morning after he'd offered on Will's place. Samantha had said Kali kicked her out, which Flynne had been afraid of. Neither of them could get through to Kali on the phone. Flynne wasn't sure what her state of mind was, or he'd stop by and check on her, try to talk to her. He pulled open the diner doors and came to a full stop in front of the board. She hadn't messed around with a small piece of paper or even discretion. No. She'd gone for bold and brazen. Flynne glanced around and reached up, pulling her note from the board and inhaling through his nose. Her handwriting was shaky, but determined, and Flynne's chest hurt. She must have been desperate to demand to see her secret Santa that night. There was no time to plan or figure things out. Flynne had to decide if he wanted her to know who he was just yet or what. He honestly wasn't sure. If she knew it was Flynne, she might be too upset to listen to him. If Flynne stood her up that night, she might feel completely abandoned by everyone in her life. Flynne wasn't sure what to do. He crumpled the note, tucking it into his pocket and turning from the interior of the diner. What he needed was a ride on his horse. A long, mind-cleansing ride that would help him figure out just what he needed to do to help Kali more fully. On his horse's back, Flynne gave her the lead, letting her take him on a trek across the fields and over to Whistle Stop, one of his favorite places, made more so by the times he'd had with Kali there. What if she didn't know just how much she meant to him? How would she? Flynne had never told her, and he'd left all of his gestures in a pile of anonymous goo at her feet. Now she was reaching out to the wrong guy or the right guy, depending on which way you looked at it. Was he the right guy? Flynne felt he was. He cared about her, and the more he thought about losing her, the more he realized that love might be a strong enough word to apply to the situation. He loved her, but he didn't know how to tell her when she had to hate him. Another horse and rider appeared in the distance, coming from the direction of town. Flynne reached up, adjusting his hat to see more clearly, and squinted until the rider came better into view. Will. As his friend came to a stop beside Flynne, he nodded. This horse is not as forgiving as I thought she'd be. I'm not sure riding is for me. He looked uncomfortable in stiff jeans with the store creases still in the front of the legs. He adjusted himself on the saddle and bared his teeth as he grunted. Yeah, I don't like anything about this setup. How do you do this all the time? Ignoring his question, Flynne slid from the back of his horse and left her to graze by the outer foundation of the southern edge of Whistle Stop. The bench he'd sat on with Kali called to him, and he sat down before he gave it too much thought. He clenched his jaw as he watched Will climb down from his borrowed horse. You had to go after Kali? Why hide what he was upset about? Might as well get it out in the open before it festered. Will shrugged, holding on to the reins as he leaned a hip against the waist-height rock wall that delineated the boundaries of the abandoned town. Sure, why not? She came out in that Mrs. Claus outfit, and I couldn't come up with a reason not to. He grinned, and then his smile faltered as he studied Flynne. Wait, do you have a thing for the stable girl? Flynne didn't answer. He dropped his gaze and gritted his teeth harder. The way Will said it suggested Flynne should be embarrassed about the way he felt for Kali, but he wasn't having that. He wasn't going to be ashamed for the way he felt, and he was lucky if she even considered him a friend. Will held his hands up at chest height and slowly shook his head. Flynne, brother, I would never have gone after the girl, even the tiny bit I did, if I'd known you were interested. Flynne exhaled on a sigh as he realized Will was telling the truth. He nodded and pinched the bridge of his nose. Thanks for saying that. I'm on edge about all of this. She won't talk to me since I made the offer. Why did you make the offer, if you're worried about upsetting her? Will furrowed his brow as he waited for Flynne's answer. Flynne would have to face the truth and own it to his friend. I bought it because me owning it is better than Pat Blakely. She can have it if I buy it. That's all she wants is that land. I just want her to have whatever she wants. Will nodded slowly as he considered his friend. After a minute, he spoke slowly, but confidently. We've been friends a long time, Flynne. I wish you would have told me. I'm not hurting for money. I didn't have to sell right now. I just figured it was a good time. If you don't want to own the place, I'll take it off the market and leave it as is. I'm fine with that. Flynne swallowed and shook his head. No, I'll buy it. I'm just going to give it to her, I think. Then she'll never have to worry about where she's going or what she's doing. Got it. Sounds like you have it bad. Will moved from the foundation wall and tied the reins to a rebar sticking out from the cement grout. He moved to sink onto the bench beside Flynne and patted his friend's back. Love sucks, man. Better you than me. Flynne nodded and continued staring out over the fields leading toward the stables. Love was hard to manage, and Flynne wasn't sure what to do to help Kali feel better. She wouldn't even let him apologize. He had to say something. Kali won't even let me explain. Then you do whatever you can to make her listen. If she doesn't forgive you, fine. But you keep trying until she hears you. Will spoke with conviction. What did he know about love? Flynne could do that. He could keep trying. He had to.
Chapter 36. Kali's phone buzzed for what had to be the 10th time in as many minutes. She wasn't going to answer. She didn't even want to look at the screen long enough to silence the ringer. No, what she wanted, needed, was a break from all of it. From everyone. The kicker was she wasn't even upset with Flynne or Samantha anymore. Thankfully, she wasn't the type to hold on to grudges. But she was mad at herself. Why had she expected Samantha to split herself between her job and her loyalty to her friend? That wasn't fair for Kali to do to Sam. And Flynne. There was so much there that Kali didn't even know where to start. He didn't owe her anything. She was the one who had known they weren't exactly buddies to begin with. So why was she so upset to find that he'd had a different agenda from the beginning? She'd expected something that wasn't realistic. She was mad at herself. Talking to them wasn't an option. Not right then. She needed space. Plus, she had no idea where she was going to go or what she was going to do. No, that all depended on her. Was it a date or just a meeting? Whatever it was with her secret Santa that evening. She rolled over on her small futon mattress and stared at the coffee table inches from her face. She had about an hour before she had to meet with her secret Santa, and she was trying to ignore the flutterings in her stomach. Maybe just keeping him anonymous would be better? Maybe keeping just one of the people in her life in a position where they couldn't hurt Kali would have been smarter than pulling him into the chaos of her life. She ignored the 2 boxes she'd pulled from her closet that were already mostly packed since she didn't have a lot of storage space in the small loft apartment. But it was home. The size didn't matter. The fact that she had to use a hot plate to cook didn't matter. The horses and the peaceful nights were all she needed to feel like she was home. Would she ever find that sensation again? She stared at the clock and decided to get up and get ready after only waiting 5 more minutes. What if she wasn't what he expected? Wait, what was wrong with her? He knew what she was like, what she looked like, her name, all of it. She was the one who didn't know anything about him except his generosity. Was that enough? Everything was so confusing. She was so confused, and she couldn't figure out what it was exactly that she wanted. Her phone had stopped buzzing, and for some reason, Kali felt more abandoned than she had before. She hated the confusing way she felt and just wanted something to make sense. Just one thing. At least she knew her secret Santa was trying to help her without a hidden agenda. That was as far as she was willing to follow the train of thought over her hurt from Flynne's betrayal. Just not thinking about Flynne would be the best thing for her at that time. Glancing back at her small apartment, Kali couldn't believe she didn't have very many options left to her. Soon that loft apartment wouldn't be her home, and even though it wasn't much, it was her whole world. When she finally did arrive at the cafe, she asked for a booth where she could see the front door easily. She arrived 15 minutes early and noticed her note to him had been removed. Was that before or after he saw it? What if he didn't see it? She took a steadying breath and adjusted the position of the fork and knife on the napkin. She folded her hands in her lap and tried not to stare at the doors, but it was hard. "Hey, Kali, can I get you anything?" The new waitress paused by the table, her smile sweet and open. Kali licked her lips. Should she order something? Or was that being rude for when her date, was he a date, showed up? Yes, please. Can I get a chocolate milkshake? If she was going to have limited time in Mistletoe, missing out on things like the Mistletoe milkshakes and the Browning Street BBQ wasn't an option. She twisted the napkin between her fingers and watched as another man walked through the door. Who was it? She knew most of the people in Mistletoe. What if it was Old Man Jenkins? The guy had to be in his 80s by then. Anything was possible. The diner was fairly quiet. Middle of the week, slow, and Kali took a deep breath. She had to be patient. She could be patient. What would she even do when he walked in? How would she know? It's not like he would be dressed in a Santa suit. Unless? Kali chuckled to herself. What if he did do that? Wouldn't that be funny? Her thoughts put her in a better mood, easing the anxiety of not knowing what was going on. She didn't like surprises, but that didn't mean they couldn't be good for her. She glanced at the clock on the wall. He was 5 minutes late. The server came back with the milkshake, winking as she slid it across the table to her. Enjoy. let me know if you want anything else." She tapped the table and moved back to the space behind the counter to roll napkins around silverware. Kali sipped her milkshake and stared at the doorway. The longer it took for him to arrive, the chalkier her drink tasted. After an hour, she sat there, playing with the condensation on her glass with her fingertips, dragging the drops up and down the glass. Her stomach sank and the milkshake sat like lead in her gut. At 2 hours, she finally gave in. Blinking back tears, she smiled tightly at her waitress and nodded as if to say she was ready for the ticket. Her secret Santa had stood her up. She didn't even question if he'd seen the note or not. Of course he had. He couldn't be relied on, just like no one else in her life. She pushed her glass and destroyed napkin to the edge of the booth and waited for the ticket, leaning forward to rest her elbow on the table and then her chin in her hand. The door opened and her heart skipped a beat, but then she narrowed her eyes. Flynne walked through the door. He scanned the interior of the nearly empty diner, his gaze landing on Kali. Relief smoothed his features. Dealing with Flynne after having her supposed secret admirer reject her was not what she felt like she was mentally or emotionally prepared for. Maybe he was there just to eat and he'd leave her alone. Except, as he walked toward Kali, she had no doubt he was there for her. And if her emotions weren't so raw, she'd be a little thrilled to see him, betrayal and all.
Chapter 37. Flynne. As Flynne walked toward Kali, closing the distance between them with each determined step, he decided he wouldn't tell her that he'd stood outside across the street and watched as she waited for her secret Santa to show. He wouldn't tell her that he was that man and that he would do anything for her. Why add more to her anguish? He'd stood there in wonder, watching as she waited and waited. He never would have believed that she would wait nearly 2 hours for a man she'd never met, but she couldn't be bothered to answer his calls. She really must be unwilling to forgive him. That thought pained him, and when he saw her starting to move her items to the side of the table, he figured he was about to lose his last chance to tell her he was sorry and explain. Kali wasn't the type to cause a scene, and she wasn't the type to be rude to his face. At least he could count on that much. She glanced at him, her features stony as she took in his appearance. She moved to stand, her actions jerky and irritated. Before she could stride out of the diner, Flynne stood in front of her, blocking her exit. He held his hands out at his sides, in case she tried to slip by him. Immediately, he felt foolish. She wasn't a horse he was trying to corner, but he was desperate to talk to her, desperate to be heard, desperate to have a chance. "Kali, we need to talk." Kali considered his stance before folding her arms and lifting her defiant gaze to his face, her jaw set and bright points of color high on her cheeks. "What do you want, Flynne? I'm not in the mood right now for more of your lies." Kali spoke plainly, her tone rough and edged with pain. "Hey, I didn't lie to you. Not completely." Except he had, and he fell silent, watching her as she processed what he said. "You didn't lie to me? Are you kidding right now? Then you expect me to believe it was just coincidence that you helped me hold off sales until the day Pat Blakely made an offer, and then you did? Not only that, but Will gave you a deal. What was the point of all of this?" Kali waved her hand between them and furrowed her brow. "If it wasn't to buy the land?" Flynne swallowed. Put like that, of course he sounded like he was out to get her. Kali continued as he paused. "Was the point to have fun watching me struggle? You made a friend out of me. I cared about you. I thought—" She shook her head and lifted her chin. "It doesn't matter. What matters is that I trusted you, and you did this to me." "It's not what you think." Flynne shook his head, his throat tight. He didn't usually defend himself against anyone. He didn't usually care what others thought of him. Why should he? He didn't care about them. But Kali was different. He cared about her, more than he wanted to. And the fact that he needed to defend himself seemed to lock him up in the face of her anger. "Do you honestly think I would do that to you?" That I would hurt you so insidiously? After what we've done together?" The anger smoothed from Kali's face as she folded her arms against her waist and watched him. She didn't say anything, and Flynne took advantage of her silence. He lowered his voice and stared into her eyes. "You can't honestly tell me you don't feel this between us. This pull, it tugs so hard, I can feel it even when I'm not with you. You and I can do anything together, Kali. You have to see that." Something in her features softened, encouraging Flynne to go on. He reached out, gripping her upper biceps with his hands and staring deeper into her eyes. "Be with me. The land is yours. You can have it. You don't have to be alone anymore. We could do this together. It doesn't have to be you fighting the world alone." He pulled her closer, pressing his lips to hers. The immediate heat consumed him. She'd been there that whole time, and he'd never really accepted it until she was almost gone. She seemed to sink into his embrace and then shake herself back to reality. Breaking free from his hold, Kali stepped back, just out of reach, and studied him. Her expression further neutralized. Her jaw ticked, and she blinked as if trying to break a spell holding her in place. She took a deep breath and shook her head. "How low to throw that at me? I'm not for sale, Flynne. If I can't have Whistle Stop and everything that belongs with it on my own terms, I don't want it. No dream is worth losing my self-worth. And that's what it would be. I would be trading myself, and that isn't being honest." Was she saying that she didn't care about him? That she didn't feel what he felt? As if a horse had kicked him in the gut, Flynne gasped for air. His mouth fell open as he stared at Kali. "What are you saying? Are you saying no?" "I'm disappointed. Yeah, I'm saying no. Of course I'm pulled to you. You're gorgeous and a gentleman, and we have something between us, like a spark that you get when you put a negative and a positive wire together. But I know to stay away from a rose, no matter how tantalizing it is, because I've been pricked by the thorns. You've already hurt me. I'm not going to let you do it again when I have nothing left of my own. I won't have anything to fall back on when you decide you're bored with the game, so leave me alone." Her eyes flashed, and she reached into her front pocket. She dropped her gaze to the table and then pushed past him, leaving a $10 bill on the counter on top of the ticket the server had set down before Flynne had walked in. Flynne sank to the seat across from where she'd been sitting. He should have told her he was her secret Santa. He'd had the chance to be forthcoming, tell her everything he'd been trying to do for her, and he'd skipped the opportunity. He loved her, told her how he felt, and she'd thrown it in his face. What was he supposed to do with that? At that point, he had nothing left to offer her. If she'd made up her mind not to forgive him, then she'd made up her mind. Kali was nothing if not steadfast. How did Flynne give her everything she'd ever wanted without forcing her to be in his company or have anything to do with her? He had to figure out a way, and then he had to get out of Mistletoe. The only reason he wanted to stay had just told him to leave her alone.
Chapter 38. Kali. "Kali, you in here?" Levi Wilson's voice carried up the steps to Kali's makeshift apartment. Poking her head through the door, she called out, "Just a second. I'll be right down." She turned back to the place she'd called home and tilted the mattress on end to help with storage and bent down, grabbing her last carry-all with her toiletries in it. Levi had called her the day before, asking for an opportunity to meet with her to go over some papers regarding the land and the business. The day had come. Of course, she'd hoped and prayed she wouldn't be bothered by Flynne or Will, and that she would have a few more weeks to figure things out before being kicked from the building. But apparently that wasn't an option. Especially after telling off her new boss for feigning to have romantic interests in her. She wasn't that kind of girl, and she wouldn't settle for that kind of relationship. With anyone. Even someone like Flynne, who had almost fooled her into loving him. Almost. Walking down the steps slowly, Kali cast her glance around as much of the barn and stables that she could see. She was going to miss the way the light from the windows made it always seem brighter than it was, or how the soft sounds of the horses were more melodic than anything. She'd miss the wide staircase and the catwalk overhead, and the little engraved initials of her parents tucked into the corner of the hand railing at the top of the steps. Kali was literally being asked to walk away from her home, and she had no way to fight it. Not anymore. She smiled at Levi and Roman standing beside the counter where she had taken most reservations and payments, but not anymore. "Hi, Levi. Roman, I didn't realize you were coming." She smiled stiffly, then motioned toward her last bag. "Let me put this in the truck and I'll be right back in to look over the papers." She ducked through the door and tossed her bag in the back of the truck, considering just hopping in the driver's seat and rumbling down the road without talking to the Wilson brothers. But she'd already said she would be right back, and she wouldn't let her shredded feelings for Flynne dictate how she treated others. Lifting her shoulders, Kali returned to the stables and smiled at the two men. She rounded the counter to her normal place, probably for the last time, and folded her arms and rested them on the countertop. "What can I do for you guys? Do you need the books for the stables?" Without waiting for their reply, she bent down and pulled the black accounting book from the small shelf she kept it on under the counter. "Here you go. What else do you need?" Levi grinned, shaking his head as he pulled out his own file and set it on the counter. "Actually, I just need you to sign some papers for me. I'm acting as notary in this situation since Isabel is out of town for the month, and this doesn't directly benefit me. Not that Flynne didn't try to give me money to do it." He rolled his eyes and glanced at Roman. "Have you noticed that? He has a bad habit of thinking money can fix everything." Kali didn't say anything. She didn't want to think about Flynne. She'd avoided that topic for almost 5 days since seeing him at the diner. Okay, she'd only been able to avoid talking about him. Everything she did made her think of him, and it was vastly annoying. She waited for Levi to turn back to her. He opened the file and slid papers to her. "You'll need to sign for ownership, but other than that, everything else is already in place." Kali blinked, staring at the paperwork Levi set out in front of her. "Wait, what? I didn't buy anything. I'm actually leaving today. Didn't you want to give me the eviction notice?" She had no idea what they were doing, but she couldn't be more confused. Levi drew back, glancing at Roman and cocking his head to the side. "Eviction notice? Where would you stay while you're working your land?" "My land? What are you talking about?" Kali gritted her teeth. Flynne better not have gone behind her back and went forward with the deal like she hadn't said anything. She couldn't be bought. She wouldn't be bought. Her irritation bubbled inside her as she considered what he could possibly be thinking to bring his brothers into the situation. Did they honestly think she would agree to something so sordid? Not that being with Flynne was wrong. It was the fact that he'd offered her property to stay with him. Why couldn't he have asked her to be with him? Just him. No land involved. He'd essentially offered to buy her affection, and that left her feeling cheap and shallow. "Actually, Flynne has turned over all of the holdings that go with Whistle Stop at no cost to you. All you need to do is sign some of the paperwork so we can transfer ownership and you're good to go." Levi smiled, pushing some of the papers closer to Kali on the surface of the counter. Kali quirked an eyebrow and glanced down at the nearest sheet of paper. "Okay, what does he want in return? I don't have that kind of money. I need to contact a bank." She couldn't process the fact that they were saying he didn't want anything. Of course he did. Everyone did. "Let's go over the paperwork together. Flynne really is giving this to you without any strings." He motioned toward the first set of pages, explaining something about mineral and water rights as he flipped through each section. He pointed to the signature spaces at the bottom. "There's Flynne's mark, and you'll do the same on the buyer section. But you don't need to pay anything, as we already discussed." Flynne's bold and strong signature caught Kali's eye, and she stared at it a moment. What was it that was so familiar? Underneath the flourishing letters of his name, 2 lines with a swipe through them added a special touch to his name. Kali had seen that mark before. She licked her lips as she realized there just might be a whole lot more around Flynne's involvement than she'd assumed. Roman would know for sure, though. Kali licked her lips, glancing from the signature on the page to Roman. Roman, do you happen to have the phone number for my anonymous bidder at the auction? She claimed the pen Levi held toward her, but she didn't sign the papers. If her suspicions were right, she didn't deserve anything from anyone. Roman cocked his head to the side, casting a weird look at Levi. I thought you knew it was Flynne. Flynne was the one who outbid himself? Kali's lips parted in shock. Why wasn't she surprised? He'd found a way to give her the most money he could, and he kept himself out of the suspect pool by bidding against himself. For a second, Kali had thought for sure Will was her secret Santa, but his actions proved otherwise, just like she'd thought Flynne's had. Flynne bid against himself? Levi shook his head, grinning. That sounds like him. Did you know he spread a rumor around town that the stables here are haunted by Native American warriors? I guess the interest in the place dropped drastically, at least for purchase. I've had a ton of people asking if there's going to be any dude ranching at the haunted stables. I was a little surprised to find out he'd bought it until I heard about that fiasco. Levi nodded toward Kali. The funniest thing is that he didn't even want it for himself. The whole time he wanted it for you. Yeah, he made me upbid until the anonymous caller won, no matter how much he took it to. I was a little surprised, but it was a good strategy. It worked. Roman half shrugged as if the things his brother did had stopped shocking him. Kali dropped her gaze to the contracts again and worked to control her breathing. She didn't know what to say or what to do as she stood there with evidence of Flynne's attempts to help her inches from her hands. Kali, they're telling the truth. He's been trying to help you from the beginning. Samantha's voice cut through Kali's shock. Lifting her gaze, Kali blinked at the sight of her friend standing just inside the doorway. Samantha nodded at the Wilson boys but stayed where she was. I know you don't want anything to do with me, but I had to tell you that he's been fighting for you from the start. Everything he's done or made me do was because he knew you needed this place. Samantha's wary gaze left Kali feeling guilt mixed with the regret of how she'd treated Flynne. And her friend. Her shoulders slumped forward. I don't know what to do. She lifted her eyes to Levi and Roman. Is he home? Or out on a ride? Flynne was always either home or out with his horse. Kali just had to find him. She could do that and see if she could grovel enough to get his forgiveness. Levi scrunched his lips to the side and shook his head. Sorry, Kali. He's on some kind of trip or something. You might be able to get him on the cell, but he's heading out internationally from what I understood. Yeah, he needed a break from Mistletoe. I think Colt went with him. I'm not sure. Roman cleared his throat. Well, how about you sign these really fast and we'll leave you to it. Kali numbly went through the motions of signing her name to land that had been bought for her. She'd accused a man of being a liar and using her when he'd only been trying to be a friend. Maybe more. Kali had never pushed to understand more because she'd been so certain his motivations weren't honorable. That was her first mistake. Not giving Flynne or anyone else the benefit of the doubt. Anyone else included her best friend, Samantha. She'd let her down. Hadn't tried listening to her side and understanding. She'd just blamed Samantha and Flynne for her pains and trials and the loss of the land. Kali had a lot to apologize for. She just hoped she got the chance. She signed her name over and over again, until the stack of papers in the finished pile loomed over the last 2 pages left to sign. As Kali signed them, she couldn't help wishing she'd considered his offer. She could have been there signing things with Flynne instead of missing him. She'd done that, and he was gone. Her heart grew heavy as she realized she'd done that to herself. What else was she going to lose because of her own stubbornness? As they finished the last of the paperwork and Levi and Roman left the barn, Kali realized she might not be able to fix things with Flynne, but Samantha was still there. And for whatever reason, she hung around. Kali needed to make things right there. At least she could do that. After the rumble of the Wilson truck had faded in the distance, Kali rounded the counter and approached Samantha. How did she start? Maybe just starting was the best way to do anything. I'm so sorry. I just jumped to conclusions. I should have waited and asked or tried to find out. I feel so stupid. And she was. What would she have done if someone had done that to her? Samantha blinked back tears, shadows under her eyes suggesting she hadn't been sleeping much. No, I'm sorry. I was trying to help Flynne help you, so I kept more secrets. I promise they were good secrets, but you couldn't have known what was happening with my silence. She shook her head and moved to sit on the bench against the far wall. I thought for sure we'd succeed, and you could buy the land on your own. But then Flynne explained how you wouldn't be able to qualify for the loan because the only job you've ever had is working here. Samantha sighed. I'm sorry. I should have known it would get all mixed up. Kali sank onto the bench beside her. No, I should have trusted you more. Trusted Flynne more. It's just hard when all he and I have ever done is fight, you know? Why would he do this for me? I don't understand. She fell silent and dropped her gaze to the cement floor. He asked me to be with him, and he'd give me all of the land. He just didn't want us to be alone anymore. Samantha pressed her hand over her mouth, her eyes wide as she stared at Kali. After a minute, she lowered her hand and whispered, That is so romantic. And you still told him no? Shame coursed through Kali, and she nodded. Yeah, well, the honest truth is I felt like I would be selling myself or something. But explaining her reasoning to Samantha made it sound even dumber than she feared. She leaned back, staring up at the ceiling and resting her head against the wall. I'm stupid, aren't I? Samantha's silence didn't make Kali feel better. She blinked back tears and asked again in a chokingly tight voice. Why would he do that? I've been so awful to him, and he just gave me this land. Her dreams. She'd just signed papers that secured everything she'd ever wanted, and the only thing she actually wanted was nowhere near her. He was gone, off on an unclear destination trip, and Kali didn't know how to fix it. Or anything. I honestly think he has feelings for you. He might even love you based on the things he's been doing for you. I don't know. I just know if I were in your shoes, I would try to figure anything out. Samantha sighed. Take it from someone who almost lost the one. Yeah, that was painful to watch. Kali remembered how oblivious to Austin Samantha had been. When everything had worked out, Kali's relief had rivaled even Elizabeth's, Austin, and Flynne's mother. I messed up. He's gone. What do I do? I need ideas, Samantha. Kali would do whatever she needed to. She just didn't know what it was that would work. I know for a fact his mother isn't happy that he's left and taken Colt with him. She demanded that they return by Christmas. Samantha crossed her ankle over her knee as she relayed the information. Christmas? That long? He's going to be gone that long? He'd learned to forget her by then. What else would she be able to do to get him back? Taylor had her babies. I was going to go visit. Did you want to go? Maybe you could quiz Roman for more information. Samantha's suggestion sounded solid, but Kali didn't want to leave. For some reason, she couldn't bring herself to leave the land that she'd almost lost, and now would trade in to have Flynne back. Thanks. I think I need to call him. Or something. I need to make this right. Kali's stomach twisted. Samantha nodded and stood. Okay. I understand. Well, congratulations anyway. This place is yours now. I'm so excited for you. She leaned down and wrapped her arms around Kali in a warm embrace. Kali patted her friend's back and waited for her to leave before she got up and moved to bring her things back inside. Somehow she would have to process the fact that she was home, and it was her home for good. Because of Flynne. And she had no way to thank him, to apologize, to try to fix everything she'd broken. Kali desperately wanted another chance. By the time he came home, he would have forgotten about her. That hurt more than anything. She glanced at the cell she'd set on the counter while talking with the Wilson brothers. Did she call Flynne? Calling seemed so impersonal. She needed to do more than that. She needed to see him in person. But how?
Chapter 39. David. Shifting nervously in the elevator, David stared up at the shifting numbers. When the elevator reached his floor, the lift dinged and the doors opened slowly. He moved the bouquet of flowers from one hand to the other as he stepped onto the floor of the labor and delivery department at the small hospital. Roman had said she was to the right. David strode confidently the direction his son-in-law had instructed him. The twins, a boy and a girl, had been born that morning after a long and arduous delivery. According to Roman, Taylor had been a warrior and Roman needed to sleep. At the door to Taylor's room, David paused. He was a little nervous to see two new grandbabies all at once. He'd gone from being a grandfather of one to a grandfather of three in moments, and he still wasn't sure how to act or what to do to support his daughter. It was moments like that one where David missed a wife's gentle and maternal guidance. He didn't know what to do or say, and he really just wanted to weep at the overwhelming gratitude swelling in his heart. He knocked, the sound gentle. Hopefully they heard him, and he hadn't woken anyone, namely the babies. The door swung open before he could overthink his actions. "David, I'm glad you made it." Roman swung the door wider, motioning David inside. He closed the door behind his father-in-law as they both moved cautiously toward the bed where Taylor lay. Her chest rose and fell as she glanced down at the babies in her arms. After a second, she smiled and looked up at her dad. "I can only hold them at the same time when I'm sitting here and have pillows helping me. My arms are definitely not strong enough for this." "They will be. Don't worry." David looked from one small infant to the next. "They're amazing, aren't they?" Roman stood beside him, nodding. "I'm wondering how to hire a few of these nurses to come live with us to help with the babies." Taylor laughed, shaking her head. "We'll be fine. Isaac is having a good time at Elizabeth's. Maybe you should swing by there on your way home, Dad, and see him. He was asking about you." Elizabeth and Isaac. David wasn't sure which one he was more excited to see. "Hey, Dad, we need to talk." Taylor shifted one of the babies to Roman's arms, and he moved to the rocking chair, sitting and observing quietly. A shiver of trepidation skittered up his spine, and David blinked. "Okay. What about?" "Mom." Taylor didn't mince words or waste time. She inhaled deeply, and then spoke. "I got a call from her. She was threatening toward you, the Wilsons, and the rest of the town. She said she should have half of what you have, and she's willing to reveal a secret that will destroy the town and both families if she doesn't get it. She told me to make it happen." Taylor glanced at Roman, and then back at her father. "That's when I went into labor, or I would have told you sooner." David studied Taylor as he sank onto the edge of her bed. Jennifer had finally reached out to one of their daughters, and instead of being a mother as was needed, she threatened Taylor, who was in no condition to deal with the stress. David's anger curled sharply inside him. "I'm sorry. I don't know what the secret could be. What should I do?" "I think we need to have a family meeting and discuss worst-case scenarios and see what everyone else knows. Maybe if everyone puts their heads together, we can get ahead of this." Taylor glanced at Roman and then back at David. "And I mean both families, not just ours." David nodded, his throat tight. He would have to admit, in front of Elizabeth, that his wife had cheated on him, that he wasn't the matchmaker he should be when his own wife wasn't happy with him. Plus, how was it possible to get both families together to talk about the things that they needed to? It was almost a town problem, but the residents of Mistletoe looked to the Dean and Wilson families to help keep their town protected and flourishing. If anything, it fell into their laps to take care of any problems that might arise. And Jennifer was definitely a problem. "I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal, Dad. You know how she is. More bark than bite. She's trying to intimidate us, and I'm going to call it now. She doesn't have anything that can do what she's threatening. I'm calling her bluff, but I'll wait until we all get together to discuss it." Taylor shrugged and sighed. "I just gave birth, so..." I think I get some leeway on any deadlines she might try to invoke." Taylor laughed, and honestly, she didn't look too put out by the suggestions put forth by Jennifer. David nodded and stretched out his arms. "Agreed. I'll set something up for when you're feeling up to it. In the meantime, I'll take this little one. You look like you need a break." The latter wasn't entirely true, but David wanted an excuse to hold his new grandchild, plus he'd take the opportunity to get away from the topic of his ex-wife. She was unpleasant at the best of times. "Thanks, Dad." Taylor chuckled and passed the baby to David, who welcomed the small bundle into his arms. "It's like Christmas in July." He marveled at the doll-like features. Could he be more blessed? Chapter 40. Flynne. According to Levi and Roman, Kali had accepted the land. It just took the offer to come from someone else. Apparently, she really couldn't stand Flynne. He understood. There were a lot of things he would change. Unintentionally, though, he'd changed his phone number when he transferred to a new carrier that was more internationally friendly. According to Samantha, though, before he'd left, Kali hadn't reached out to her. If Kali couldn't forgive Samantha, how did Flynne expect her to forgive him? He was more enemy in her eyes than friend. He didn't stand a chance. He tapped his finger on the armrest of the plane seat. He already couldn't wait to get back home. Traveling was fun and a great way to unwind, but he'd been out a few weeks already, and the next 5 months stretched before him with unwavering frustration. He just wanted to be in the same space Kali was in. She didn't have to talk to him. Just knowing she was a mile or so away was enough. His current proximity to her was best measured by oceans and continents, and not nearly as comforting as he wished it was. Plus, the longer he was gone, the more likely it was that another man would swoop in and sweep Kali off her feet. He didn't need to be forgiven by her, but he definitely needed to know if she was going to fall for some sap that moved into the area. Flynne would be able to tell if she was right for him or not. As far as Flynne was concerned, no one was as right for Kali as he was. Would she ever see it that way? As long as he was out of the country, she couldn't. But could he face going back home if she was just going to continue to reject him?
Chapter 41. Kali. How many times did Kali call Flynne only to realize he'd changed his number? Probably 6 before an older lady answered and informed Kali that there was no Flynne in her house or on her property, but if he was good-looking to send him her way. Kali had smiled as she'd hung up, but it had faded into a frown. He'd changed his number? Then he didn't want anything to do with her. He'd changed his number, and it was probably to get away from her. She hadn't trusted him. She'd blamed him, and when he'd tried to explain, she'd thrown it back in his face. Kali closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She was always going to be surrounded by reminders of Flynne. Even if she hadn't seen him standing on the catwalk or sat with him at the bench at Whistle Stop, or even gone and visited him at his own place. Kali couldn't be anywhere on her property without remembering he'd given it to her. He'd made it possible for her to live there. No matter what she did, he was all around her, slowly driving her insane. Business picked up as Kali implemented some of the marketing ideas she'd longed to try. Weekend bonfires out at the ruins opened another form of revenue, and Kali couldn't help wishing she could talk to Flynne about the success and where else they could take it. Not her. The two of them together. Kali pushed the broom the length of the stables and tapped the bristles on the concrete flooring. The door opened to the barn and Kali turned. She'd long since stopped hoping it was Flynne walking through her door. Samantha waved. "Hey, you got a minute?" Relieved it wasn't another customer. They'd been piling through since she claimed ownership of the stables. Kali set the broom against the wall, and she strode toward the front where she'd set up a more welcoming sitting area. They both sank onto the cushioned wicker furniture, and Kali sighed. "I know you want to talk, but can I vent for a minute?" Samantha nodded, relaxing into the chair cushions herself. "Of course." Samantha turned her head to the side, studying Kali and waiting for her to talk. "Do you think I'm a bad person?" Kali's words almost got stuck in her throat. She didn't wait for Samantha's answer. "The thing is, I've tried calling Flynne, but he changed his number, and I'm not sure I want to apologize to him over the phone anyway. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. I just don't know what to do. You know he's going to meet someone and fall in love, and I'm going to be over here working the stables and land he gave me. I'll never escape him, no matter what I do. Do you want to escape him, though? Samantha's words were soft, yet insistent. Kali raised her head and opened her eyes, meeting Samantha's gaze with her own. No, I don't. But if he can't care for me, I'll always be pining after him, and that thought just leaves me hurting. I know it's been almost a month since he left. Do you think he... Kali couldn't remember what she was going to ask. She just wanted to talk about him since he was nowhere near her, and she just wanted to hold on to something about him. Anything. Well, I think you should know he's back. Samantha arched an eyebrow and stared at Kali in the sudden silence. Kali blinked and blinked again, staring at her friend as if she might disappear like an illusion. He's back? Why did she feel like she just fell off a horse? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Because you had to vent. He just got back in town this morning. There's nothing I could do about it at 5 a.m. So I got work squared away and came right over. Samantha grinned. I knew you cared. I just didn't realize how much. A sudden wave of uncertainty and insecurity flooded Kali. What if Flynne wouldn't forgive her? He'd asked her to listen to him, to be more understanding, and she'd thrown it in his face. She'd ignored his attempts to be heard and to apologize and to explain. Why did she think she deserved a chance to say she was sorry? Who did she think she was? Honestly, she was no one. Not when compared to Flynne's generous nature. She couldn't see him forgiving her when she'd already been pretty mean and unforgiving herself. She didn't deserve for him to be kind. Kali pulled back, folding her arms and tucking her chin. Are you going to go over there? You can apologize in person. I think this is the opportunity you've been waiting for. Samantha leaned forward, gripping the armrest of the chair with her eyes wide. Kali shook her head. No, He's not going to want to see me. I messed things up too badly. Hey, I think if anything, you owe it to him and to you to at least apologize. If he accepts it, great. If not, at least you tried. There's nothing more you can do. Samantha reached out, resting her fingers on Kali's arm. For what it's worth, I don't think you'll be turned away. There's something there. I know it. I've seen it. You just need to be willing to sacrifice for it. Listen to you with your sage advice. What do you think you are? A matchmaker? Kali offered a slight smile. She couldn't tell Samantha it wasn't as easy as that, but she could at least try to pretend to be listening. Sage is for cooking, Kali. I'm going to get to my showing. I'll call you later today. When I call, you better be busy with Flynne, or I'm going to come over here and... I don't know what I'll do, but it will be mean. Samantha offered a playful glare and stood from her seat. Kali laughed out loud. She couldn't hold it in. You wouldn't know how to be mean if it came with instructions. She shook her head, standing as well. She reached forward and wrapped her arms around Samantha's shoulders. Thanks for being so supportive. Anytime. I gotta go. I'm going to be late. The new vet is looking for a place to buy. You think I could talk him into the Ingalls place? Samantha screwed her lips to the side and narrowed her eyes in thought. Kali grinned. Only if he's into ghosts and skunks. The Ingalls place was known for its rundown maintenance and overall abandoned placing on the south side of town. No one really wanted anything to do with the place, but that didn't mean the new vet wouldn't love it. Right. Skunks. Maybe I can make that a selling point. Samantha waved and ducked out the door, leaving Kali to continue on distractedly with the news that Flynne was back, and she had no right to seek him out. Just knowing he was in town did something to her, calmed her. Was it weird that just being a few miles away from him was a comforting thing? Kali wasn't going to second-guess it. She needed to keep in mind that nothing was normal. She lived in a town that celebrated Christmas year-round. She owned property that had once been her family's, and then was lost in a gambling game. Then she'd worked on the land when it wasn't hers, and now it was hers because of a man she'd previously thought was her enemy, then became her friend, and eventually claimed her heart. Nothing was normal, and Kali wasn't sure she wanted to be ordinary. All she had to do was figure out how to make him a part of her life again, even if it was just as friends. What she needed was a chance to think. Kali did her best thinking out at Whistle Stop. She checked the riding schedule and grabbed Apple Core, a new mare staying at the stables for a couple months, and after tacking her, they rode off across the fields. She pulled into the ruins, tying Apple Core to the rebar protruding from the ruins. Taking a seat at the bench, Kali took a deep breath, enjoying the cool breeze coming in through the heat of the August day. Dark clouds moved across the bright blue sky, and Kali would get the pleasure of a summer storm by that afternoon. She loved the rain but didn't enjoy the skittish nature of the horses with lightning and thunder. As she scanned the horizon for signs of how fast the storm was moving in, Kali blinked and then squinted at a figure in the distance. Someone was riding their horse straight for Whistle Stop, and Kali could only hope it was Flynne. She could hope, but her nerves warred with her hope as she realized he might turn away right when he reached her. She wouldn't have long to convince him to stay and talk with her. What could she possibly say that would fix everything between them? Only the truth at that point. And to be honest, even that wasn't a guarantee.
Chapter 42. Flynne had to get out to Whistle Stop. Being home was fine, but he couldn't see Kali. He couldn't be near her. At least when he was at Whistle Stop, he could hope and pray for a glimpse of her at the stables. He could watch to see if she came outside. True, he could barely make out her features from that distance, but at least he was that much closer. He'd decided to come home sooner than he planned. He couldn't stay away when the thought that Kali might find someone else constantly plagued him. He didn't want her to be with anyone else. He had to convince her that he was worth forgiving. She sat on the bench, her long hair drifting around her shoulders on the breeze. Even from 30 yards away, Flynne could almost believe he could feel her, smell her. He just wanted to talk to her without animosity or regret. He missed her. Even their banter was better than nothing. She held her body stiff as he rode closer, and Flynne considered turning around and heading back to the family ranch. If she didn't want him there, and he just wanted to make her happy, then he should leave her alone. He'd done his best to give her the land to guarantee her dreams. All Flynne wanted was Kali to be happy. If that meant he stayed away from her, then so be it. He could do what she needed. He'd suffer so that she could find her peace. If anyone deserved it, it was Kali. After everything he'd tried to do for her, she still hated him. Her shoulders were hunched as her hands were folded in her lap. Flynne slowly stopped his horse by the mare Kali had tied up. He slid from the saddle, studying Kali's watchful gaze and her neutral expression. Should he leave? Was he unwanted? So much uncertainty. He didn't know what to do or what to say. After a second, Flynne stood in much the same position Will had, leaning his hip against the foundations of the ruins as he watched Kali. Too bad he couldn't read her mind. He'd give anything to know what she was thinking. "Where were you?" Kali didn't smile or do much of anything with her expression as she spoke. Flynne knew something was wrong. She was usually animated and vibrant, but right then, she seemed cold and unfeeling. "Europe." He answered much the same way she spoke, holding his emotion in. What good would it do for him to beg her to forgive him when she seemed even less receptive than she'd been before? "I mean..." She dropped her gaze and stood, pulling her shoulders back as she raised her eyes. Crossing her arms over her chest, Kali blinked, but stayed silent. "What do you mean, Kali?" Flynne wanted to know what was going on inside her head and heart. Was it possible she had some kind of feelings for him? Anything would be better than nothing. A stronger wind came through, whipping the ends of her free hair around her shoulders and face. Kali lifted her face, her eyes bright. I mean, why would you leave when I... The truth came out, Flynne, and I realized I loved you and you were gone. You just left. I tried calling you and your number was changed. She slapped her hands on her upper thighs, shaking her head, and then she started pacing. I was trying to get a hold of you to make things right, but you cut me off. All attempts to contact you were worthless. I just wanted... She loved him? Hope swelled inside Flynne as he stepped closer, cutting the distance between them to mere inches. You love me? I don't know that we need to focus on that. I mean, it's not the only thing I said. You... She inhaled sharply, clenching her jaw in a way that only increased her femininity. You lied to me. Why didn't you tell me you were my secret Santa? Why would you let me talk on and on about him when you were him the entire time? Flynne arched an eyebrow. And miss out on the chance to hear what you thought about him? About me? That was the hardest thing in the world to let you think I'd lost the auction for you when in fact, I was the only real contender. Even Will didn't stand a chance. You can't lose what you're willing to do anything to get. I don't understand, though. I have all this money. I need to give it back to you. I can't... I mean, it wouldn't be right. Kali shook her head, but continued studying him as if she thought for sure he was going to rush off. She bit her lower lip before blurting out, Why would you care when you didn't want anything to do with me? Kali's cheeks flushed, and she avoided his gaze. Flynne reached out, slowly catching her chin in his grasp and tilting her face toward him with delicate precision. The most important thing that I heard was that you love me. The changed number can be explained. The disappearance can be explained. Even the Secret Santa thing has an explanation, but I control all of it. I can't control you. The only thing I care about is that you love me. Is that true? He demanded her honesty. In fact, he wouldn't accept anything less. Her face secured in his fingertips, her eyes trained on his. Kali inhaled deeply and then nodded. I do. Euphoria ripped through him, and Flynne could feel himself sinking into the moment. He never wanted to forget the moment she admitted she loved him. That's not the last time you're going to say I do with me, Kali Stanfords. I'll do this upright, but I want you to marry me. I want to fight with you the rest of my life, and only you. I want us to chase our dreams together and never take no for an answer. He bent his head and held his lips a hair's breadth away from her slightly parted mouth. I love you. I won't leave you again. Kiss me. He grinned. Like you mean it. No. Next time he'd pack her with him. Kali didn't fight the pull between them or the demand he made that she complete their declarations. She moved, lifting her lips to his and angling her head to the side. They wrapped their arms around each other, lost in the moment. And then the raindrops began to fall. The brim of Flynne's hat protected their faces as dark splotches fell on Flynne's arms embracing Kali. The horses nickered, and Flynne glanced over his shoulder. We need to get them out of the storm. Bemused, Kali nodded, motioning toward the stables. We need to renegotiate the terms of the property. I'll need to get it re-notarized with my new last name. She smiled softly, as if she hadn't just said in a roundabout way that she was his. Wait, you will? You'll marry me? Flynne reached out, grabbing Kali's hand. He pulled her around and stopped their strides toward the horses. I'm not joking, Kali. I won't let you take it back. Your dream is that land, and mine is having your hand. Don't tease me. He looked at her with all the warning in his heart. Her slight smile broadened, and she wrinkled her nose. My dreams are lonely without you. Maybe we could make a merging of our dreams. What do you think? She winked and laughed as she jumped back into his arms, pressing her lips again to his. Even as the rain began to splatter harder and harder around them, Flynne didn't care. As long as Kali was in his life, he'd never live in shadows, and he'd always have protection from the rain. Maybe he really was lucky. He pulled Kali against his side, and they returned to the horses. He never wanted to be parted from her. Maybe she'd agree to elope, and then do a big Christmas reception or something. Anything would be better than parting, even for a little bit. The more he thought about it, the more appealing the idea was. He helped Kali get into her saddle and then clamped the palm of his hand onto the saddle horn. No, marry me right now. Let's go into town and have the judge marry us. We can do all of the details and big wedding things later. Just marry me now. I don't want to wait any longer. He didn't look away from her face. He couldn't. What if she didn't want to marry him? What if she was only saying she wanted to make him happy? Kali's lips parted and she gasped. Are you sure? Your mom? Your family? I'm taking that as a yes. Let's get to the stables and then we'll take the truck in. I'm not waiting another hour to make you mine. His determination set his shoulders, and he mounted his own horse, waiting for Kali to fall into step beside him as they took off across the field. They were going to get out of the storm and into happy ever after, and they were going to do it together.
Epilogue. Carrie tapping her finger on the tabletop in the largest conference room at the Wilson offices. Carrie gritted her teeth as she looked around at the collected members of both families. The Wilsons and the Deans were becoming integral to each other's well-being. With Taylor and Lily married to two of the Wilson men, there was a cementing of the lines that couldn't be undone. Not with babies in the picture. The reason we're gathered here today is to discuss some developing situations that could affect both families as well as Mistletoe, and in a potentially negative manner. David sighed, tucking his hands into his rear pockets and dropping his gaze to the table. In the silence that followed as everyone waited on bated breath for him to continue, the door opened and in stormed Flynne and Kali. Carrie furrowed her brow. What was going on now? Hey guys, sorry we're late. We just got married. Flynn's eyes could have sparkled in that moment as he claimed Kali as his own. Her becoming blush didn't refute Flynn's words. The rest of the room erupted in congratulations and applause, as if pushing aside the matter they'd all been called there for. Taylor nudged Carrie from the side, rocking one of the twins in her arms. From the side of her mouth, Taylor murmured in Carrie's general direction, I think we're going to see Mom soon. An icy chill rippled down Carrie's back. Why do you think that? Because she called me. She threatened Dad. That's why we're here. Taylor glanced at Carrie, then down at her daughter, who she rocked to the side as she leaned back in her chair. That's enough. No more. Carrie slapped her hand on the table and waited for everyone to quiet down as they turned to face her. She lifted her chin and narrowed her eyes. I'm going to speak for everyone when I say congratulations to you, Flynne and Kali. Please forgive my bluntness in pushing us toward the reason we are all here today. Unfortunately, it's not because of your nuptials. I am expecting an order for a wedding or a reception cake. Just saying. Carrie wagged her finger in the air and then braced both hands on the table as she looked at each person in the room in turn. She met her father's gaze and nodded. It's time we address the Dean family's shame and start putting some of these pieces together. Carrie nodded at Taylor and Lily. Can you both take notes so we can find a common thread? Elizabeth nodded tightly. I agree. Let's get this figured out. As much as Carrie wanted to find her own happy ever after, she couldn't be happy while her father had to deal with the shame his wife had left behind. Not to mention, she didn't know if she believed in the sanctity of marriage when her own mother couldn't be faithful to a man like Carrie's father. Maybe no one could be faithful. That concludes One More Glance. I am so glad Flynne and Kali didn't fight their attraction and feelings too much. Carrie is coming next in One More Wish, and there are some secrets she must help discover as well as heal from before she can accept that she's worth loving. But who is the right man to help discover her amazing skills? And will they find the right time to fall in love? Keep listening for an exclusive sneak peek. Join the Wilson and Dean families as they find love, face loss, and fight against anything determined to steal the Christmas from Montana. One More Wish. Wrapped in a bow and delivered with a plate of cookies, the town of Mistletoe faces a traumatic holiday season with secrets coming to light and hearts on the line. This might be a situation the Matchmakers can't fix. Carrie Dean holds an important piece to the puzzle threatening to tear the families of Mistletoe apart. But as she rushes to help a new friend in danger, Carrie faces the real possibility that she'll never find love, and she'll have to take her knowledge with her to the grave. Nick Lanford loves animals and the wilds of Montana. Saving as many horses as possible during a late August wildfire, Nick is injured and nearly loses his hand. Thanks to Carrie, the last person anyone expected to rush into the flames, Nick and the horse are alive, but he's bitter as he faces the limitations of his injuries. He needs help with his day-to-day responsibilities and has to rely on Carrie to do it. As the two work together around Mistletoe, healing animals and each other, Carrie learns she's stronger than she thinks and she can rely on herself as well as others. But can they both learn to rely on each other when the truth is revealed? How much is at stake, and how much will the spirit in Mistletoe be affected by the secrets released to destroy it? Most importantly, can Carrie trust enough to lose her heart? Other books by Bonnie R. Paulson. In the Clearwater County Romances collections. The McAllister brothers and Ronan James fight over love lost and seek revenge during the hardest times. When their family's feud almost costs them a loved one, both sides of the fight have to swallow their pride or lose the very things that they want the most. The Lonely Lace series is the start of the Clearwater County world with Enemies and Lace as Book 1. Celebrating families is the way of the mountains, and when these sisters discover each other, they have to reconcile their pasts with the women they want to become. As daughters of the notorious Caracas outlaw, each one strikes out on a treasure hunt that ultimately leads to love, loss, and the returning to family and sisters they didn't know they needed. Start at Broken Ranch in the Sisters of Clearwater County. As if that isn't enough, fall in love with the Montana Trails who struggle against the hard times together. Even though they're cousins, they're thicker than siblings and they'd do anything for each other. Even accept truth, poverty, and loss. Nathan Rourke is the lead of the family and his heart is broken over and over as he tries to find the peace he needs to go on. Read Broken Trails, Book 1 of the Montana Trails series,